stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
The money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at the side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly. And with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far. Expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
You're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello and welcome to the third day of playoffs for VCT EMEA Game Changers. I'm your host Jeannie and I'm joined on the desk with the experts in the field, Inami and Billy. Hi, how's it going?
It's going good. I did just eat an ice lolly before we went live though, so I'm gonna try and speak, but my mouth feels a little bit numb right now, so we'll see how it goes.
In this weather? Okay, that's insane.
I'm insane.
But you know what? You do you, girl. Inami, you are back as well on the desk. I haven't seen you in a couple of days, so just did you get a chance to watch the games last time around? How excited from a scale of 1 to 10 are you for today?
10 out of 10. I couldn't think of better matchups to have to cover today, so I'm super happy to be back.
All right, for those of you at home wondering what matchups we're covering today and how exactly we got here, we thankfully have a bit of a bracket to keep you updated on the road of playoffs for the teams that we have been looking at. So today we're going to be covering the lower bracket first, and that is GX against KC. This is usually a grand final, Billy, so I'm shook.
Yeah, so I've just realized the timings are wrong on this asset, but just to confirm, Giant X KC is going to be the first game today, and Twisted Minds G2 are going to be the second game today. It's crazy that we have Giant X and KC in a knockout, but it's nice to see that G2 and Twisted have made themselves, you know, through into that upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we're looking at G2 Gozen specifically, because this is a roster that you would expect to see at Game Changer Champions. So with the win that they got, the fact that they're in the upper bracket final, it does put them on quite a good road. But for those of you at home, the grand final of this specific iteration of Stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA will be played in Istanbul. So if you want to buy your tickets, you can scan the QR code right there. Get them before they're gone, because Game Changers is always an incredible LAN event to be a part of. And the winners as well that we need to keep in mind of this final is going to be heading over to the Game Changers Championship in Seoul. Because Inami, when we're looking at the way that the circuit points are currently distributed, Karmine Core as well as Giant X are locked in. So that leaves only G2 Gozen or Twisted Minds.
Yeah, these two teams have already got enough points from being in the top 2 for the last stages, so they secured themselves the GCC. But on the other hand, G2 and Twisted, the matchup that we have on the upper bracket is the one that will be deciding who will be taking the last spot for the GCC. Twisted, they have to win it all, and it's same for G2. And I can't really think of a GCC without G2, so that's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these rosters have quite a lot to prove, but also I do think that in that sense, Billy, G2 Gozen has a lot more expectations on their shoulders, because when we're looking at the past iterations of Game Changers Championship, they have always been there. And when we're looking at the teams that are currently qualified for Game Changers Championship, I currently do not see a G2 Gozen on there.
Yeah, and not only have they always been there, they've always been top 3 globally. So it's kind of insane to think that we're living in that world. But there's still a chance. They're not even in the lures yet. They're going to, you know, hopefully go through today unless Twisted Minds have a trick up their sleeve. But yeah, we have a bunch of amazing teams qualified for Game Changers Champs. I think another player that I'm going to be missing at Game Changers Champs this year is probably Mary. You know, Falcons, they were obviously competing in EMEA last year and then decided to switch region. And now we're not going to see them at a global event. But of course, there's a ton of amazing representatives there, such as Crew as well. We love to see them each year at GCC. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the teams.
And Shopify Rebellion, which we are also very much looking forward to. We have the permutations in terms of what teams we can be expecting to head over to Game Changer Championship. But as Inami already touched upon earlier today, Twisted Minds has to win the entirety of Stage 3, whereas G2 Gozen does have enough points that if Twisted Minds doesn't win, they are able to qualify. So if anything, this is G2 Gozen's game to lose, Billy.
Yeah, I think if your G2 goes in, you want to be able to get a regional trophy under your belt as well. We think back to last year, it was the first year that they were able to win every single stage. And now this year, it almost feels as though they've had a kind of fall from grace. But when you look at Twisted Minds, they're kind of doing what is the impossible and hopefully being able to take them down and stop that run.
Yeah, it's like two sides of a coin, which is crazy to think about. But also for those of you at home who want to go to South Korea and want to see the girls playing on LAN, you can get your own tickets as well by simply scanning the QR code. It will be in Seoul, South Korea, in Lowell Park from November 20th to 30th. Wow, I am reading that the wrong way around. But either way, Inami, two teams that have already qualified that are definitely going to be there are KC and GX, who are matching up once again for I don't know how many time this year, but in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a usual final that we have here, but this time around they're meeting so early on in the lower bracket and one of them will be knocked out. And these are the rosters that we have right now. Like, GX have had one change coming into this stage, which was Toki coming in instead of Nami, and on the other side KC just kept the same roster, because honestly, why would you change a roster that's winning everything?
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's literally what I was looking for. Sorry, I don't know what's going on today. But the thing as well, when we're looking at KC, is they didn't necessarily need to make any changes, Billy, because they won stage 1, they won stage 2, and if anything, they now have had so much time together as a roster, which is a huge added benefit and bonus onto that as well.
100%. I love when orgs, have that investment in long-term players by having the roster together for the full year, and I think that they've shown exactly why. They've been able to dominate the region so far this year, and honestly, if you're KC, even though you're in that lower bracket, why not go for that 3 out of 3 trophies in EMEA, especially when you have players that maybe haven't had that LAN experience that will be looking to get to Istanbul to hopefully be able to get that.
Yeah, the LAN experience really is the key point here, especially when we're looking at players like Anasilia, who hasn't herself had any. But fortunately for us, we had an opportunity to speak with her and discuss it ahead of today's matchup, because of course KC is also very much aware that having the LAN experience by going to Istanbul is going to be a very great asset. So let's head over to the interview. Anasilia, you guys are in the lower bracket for the first time in this year, if I remember this correctly. Usually when you play against GX, it is going to be in that grand final. Now one of you guys is going to get eliminated. You've already accumulated enough points to go to playing Game Changers champs, but this being that lower bracket, being an elimination game, do you feel like there is still kind of the expectation on you all to win another stage after the year you've had?
I mean, yeah, of course, we have our expectations to win all the games, even though we didn't win all our games. But still, it's our goal to go in Istanbul, because we already qualified to Seoul, and we need to make another goal, and it's go to Istanbul and play our first LAN for some people, for me, for example. So, yeah. But after this year of preparation, I feel like we're gonna do it today.
I'm looking forward to it. That was actually also going to be my next discussion point, the LAN experience as a team, and also the LAN experience, as you mentioned, for individuals like yourself who don't actually have that. I'm assuming the goal going to Istanbul really is to be able to play in front of a crowd, to be able to go to that LAN environment and have that experience ahead of Seoul so that you can prep for that as well.
Yeah, it's kind of our goal because of that, one of the reasons. But I think we're gonna do good on the LAN, because there's a lot of people who has experience, and they are already preparing us what it's going to be like, and confident, basically.
So when it comes to you individually, who doesn't really have that LAN experience yet, what is it that you think the more experienced players can do for you to make you feel more comfortable?
If they're going to be comfortable, basically. If I see a person with experience comfortable, I'm like, okay, I can be like her, I can be like him, you know? And it's even more, I don't know how to explain. Less pressure,
follow the
basically.
leader.
Yeah, following the leader.
Yeah, that's really great. But also, before, obviously getting to that LAN experience, this is the game that you have to play specifically. So with it being in this lower bracket, what do you think is was like the biggest turning point last time around when you guys were playing G2 Gozen in that upper bracket semifinals that actually caused you to lose that matchup?
I mean, I think we were a bit in our heads, basically. We didn't play much as a team, I would say, and we get punished by that. We did mistakes, solo mistakes, get punished by that, but it's a good lesson for us before the finals and Seoul, so we fixed everything, and it's gonna be great, I think.
Okay, that's really good to hear. I love that you guys are taking it as a learning experience and having that wake-up call early on. I'm gonna let you go because you have the game coming up ahead, so once again, thank you so much for your time, and good luck on the server.
Thank you so much, bye-bye.
Bye. Sarah, welcome to the interview ahead of one of the most important matches we're going to see you guys play so far in Stage 3 of GC EMEA. It is the lower bracket final against KC, which first of all feels a little crazy saying it because this has been the grand final for both Stage 1 and Stage 2. Obviously, you guys' side of things have had a couple of changes. What do you think has been the biggest difference between the GX that we were seeing in Stage 1 and Stage 2 and the one that we are seeing right now?
I think the biggest difference was that we didn't have a lot of time to practice, whereas Stage 1 and 2 we had a lot of time and we had like more fundamentals, but because of the changes we didn't have a lot of time to work on it.
Do you also feel like maybe there is a little bit less pressure on the roster as a whole because you have qualified for the Game Changers Championship? You're going to that international. You know that that is also going to give you guys more time to practice.
Yeah, for sure. Like it was a big thing for us. So maybe we had more pressure in the group stage to perform because we did make number 2 in both stages. So, but now that we've qualified, everyone's more chill.
Do you think that's also like impacting maybe the vibes a little bit in the roster? And like, as you mentioned, like everyone's more chill, there is less pressure?
Yeah, it's more chill, less stressed, so more calm overall.
How does that feel for you specifically when it comes to being on the server, playing with the rest of the team? Do you actually prefer it more chill? Are you more someone who would like really thrive under that pressure?
No, I'm already stressed like a stressed player, to be honest. So that when we qualified for champs, it was all like really calm. Everyone was super happy. So going into the next matches, we knew we were gonna have like the least pressure.
And KC is an opponent that you've played multiple times throughout the year. Do you think that with this current iteration of GX and also kind of taking into fact just the fact that you guys didn't have that much time to play together, that this will maybe be a little different because they are also in the lower bracket? So that must be a shocker for them too.
Yeah, I think overall they have more pressure than us because they've already beat us this stage in the groups, and you know they're the champs, so they want to make it back to finals and show that they're still the best. But for us, we know we can beat them, you know, like it's just who has the better day.
And when it comes to you and your day, I can see that there's the sun outside, you know, can't relate. So I feel like maybe for you guys, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, looking good.
All right, well, thank you so much. Loving the confidence as you guys are going to be heading into your game. Good luck and see you around.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. It's great to kind of have two very different discussion points, so to say, from both of these rosters, even though they are in the exact same scenario here where it is the lower bracket, Billy, because KC is more like, yeah, we have to win because we have that pressure on us because we've won multiple times. Whereas GX is like, well, we made a last minute roster change. We didn't really have that much time to like make it all gel together. So we're already in Game Changers champs. No pressure. We're just going to have fun.
I actually don't hate them not putting pressure on themselves though, right? Because if they do bomb out early, say, it's not the worst thing to happen, I guess, if you're Giant X in this situation, because you've qualified for champs, as they said. They're going to have a completely different patch to play on as well. So having a bit of extra prep time, not the worst thing in the world. So I don't mind that tactic.
Yeah, as well, when we're looking at GX, Inami, it's a roster that also doesn't necessarily need that LAN experience because they have it on every single one of their players.
Yeah, every single player of this of this roster has been to GCC before. Every single player have played also the LANs before. This roster itself has been playing last year in Istanbul. So there is no pressure when it comes to like making it to the LAN, getting that LAN experience. And as Sarah also said, like they were losing to KC before, so all the pressure is on the other side this time around.
I think if you're Giant X, though, it's kind of heartbreaking to have been in 3 grand finals consecutively when we think back to stage 3 of 2024 in Istanbul, stage 1 this year, stage 2 this year. You know, they could miss out on their chance of winning regionally before Game Changers champs. I mean, I think the last one that Ness and Smurfette were able to win was all the way back in 2022, which qualified them to Game Changers champs at the time. And as you said, Inami, it's not just Ness and Smurfette here who have a lot of experience. Every single player on this roster has actually been at GCC before. So it's kind of a nice contrast between KC and Giant X that we have here, of this team having so much LAN experience, maybe not needing to make it to the final, but maybe wanting to. And then we have KC, who really probably need that LAN experience in Istanbul and might be annoyed at themselves if they're not able to get there.
Yeah, I think as well for GX's side of things, it's like at the end of the day, even if this is maybe not the iteration of the roster that is able to go all the way through grand finals or win the grand finals or win a stage, I feel like they're not going to be too harsh on themselves just because of the situation in which they have found themselves as we were heading into playoffs here for Game Changers. Whereas KC, I mean, there's always going to be a lot of pressure on them. I think when a roster has had so much success, that is just kind of a given or an expectation that your fan base, but also yourself as a player, will continue to have. And I think that's also very much highlighted when we're looking at G2 Goes, and they were always at a Game Changer champ, so they are expecting themselves and their fans are expecting them to be there. But bringing the conversation back to KC specifically and their LAN experience, Glance has put it perfectly, Inami.
Yeah, she spoke about how they're lacking this experience and how they really want to be in the LAN to have it. And I think that KC as like an org has done a good job to like help them with that, because we've seen them having a bootcamp in Berlin already, which like already puts you in those stressful situations. The players mentioned in the Karma live that they've been like in a different, they got used to Paris, but now in Berlin they're getting used to a different atmosphere. So going into a LAN, I think they will get time and they will adapt quicker because they had time to adapt to different circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a team that is very much known for their adaptability as well on the server, and we're hopefully going to see some of that today as we are ready to have into our map veto. So Billy, like to start things off with you in regards to expectations that you have here for where the teams are going to be heading to. I mean, Corrode being taken out, I'm not entirely surprised by that at all.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about it at all, but KC have been banning Corrode first, so I guess if you're Giant X, you could have let it float. Obviously not feeling too confident, so wanted to get rid of it straight away. Bind is really interesting. I think KC starting defense there is smart, considered the composition they play with a Sentinel and a double smokes composition as well, and probably the best map for Giant X to choose, given how their map pool looks like right now. I feel like going up against KC, they're kind of having to pick their poison.
Yeah, and when it comes to Abyss, honestly, it's a weird pick, in my opinion, for KC, because this is a map where we've seen them play a different comp and we've seen Arkia go on the Omen. So that's a very interesting pick for me, especially since it came so early in the veto. But the decider will be Haven, and when I look at this veto overall, I feel like it favors slightly KC because they just had more success in these maps.
Yeah, I'd like to start the discussion off by Bind specifically, because as we've already touched upon, we've seen a lot of success from both of these rosters, to be completely fair, on this map during stage 3. So I am also not really necessarily expecting anything too crazy in terms of changes to agent select, but you know what, Billy, I could be wrong.
No, I'm not expecting any changes either, and I think I have to agree with Inami on the map veto overall. I think it definitely does go in KC's favour. I think that they've got 2 of the most dominant maps that they've had so far this year into that pool, so it's really nice that they get to see that. And yeah, Bind, here we go. We're not going to see any map changes whatsoever. As I mentioned there, we need to keep an eye on how that double smokes and Sentinel composition coming out from, looks like both sides now actually, how they're going to play against one another.
Yeah, and what's important for me here also is that on KC we have the Yoru, but on the other side we have the Raze. Yoru is so good at like baiting this utility coming from Vi, so I'm curious to see how will Giant X be dealing with that utility.
Yeah. However, waiting as well to see how that's going to play out, but we're not the ones that are going to walk you through it because we are simply the analyst desk. Our casters, however, are ready to walk you through the action for today. And on today's cast, we have Ash and MacMate, so guys, take it away.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? I cannot wait to get into this one. It's going to be a banger because KC are essentially playing for their lives and playing for the last chance that they can actually make it the whole way into the champs.
Yeah, I think that for the side of Carmine Corps, the big storyline for them is if they're going to be able to defend their title for the third time this year. For Game Changers EMEA, they've been the title winners there for Stage 1 and Stage 2. They've been so consistent with their performances, so that's definitely a lot of pressure on their shoulders for that, Mac. I think overall, though, both these teams do definitely sit comfortably, thinking it farther into Championship Seoul, considering the fact that they've already both qualified for that final tournament of the year.
Well, let's see what we get here. Bind going to be the first map of the series to kick things off. Of course, you know, as mentioned, it is going to be a slight difference. You've got that Yoru and the Raze on either side for the duelists, so we'll see how they end up operating. Giant X going to be starting here on the attack and looking like they are postured for an A-site hit. So let's see if Vise and Fade are going to be able to hold this off.
The two different duelists are definitely a fun interaction, that's for certain. The information gathered here already towards Showers. We're still going to have Glance looking for the jump spot, but it's just the pressure that Giant X are looking to put towards that A side for now.
Starting to shift their way back towards B. Carmine Corps with a long setup. It looks like Giant X are going to be walking straight into this trap. Orb going to be popped just to allow them to creep the whole way up, but there is a solid crossfire here. Sapphire jump peeking, getting the info, but drawing attention away from Alkia, who manages to take almost another. And Sapphire locking that one down. Spike on the ground. And with 40 on the clock, it can be either site that they hit. TP, definitely an option. But Sarah's got that site locked down.
Yeah, Spike initiated onto default here as well, and VC are already making their move onto site here.
Glance wrapping around the backside. Sarah spotting. And KC just looking to go this one all the way together. Glance going to be able to take Ness out, and Sarah's position is known, but bringing it to the 1v1 is crucial. And Asilia going to tap their face, and on the advanced line, takes Sarah out. It's KC successful on the retake to find the first.
A great flash to try and get that information on the side of Giant X, but overall, a comfortable defense here for KC. I feel like we saw the idea that they were going for on the Giant X side, right? They're trying to go for a bit of that information, see if they could draw those rotations towards A, but these two teams are very familiar with each other and the play style that they're expecting, and the fake really just doesn't come through. I really like, I think, that B long hold coming out from Carmine Corps, especially with that deep smoke. It really forces Giant X to be a bit more careful and invest a bit more of that utility as well into those reclears.
I think the other thing as well, like historically these teams have played a fair few times now, especially across the year. There's been a few differences in the meanwhile, but there's going to be a lot of mind games going on in this matchup. Initial pick coming through, taking Alkia out of the mix makes things a bit harder here for Carmine Corps, but fortunately it is just the classics that they have to deal with.
I think what's kind of fun about this rematch that we're seeing here from that Swiss stage as well is the fact that last time around is actually Carmine Corps picking into Bind. But you also have to think about the changes to the roster when they played up against each other in the Swiss stage. You had Suzette alongside Giant X on that Brimstone, and then now we've got Smurfette back into the roster, taking that spot. The role swaps as well for Toki to go from the duelist and back onto a controller role that we've seen her very comfortable on previously. So a couple of changes, all things considered, major ones when you think about that as well, with like how fast of a turnaround time Carmine Corps did have to go through with those adjustments.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if they can lock in a third. The bonus should be relatively strong here. No one over-investing too much as Giant X move on to the rifles. A couple of Phantoms in the mix. Utility for every single individual. Oh, we're seeing an aggressive play. Okay, Alkia flashing forward, but just taking control of the smoke. And the timing of the push leaves something to be desired. So, Giant X happy with the opening. and now just figuring out where they want to go.
Yeah, not quite enough support to actually make that play worthwhile.
And it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, not able to get those trades. I do like this walk-up, though, on the side of KC. Seeing them taking the timing over in market, but you also have Sarah still watching for that flank.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, that timing's crazy.
Ooh. Okay. With Safia taking contact, it might give time for... Yep, there it is. Anacelia to find it from the backside. And the flank starting to activate brings us to the 4v3. Giant X realize, okay, Hookah's dirty. Long has two individuals making their way right back up. And with that third player not too far away, all right, with the Vandal picked up, this is looking a little bit freaky for Giant X now. It's Hall's control for them. And they just need to figure out exactly how it's happened.
Just to like slow down that front sight push here from the flankers is nicely timed.
And in comes that contact. Flash to check the spike, no one on it. And Acilia tapping again. And it looks like it's going to be a swing with numbers involved. Giant X. Okay, good trade game. Ness going to be able to save the day from deeper towards CT there. And Giant X will be able to find their first round. But look at that. That is a successful bonus by all regards for Carmichael.
Oh, 100%. So much economical damage to be done onto Giant X. Only being able to carry that singular rifle into this next round. And a costly reinvestment on the side of the attackers. But this slow pacing, I think, is something that we can expect from both of these teams on Bind, right? When you're looking at that double controller set up alongside that Vice, you have to really take your time in the early round to try and bait that utility out early. In Carmine Court, they definitely have an understanding of that. That's why you see them pressuring the extremities on both A and B. The deep orb with the smoke towards that B long side, and then that showers control. Just trying to constantly also force Giant X's hand to expend some of that utility.
And again, Carmine Core going to show contact towards B long. Safia as well dinked already. And I thought she was going to fully get rid of that hookah control, but she's happy to face. In the meantime, over towards the other side of the map, KC sending Alkia posted on a deep line at bathrooms, and it feels like they have a read. They haven't gone for too much of a shift in the rotation. And they're just playing these long lines towards a short, towards a long. And with the dog starting to make its way through, but A-side is looking incredibly exposed.
30 seconds you do have the wall to deal with, but you can still have that chance to walk over it with the boxes you can pop up on.
Yep. Oh, good timing on the flash, and with the classic, won't be able to take down a fully blinded Sarah.
Right here.
And there's going to be just enough time to get this spike down. Cover looking good from Ness. Spike planted. And Anacelia just trying to hunt for Ness towards that backside of sight. Who's going to be able to fight her way all the way back towards U-Haul. And things getting more awkward for KC. Starting to activate on the flank. Sarah just hoping that the crosshair is going to be put in the right position. But with the sky smokes just denying vision for so long. Oh, it didn't look too good for GX. But with the wall dropping at the same time as that sky smoke, Giant X will be able to find themselves a second.
Sarah played so disciplined into showers there as well. They were aware of her positioning the entire time, but she was playing so far back, just waiting for that timing to deny that plant. And for the side of KC, it made it really awkward for them when both players were just playing so safely into the post. Very well-timed utility on the side of Giant X, but now as we head into this eco round on the side of Carmine Core, this is a squad that does love to get active when it does come to those thrifty buys. And the pressure already being given towards this B long side, and you can see how Giant X are still waiting to see if Carmine Core will bite off more than they can chew.
You could see what they were trying to go for, with all that utility just invested towards B long straight away. And even though it's an eco, we going to see the orbital? No, surely not. Site going to be cleared out by the Trailblazer. All close
Just
angles
missed.
dealt with. Oh, okay. That makes things a little more awkward. Spam through the screen, going to be able to drop that spike. And now with all this util getting just forced straight back the other direction, Smurfette can't hear a thing, can't shoot a damn thing. And GX just have to hold on to the U-Haul control while they wait for Ness to come and try and save this day. Looking more and more awkward as well with that smoke on the front of sight, tapping again, 30 seconds. And they just want as much info as possible. Orbital strike can be baited out.
Still got Alkia on
And with
site,
that going
30
down,
seconds left.
it's bought time to rotate back. Alkia is still here, as you mentioned, flash forward, but won't be able to do it enough. However, it's GX to find it through the sky smokes. Spike down 10 seconds to plant, and Eva pushes just early enough. Saphia in a 1v2 to try to clutch it. And the jelly's going to show exactly where she's coming from. High-low setup. Beautifully salvaged for GX, but oh my lord, what a chaotic one.
It was kind of crazy. Ava, the hero for Giant X in that round with 4K, but overall, the way that this A play was done and that held on that A site there by Carmine Core was really nice. Like, I really love that Nightfall coming through, knowing that they were on those eco weapons, applying that decay to try and make the most out of the sheriffs that they had in hand, but just doesn't quite go their way at the end there. A lot of ultimates have been cycled up here for both sides. You got Steel Garden in the hands of both Vices. And that dimensional drift from Alkia has always been deadly with the scouting she's been able to do to create a play here for the team of Carmine Core.
And Smurfette getting close enough to the util knows that Vyze is going to be set up towards the A side. Even though that is known. Oh, Smurfette just trying to get as deep as possible. And there you go. Showstopper going to be able to find the opening. Toki as well. Ready for Alkia deep on the bathroom side. And now with the two-player advantage, surely you lock this one in.
A lot of investment on the side of Giant X in this 5v3 to ensure they can get that plant down. I'm honestly shocked to see the Viper's Pit going down here as well.
I really want this round. Aware that KC have had to go for the full investment, and Eva is just hunting for anyone on the side of the pit there. It's going to be the 1-for-1. But GX ain't done. Pushing forward, taps the spike, just causes a bit of mayhem in the mix, and GX lock it in. Ness, the superstar for the round for sure.
A must-need round for them to lock in, considering the investment that went into it. 3 ultimates expended on the side of Giant X, but when you do look at that money situation for Carmine Core, it kind of makes sense, right? It was that opportunity to break that economy once again. Now, first timeout to be called in this map here, Mac, on the side of Carmine Core. The defense hasn't been quite going their way despite all of that stall potential, that push and pull, where they're trying to put pressure on those extremities there once again. And I think we've seen that creativity already with how Anacilia is throwing out that vice wall, changing up the angle so it's a little bit more uncomfortable for Giant X to try and bait it out or even try to hop over it through that box, like funneling them a little bit more towards that right side. And yeah, even despite those changes, still not able to find the right answers.
Well, Giant X putting so many ults on the line in that last one. But this is exactly kind of what they wanted, right? You've got 4 rounds already on the attack, and KC don't necessarily have the best money to invest in again, and that's why they've taken the tactical just to discuss how they want to play this. And you can see it is just going to be a low bite. Some armor, sheriffs, Stinger and a Bucky in the mix. So this could be an algorithm to make it work, but that's if they walk towards the stacked side, and it's going to need someone to pop the hell off. You're looking at Anacilia, who is going to cop a lot of heat here on the B site. And the rest of KC, nowhere to be seen.
No, and Giant X, they have been favoring that A side for a couple rounds now, so it kind of makes sense that that's the read that GX is going to go for, right? It's that IGL here for KC, but unfortunately, that means that the solo anchor is going to have a lot of pressure. Playing off into elbow, though, ensuring that they can guarantee that retake potential here into the eco round.
It's all going to come down to how this Arc Rose flash is used and how much space KC can get before this pop comes in. But Arc Rose spotted,
Spike planted,
deleted by the attackers on site, and they're looking for the elbow control. Look at this, strength in numbers. Just flooding through the halls. It's just Toki on site, jumping, hoping that she can find some kind of information. Anasilia going to be able to find one there with the Sheriff at range, in a harder position. And Eva going to be the one to take all those names. 3 players on the flank now, just trying to make as much damage come through here as possible for KC. Alkia on the trade game's good, but Eva is just that much better. 4 eco frags for her, which is going to get her locked in with the Seekers once again.
That's where we kind of see that value, right, of the investment into the round prior, during round 6, of all of those ultimates. Just that comfort in knowing that they were going to be able to cycle up into a huge and important ultimate once again, really kind of tempering the timing on that on the side of Giant X. For Carmine Core, Alkia has finally got that operator online. We've seen such a menace and the type of player that she can be once that sniper rifle is up and available with those repositions, so dynamic with her positioning. No one's going to be biting outside of showers. They've been going always for this very consistent late timing on that showers look to try and throw off the defense.
This time, seemingly much earlier. All going to be dealt with nice and early. Okay, Boombot forcing Zafia back. Even gets a good chunk of damage onto her.
down A.
The new Hall control is here, but it's all about how Giant X want to take the next step towards the site. And with 4 defenders just lurking around the corner, they're just going to get straight out of dodge. Ken in the util figuring out already how many of those numbers were there. Will be forced back into Anasilia, who's been very solid as an anchor so far, but on the back of site may get flooded upon. Sarah, however, still here and looking to take space towards A. There's still plenty of time to rotate back.
And I think she has that understanding that there's that potential that Safia's walked up into short, right? The Viper's pit goes down. She didn't see her cross into back sight. So Giant X have to be very aware in this crunch, but instead Sarah goes for something forward.
Oh, and there's that op activating for Alkia. At a closer range than maybe we thought. Safia pushing forward. Thought she could have got a timing. But Giant X now know that the A site should be where they want to go. Alkia, ooh, can't get it done from U-Haul. But they don't seem to be aware of Glance here.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice pick to bring it down to this 1v2, but Smurfette is someone you have to take seriously every single time. Walking through the molly, take a cheeky chunk of damage, and I'm not sure if it has been heard. But Casey coming from 2 different angles makes things that much more awkward, although Crosshair in the perfect spot. And GX going for the reload allows Smurfette out of the pocket, and the wide swing not good enough. Huge Red Bull clutch coming through for Smurfette.
She is so incredible on that raise. Her micro plays there, just the awareness that the fact that GX was taking so long to show that presence further in back sight, she knew that there was that chance that she was looking to buy a little bit of time there for Anasilia to come up on that flank. But that round really gets opened up by Ness actually finding that first pick on A when they make that rotation as well. Otherwise, it would have been that 2v2. That plant would have been so much more awkward. But Carmine Core, despite that time out during the 7th round, still not able to find the answers. Granted, I feel like that 6-2 still doesn't tell the whole story here, Mac, with how these rounds have really gotten down to the wire at times.
Yeah, for sure. You can never count Casey out. But with an opening pick like that, especially on the Sheriff round, this will definitely worry GX somewhat. 3-1 split for them still, with Sarah looking to lurk up towards that hookah side, and the pack now making their way up short. We'll be able to get that late trade onto Alkia. There's another opportunity taken. Lance grasping onto it. Spike still in control for GX, but the numbers favoring KC. 3-1 shift, as you can also see that Anasilia wants to make their way to A.
Just looking for this timing here. You've got Sarah, who's lurked up all the way over at B long. We'll hear that Vice utility waiting.
30 seconds
It's unlikely that we're going to see a clear into hookah here, so Safia's positioning could be the difference maker. Actually surprised.
Oh, No one with a hard clear just yet. Smurfette wants to trade, but can hear that wall a mile away. And with Anasilia still alive, wall gets tripped. Uh-oh. 10 seconds to plant and make it work. 1v3. The tap, not going to be enough. Anasilia searching and will find it. And that was a fatal one. KC with a huge swing around, bringing that one back with the Sheriffs.
I was actually kind of surprised to see Giant X opting for Hookah, I guess wanting to go for that clear, but there's always that risk, even though it wasn't a shotgun, waiting on the other side for that to go all awry when you do know that you have that sight control. You have those smokes available too to even smoke off that angle, but very well done on the side of Carmine Core. Some individual moments to net them the first round in a while.
See if they can do it again. Okay, Alkia getting activated nice and early with the op. Gate crash back to safety. And this could bring the half back to an even state for KC if they can continue to capitalize, but GX going to feel some pressure in just a moment. Orbital strike available, or utility even available, but we'll just get the info and fall away. Looking to set up to play retake with the numbers. Sarah going forward, Steel Garden, getting rid of all those primaries and allowing GX a whole bunch of space. There's that orbital invested just to delay the plant and allow the rotations to come through.
Dimensional drift available here. Alkia is going to go for that scouting, relay the information to the rest of Giant X on this, or on KC for this Giant X positioning.
Good amount of info scouted out. And Eva wants that U-Haul control, knowing that there could be a few members coming this direction. Oh, just trying to pre-fire that one up, but KC taking every single name. Ness 1v4. You wouldn't read about it, you wouldn't hear about it, but you might even see about it. What the hell is going on, Ness? How are you managing to bring this one back? Crosshair in the right spot, but the final shot not going to be hit this time. Glance saves it for KC.
Just by the skin of her teeth, too, down to 23 health, but that was insane. Like, Ness is just flicking across her screen to find that 3K, and for Carmine Core, they've got to be happy with getting this round. They wanted it to be a little bit more comfortable, though, that's for sure, considering it was a 1v4 situation. But seeing Alkia activating early on with that operator like you were talking about, that's what we expect from a duelist player like her. She's always been so consistent, especially on that Yoru with the op. Just being able to have those quick openings and the fast reposition is what you want to be seeing from her on the defense.
I'll find you.
On through the telly, just clearing out the backside of the bathrooms. And just sort of feigning that presence that Alkia may be there once again. But it is just a more passive approach from KC, who are hoping that GX may take the bait and go a bit more aggressive towards B. There is the stack here, there's the numbers, and Smurfette is just looking to open things up. That fuse has ticked so far already for the showstopper, just sending it towards elbow, taking a lot of space, and hoping that Sophia has no idea that she is here. GX towards that single box on site is going to be able to find one, but then with the trade game looking a little better for GX, they might be able to take full site control. However, no one able to hear a thing. Toki takes another name, and it's Glance and Anasilia to try and make this retake work. Glance with a quick one. He's going to send that haunt forward, try to get as much info on the two remaining GX players as possible. But those Seekers giving so much information over to Giant X.
Yeah, being able to get off of sight here as well, avoiding that Steel Garden.
Last player standing.
Ooh,
that was
Toki. Yeah, greeting for the incense. And towards the top side. Eva with a flash to play with. It's a full stick, a glance. No, she's tucked away to the corner. Oh, wrangles that one the whole way through. And Eva, there was nothing she could have done to stop that except just run it down a little faster. Oh, that one's going to sting there for Giant X.
It definitely is. Like, just these little mishaps here, right? Pulling out that incendiary, trying to bide that time. But knowing also that they should be anticipating that KC are going for such a fast flood, considering that Steel Garden that's coming through. Just then the plant not being planted for Hookah with the reposition. The vision was there, but it really required Toki to stay alive in that moment. Final round of the half here now. We're seeing constant shifts. That positioning, Alkia so consistent with these openers here on the operator.
think they've managed to convert every single round where she's managed to find those picks. So we'll see if KC can make history repeat itself, or if Giant X are going to be able to win the 4v5 this time.
It just also changes the positioning, or the timing so much here, right? With Ava being down, they don't have that initiator utility to find the information necessary on these executions, and it really slows things down. Ships in the night there on that A site here as well.
Yeah, the timing was real weird. They managed to get through with the screen towards U-Hauls, but you can see that KC are very aware of that, so they've just opted for the bathrooms control to posture for the retake if needed, although they could get collapsed upon. GX, they need to find the bathrooms control, and things get real awkward now because the spike is in the hands of KC. Player advantage, or make it even 2.
30 seconds left.
And a full rotation around, but there's a collateral? A Guardian collat to close us out at the half. What a way to end it.
One enemy remaining.
Six apiece at the half, and as we head into the second, I don't know which way this is going to go, but KC doing God's work to bring that back.
They absolutely did. You called it out too. Alkia on that operator was the huge difference maker for Carmine Core. Giant X had started things off with that 6-2 lead, and then 4 rounds in a row for the defenders. Now swapping sides though. We're going to see a little bit of the difference in how KC are going to be able to play this a bit more dynamically here on the attacking side, with Alkia having a bit more of that self-sustain on that Yoru. Meanwhile, Smurfette, she's kind of consistently tied to being paired up with Ava, right? To have that additional support, those flashes to enable her. Still playing with the pack, though, here on the side of Carmine for that quick showers control coming out early.
Let's see who ends up taking it. Zafia ready. Giant X making sure they don't go too hard, not too early, just waiting for that flash to come through first, and it's an easy pick, full crunch on the bathrooms, but that means that there's going to be a weakness elsewhere. In KC, they are looking for just that, and Asilia hoping that the spray towards the garden is going to be able to make this one work, but it's Hookah that they have to worry about now. There's the spike, and 3 members from KC are quickly making their way into sight.
Spike.
Let's see if Sarah's going to be able just to play the passive approach. Ooh. In the sky smoke, wants to go forward and help out Smurfette, who's going forward there on site, who doesn't need a helping hand at all. Lovely couple of picks coming through, and Asilia left in a 1v4 after getting that trade out. It's a big ask for any individual. High-low setup, Smurfette as well. Wants another, but she'll get taken out. 4 points of health.
30 seconds left.
Surely there is not a way. Surely there is not a world. Hit that shot onto Ava as well. But it wasn't enough for another kill. GX, take the pistol.
Got a little dodgy there. They were giving those ones, like playing that high-low and then shifting into the swing. I think for the side of Giant X, we saw the strength in Sarah's setup here with that toxic screen, also really chopping up that timing for the attackers in Carmine Core to actually get that hookah and having that decay apply there as well. And it was such a fast rotation to be called from the defenders. They weren't expecting so many bodies to already be on site, maybe into CT, but not already having slipped back on. Immediate showers pressure to be shown here on the side of Giant X. That investment of a flash and then rotation from Ava. Slot back into U-Haul.
Just taking it slow and feeling out the round. Smurfette, similarly to what we were seeing from Alkia, happy just to play these long, deep lines all the way through bathrooms. And Glenn's just doing as much as possible to try and draw attention that direction. Alkia just trying to find an angle somewhere with the Outlaw to get an opening. And it looks like it's going to be back towards the bathrooms. If she can get this pick onto Smurfette, that's a gun available. There it is. Okay. Extra gun retrievable. And Giant X, they don't want to be getting eco mega lolled here because that would be detrimental to the mental and the economy.
Absolutely would be. Now they're shifting back over towards that B side after showing so much pressure.
30 seconds left.
The rotation to be called from Ness here on the side of Giant X as well. Sarah in this Suka position will hear that wall once it does get triggered. Steps up from wall. Diabolical.
Timing of the wall was absolutely perfect to lay and by that time for the rotation. GX is looking okay. 4 seconds to plant. Ness just needs to try and stop that from happening. Spike on the ground and the last kills found. Sheriff getting the job done. And Ness again standing tall and getting it done for GX.
Constant heroics from that utility as well, just finding so much impact for Giant X's defense, like really being able to divvy up the team. They didn't expect that diagonal wall placement, really chopped up their timing of trying to get over that all together, and the vines well placed there as well. All thanks to the comms that they've got coming over from Sarah. Now for KC though, full weaponry in hand headed into this round. We've seen the conditioning that's been done for the showers control. Casey looking to contest that a little deeper this time. Hefty investment already from that Fade util.
Alkia getting in front of the incense. Ooh, almost caught that timing. The chip damage on a Toki. I'm looking for a wallbang. Sliding light, going to put Smurfette on the line, who gets more damage done with the Outlaw. They're going to be very happy with the two-player advantage. It's just a matter of where do they go now.
Options running dry, considering their B insert got taken down. So really, they don't have any information on what's going on the other side of the map. It is really good right now here from GX.
Plant the spike.
Bait out the push at some point, Toki.
Last player standing.
Try and hit him with the stimmy. Drawing attention that direction as GX is left in an awkward position. Too many players to get past. And Giant X will be able to lock in 9. So, very hefty lead. What's that? The bonus round 1 as well. So you couldn't have asked for too much more already to kick off the second.
The bonus round's so hefty because of the couple of pistols that they're on in what was their anti-eco too, right? So that reinvestment, guaranteeing that they could keep this lead going here on the side of Giant X and break that economy. A very similar situation to what we saw the first couple of rounds of defense. Just it starts a little bit earlier this time since Giant X picked up that second pistol. The showers control has been something that KC have been going for consistently round for round now, baiting out that Vice wall with the clone. At least open up their options a little bit later. Look at the walk up here for Giant X. They know that everybody on KC is looking at it.
Good hit.
Oh, Ness knows.
My blind is dead.
They're shooting straight between the sticks there. And the Razorvine going to slow her in an awkward position. With that orb going down, it gives her a chance to draw attention away from Sarah. The Dream Team getting it done. Shorty picked up, and that's the round already. An instant retake on the site. KC getting nothing here in the 16th.
No, absolutely collapsed on. But for Carbine Core, they've got to be at least happy with getting that plant initiated there on the Ego just to bump up that money situation a little bit. But it feels like I don't know. For the side of Carmine Corp, we're not seeing really a lot of depth in the approach to how they're looking to attack here and execute on Bind. It's been that constant showers control. Now we're seeing a shift, finally, from Carmine Corp, something a little bit different right at the top of the rounds here with the stack leaning towards this B side. But you can also see Giant X, this is a great read being called out, a forward play onto short, and then the heavy contention of VLORANT.
Looking for the orb control, but Sarah denied the pit. Heads up from KC to realize that that's what Giant X were looking to go for. But in the meanwhile, big pick over towards the A site with the aggression straight down short.
That's with Safia was on the off angle there as well, and Smurfette still being able to find that success. Showstopper online here for Giant X too. Aside of KC, you've got to have your eyes on GX with the orbital strike to potentially make a play to zone out these players or even get a pick at best here.
That's just full tucking, knowing that there is the setup towards long. Doesn't have to overface or give away the player advantage. Might get an info that someone's still here, but that wall now going to be heard by GX.
Oh, this
so she'll just wait it down, time it out, and hope that the fake out is going to be enough. Gets attention on the position of these two Giant X members, falling back into a site setup. 20 on the clock, where do you go? Like, where can you go? There's nowhere else to go except out into all that utility, into everything that's in front of you. And Eva going to be happy just to stand there with the shorty and buy these precious seconds. There is no time to plant. There is not a chance for KC. And this is looking completely different to the last time these two teams faced on Vine.
Yeah, it's looking about the opposite
30 seconds left.
Of the scoreline that we saw last time around. I think that was like a 13-7 for the likes of KC, so
I think the difference is, even though it didn't go well for Giant X last time, right, they've picked into it just to allow KC to start on the defense. And because they've started on the defense instead of the attack, there's a weird thing called counter-stratting, right, that you might be familiar with at this level of gameplay towards the top level. And because they've played it so many times, like KC's played Bind a lot recently, there's a lot of info to go off. So Giant X seems like they've just fully figured out exactly how KC like to play that defense and now like to play their attack. And they've just restructured and changed a few things since the last time they faced. And it's working wonderfully. That or you've just got Smurfette Smurfine because she's going crazy. Eva, Ness, like you can pick a name on this team. There's a deviation of like 8 kills between them, which is great to see.
yeah, I think you definitely have to give a nod to the individual performances on the side of Giant X, but it's a huge shout as well, just having a lot of that recent tape, understanding how Carmine Corp really like to approach Bind here, and that understanding of just, I think, the general familiarity between these two teams with how many times they've played up against each other, how well these players know each other in these iterations of these rosters. Getting back towards this A site. That's tough. I mean, we didn't even really get the point of view there to see Smurfette actually land that first blood. But with the upwards angle, I think maybe just saw somebody's noggin off the top of the screen there.
Okay, in center by time. Things looking incredibly unlikely for KC. But we'll see if they can stand up to the adversity. Already losing all that armor. Anasilia in a rough spot. And the Stingers, not usually the thing to get it done, but again, that tap just baiting out as much info as possible. I think they got 3 players spamming that smoke. So they know what is that stack. And instead of rotating back towards B, they're just going to go for the showers approach instead, knowing that it was an aggressive approach from the defenders.
Aware that they've got Alkia inserted there as well.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Stinger getting under the crosshair of Toki there with the crouch peek. Alkia, we're going to activate on the front side of sight, just wrapping around.
Spike down.
Making it work. KC bringing it back to the 2v2, although things getting awkward as all hell. Eva going to be tucking away in a classic. Surely not. Oh, no. Not like this for GX. KC, even going to rip that gate crash, dimensional drift rather, and spot the final player. That's Ness. Tapping, waiting, and has a good read on Safia's position as well. That's where Alkia came out of the ultimate.
Such a nice crossfire that's being set up here.
Unwinnable for sure. Although,
Thrifty.
Ness going to give it a good crack again. Always keeping us guessing after what we've seen from her today. But KC,
Yeah, it feels like
they get it done before it's too late.
feels like you never know if she's gonna have one of those like 180 flicks to be able to take out both, depending on the timing. She's been playing so incredibly well, but really got to give a nod to how Casey adapted into the mid round there. Off the back of Alkia's insert over into U-Haul, the wrap back around showers to overwhelm with those numbers, knowing that they would be focused more on that short positioning. Now this lean back over towards B. Consistent changes from Giant X in the hands of Ness as well here with where that Vice utility is being placed. We've seen those moments of it being a little bit more aggressive into B long. Now going back to that diagonal wall that is so awkward to bait out because it forces you to take a little bit more of that front sight control on the attacking side instead of just having it very easily sniffed out in Octagon. Then you got the added layer of that Viper's Pit denying that lurk potential with that toxic screen here on A.
Scout destroyed.
They're going to bathrooms anyway. Smurfette happy to stand in their way, drop the boom bot for the info. There should be two members here with someone grabbing the orb, someone shooting the bot. They're going to drop a Viper's Pit of their own. Smurfette can't see a damn thing, but she'll just run in blind and deny that ultimate as well as the map space.
And that's the whole ruse discovered here, right? Like, there was that fake play that they were trying to pull out here for the side of KC, have the rotation, pull those rotates over, but they didn't see anybody else in showers. Still the delay here with the Vice with 20 seconds left. We've seen this before.
This time, Fake Out going to at least put that wall up. And Asilia can't lock on to Hookah this time, and things getting a little awkward. Sarah going to be able to stop that cross to sight, and the time is gone. No chance at a plan if no one's living, and Sarah gets a huge 4-piece to put GX on 12.
For Giant X, match point on their map pick here has got to feel good, especially considering the fact that last time around it was a very similar but opposite scoreline for these two teams. That's 2 rounds now, Mac, that we've seen KC fall prey to that time with that pivot back towards B really late. Not enough time on the clock, and having all of that Vice util still not dealt with earlier in that round available to delay.
Again, it just boils down to, you know, tiny mistakes. KC, they went and dropped that hit towards bathrooms, but with that push from Smurfette, she should never have been allowed to get that aggressive through the orb through the pit with everything going on. A heroic effort out of her to get all that information and allow the numbers back towards that B site. This round, however, not looking too much better for KC. Buying everything that they can in what should be now the final round of map 1. Safia and Alkia unable to find those openings, and a 3v5 surely going to be that much harder than the 4v5. As seen before, Sarah coming in with the flash, just looking for, okay, a couple of big picks. Ness on 2 points of health. If she falls, maybe we're cooking. Maybe KC can make this one happen. Razorvine's not going to be popped just yet. GX in the middle of the tube. Oh, finds an angle. 1 bullet on the Ness will bring this back to the 2v2, but won't be able to find it. Ness, a huge effort to get all this damage done. Flash on the front of sight. Eva tucked in the cutout.
I have the spike.
And Anasilia left in the 1v3
left.
to close, just looking where she needs to point her nose, but she can't sniff him out this time. Ness, the 4K hold on the B site is more than enough for Giant X to take map 1 and put it in their back pocket.
13-7 win here for Giant X, and that's tough for Carmine Core. They're only able to net a singular round on the attack. Really struggling, I think, to deal with a lot of Sarah and Ness's utility there on defense early on. We didn't really see the protocoling that we would have expected, understanding the composition that Giant X were running.
I loved it though. It was great to see it completely turning around. They used the last couple of vetoes against them, and they've managed to take, you know, one of their weaker maps out, moving into the next. So that map being theirs, you know, KC at least get to move into something maybe a bit more comfortable in that second map. But Bind, it provided the goods, it provided the entertainment, and that's what we're all here to see.
That's definitely for sure. I think when it comes down to that Abyss too, though, Mac, it gets a little bit interesting considering the fact that it is another map where you have a lot more of that tape here on the side of KC, and we saw how well the anti-stratting that you were talking about there was working here for Giant X here on Bind. But again, it was such a close first half that we saw Giant X. They started off with that 6-2 lead before KC were able to wrap things up 6-6. The struggle on the attacking side is something that we're going to need to see those adjustments here in this elimination matchup here, considering everything that's on the line.
Everything that's been going down, it is a little bit crazy, a little bit hectic, and I can't wait to hear after the break what the desk have to say about this one, because it was just the script completely flipped. So let's send it to the break, and we'll see you just after that with the desk.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, baby, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel.
Matchup will unfortunately be done with their season. Winner will be advancing next. But first things first, Billy. GX, they managed to win their own map pick. It started off what felt like a bit of a back and forth, but somewhere along the way, GX just found that momentum and kept going.
Yeah, and KC needed it to not be a back and forth in the very start of that. I think I kind of hinted at it in the map veto that they really needed to be able to get as many rounds on defense as possible, especially with the kind of composition that they were playing. Obviously, only being able to get one round on the attack is not ideal for them, but also kind of what we expected. So yeah, a little bit difficult for them to end up letting that one slip.
Yeah, not a great situation to be in, but also in AMI, what we have to take into consideration is that first of all, it's not their map pick, and also second of all, we still saw glimpses of what KC can do. Round 5, I feel like, was a great example, but also it was lacking of discipline.
Yeah, the round fight is more of like what they can and shouldn't do, I feel like, because they invested too much into this round. We've seen them win some thrifties, but this wasn't one of them because they were just like over-invested. We've seen the Brim ult coming in, we've seen the Fade ult coming in, and it was so early on in the round where GX could just TP back to a different side and just have a free plant, and that's exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, that brings me kind of back to the point of like the lack of discipline that we have been seeing. What felt like from both of these rosters at the beginning, yet GX was able to kind of like bring it back more towards the end.
Yeah, which is kind of what we expect when we look at the core of Giant X, right, that have been together for a long time. I think that round in particular from KC almost looked like you could see what they were trying to do with the ultimates. I mean, they had a C's going with that Brim ult as well. Like, you could see the layers of utility that they were trying to use to be able to get those picks, but it just didn't really work. Like Inami said, it was a bit of an overinvestment from them. And I think Giant X overall just looking much more disciplined and being able to play into those mistakes that KC were making.
Yeah, for sure. I think for, if anything, like from KC side of things, this was kind of the map where I expected them to, or the series, so to say, where I expected them to show us that they have learned from mistakes of overconfidence, of over-investing, of maybe not necessarily having that discipline that we saw last time when they played G2 Gozen. But to me, Bind, again, I also want to highlight it was GX's map pick, but historically they also have a good history on it. So I expected this to be a little bit closer. But GX also didn't make things easy for them, especially Billy when we are looking at Ness and how she was performing this time around.
Ness was absolutely exceptional. You look at that 4K where she closes out the map, you look at the clutch where she almost wins a 1v4 as well. Like, she just looks on fire today. And I think as well, something that we need to highlight is the fact that she's IGLing on Sentinel. She's someone that was previously playing that kind of initiator role where we see Eva and Ness both playing initiator. And I think her moving on to that Sentinel more recently in this stage has allowed the team so much more flexibility when it comes to deciding what those kind of compositions are going to be. But honestly, to open up the map in the series like this, insane work from her.
Yeah, it's just hopefully only going to go up and up. But I think as well, we have to hope the same thing from Karmine Corps, because it is a team that we have necessarily always seen in the finals. This usually is a grand finals, by the way, but just want to hammer at home, it is a lower bracket game, so the loser does end their season here. It doesn't mean that they're not going to Game Changers champs, because they have both qualified for this. Which, if I'm touching upon this like lightly, but it does feel like it has allowed both of these rosters to take their foot off the gas, Inami.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing more, like, less under pressure. Sarah mentioned this on her interview, and I think we've got the same feeling also from Anicilia, that there is less pressure here coming into this game because you already made it to champs. That's the goal, is to win the champs, but they also want to make it to the LAN. So maybe there is more pressure on the KC coming into this map, especially since like next map is their pick. We've seen them struggle a little on attack, and next map they're starting again on attack on a comp that's a little interesting for them. So yeah, excited to see if they will be able to come back into this series.
Yeah, next map pick specifically, Billy, is going to be Abyss. And when we're looking at the stage 3 history of both of these rosters on that map, it hasn't really been going well for GX. They've played it once so far to stage, and that wasn't a win by any means. However, KC, it's more of a 50-50. So for me, the fact that they are comfortable picking this map means that we could potentially be expecting something a little different.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, I'm not reading into it too much because it was a group stage game where they played this map, and of course they've had a slight roster change since then, so I'm intrigued to see if they stick with the same composition and move Toki over to the smokes and Smurfette into the duelist role as we've seen throughout. But I think for KC, actually, the pressure's on them, right? They want to be able to hopefully go for that third title this year, and when you do look at the record being 50-50, of course, the fact that they lost it against G2 the other day is a little bit concerning from them. And I think as well, the composition, as Inami kind of alluded to as well, is interesting for KC. We get to see Alkia jump onto that Omen, which is intriguing for me. I'm wondering if they're playing it in a kind of way in which you would see the Omen on Icebox previously, quite aggressive, more as a duelist rather than your smokes. And they also have an Astra for smokes. So yeah, going for that double bubble approach, I'm intrigued to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, likewise, but also want to highlight the fact that they've played this against G2 Inami, so for me that feels in combination with what we've heard from KC during the interview, where they're saying, yes, we know what mistakes we made, we know where it went wrong, we fixed those, we're going to come into this better than we did last time around. if anything, to me, that says that they are comfortable picking this map because they have kind of like, I don't want to say counter-stratted themselves, but really dug deep into how they approached it against G2, which mistakes they made and where it went wrong.
Yeah, I'm curious also to see if they will be having any kind of changes coming into this map, because this is their chance to like make it to the next step. So maybe we'll see them bringing in something new. Maybe we'll see them bringing some changes, because last time they played it versus G2 exactly, it was a slower approach when it comes to attack. So that's not something you want to be doing against GX on this map. So I'm hopeful that they will be bringing something new into this map today.
I think as well, if you're KC, you want to show that you're comfortable. Like, even though you lost that map against G2 Gozen the other day, you don't want it to look as though it's a flaw in your map pool. So being able to get as many reps on things that you might have found weaknesses for you ahead of GCC, being able to get that actual official rep when you actually need it is probably more valuable.
Absolutely, that's also like quite different when we're looking at, you know, they're going to be scrimming for ahead of GCC, of course, but there's never going to be the same pressure as when you are playing an official, and it's a very different environment as well. Why KC really should be pushing this as far as they possibly can to get into that grand final, because again, we've already touched upon it earlier today, that lack of LAN experience for quite a handful of their players could be something that comes back to bite them. GIANTX is not necessarily in that same boat. They've already been to LAN together as a team. They know what it's like. They know the environment. They know the pressure. They know the adaptations, and that LAN is a completely different beast. But for Garmin Core to be able to go all that way, they first have to win their own map pick, which you'd hope they'd be able to do, Billy, considering, again, it is their map pick, but they are on the back foot. And if anything, with the agent select now as well coming through, this is kind of where we're going to get the first glimpses at whether or not it's going to be what we're expecting.
Yeah, and they are sticking with that double bubble, and I think because GIANTX have made changes here, instantly my eyes gravitate towards them. They've actually got Toki, and they're also... Yeah, hold on. They're also approaching this double bubble. I don't know if this is a first-time Omen for Ness. I know that she has played Viper in the past, but based off memory, can't remember the last time I actually saw Ness on an Omen, so that's definitely going to be intriguing. And Sarah on the Yoru as well. What do you make of this, Inami?
I'm super surprised to see Sarah on Euro, because we didn't see her, I think, on Duelist since back in like G2 before they got into champs. It was like back into the stages. So that's super interesting. I think that's where my focus will be in this map, because I've never seen her on it for a while. She's been playing Senti for the longest period. So maybe she picks up on what could be like some advantages to be taken against KC for this map.
What's even more interesting to me is that these changes have come through taking into consideration the fact that Smurfette is now back on the roster and they didn't have too much time in terms of playing together. So I am absolutely looking forward to Abyss, see how this plays out. So we're not going to hold you back any longer because our casters are also ready, Ash and Magnet.
Thank you, Janiro. Let's have a quick chat about what's going on here. We got double duelists, double controller, Ash. What's your quick take on that one? Because I just see them just going forward.
Yeah, I think this is it's a dangerous one, right? High risk, high reward with this composition, because you're going to be playing a lot of that push and pull, trying to go for a lot of that control, especially starting out on that defensive side first. They've got to be able to apply that pressure, find that space early on into these rounds, into the mid rounds. On top of that, just to be able to have that information based on that positioning here. But for Carmine Core, their comp, it's also going to allow them to run some of those like slower defaults. They're going to be able to look to punish those aggressive defensive side plays here from GIANTX.
Let's see what we get. It's definitely a attack-oriented composition. So we might see a lot of W pressing from GIANTX, a lot of stacks. Although for the pistol, much more passive approach. Heavy presence at mid. Looking for that fast rotation to either site, and Toki has been timed, although didn't really matter. Managed to take her one. The A site has been lost in the meanwhile. So we'll see if the retake will be successful. Oh, GX going to get good control towards the tower. As Sarah cannot swing with the Sheriff. It's Smurfette to try and get it done. Hunting through the cyber cage, not going to be able to connect. Things getting very awkward here for the defenders. Although it's Ness and Smurfette, and these two heavy hitters might be able to make it happen. GX on the tower side, just looking from above. Trying to play the high-low with Anasilia, who wants to flash her way forward. Info on the first, and maybe that second member.
Oh, smoke to go out there as well, just to cut off that ability to play the contact play, and down to a 1v2.
not fully aware of this position. Gravity well, gonna buy time, and there it is. Contact made. GX's head has been spotted. Now the cover from Smurfette. It's usually pretty good, and it'll be more than enough. 4 big picks on the retake. And Smurfette gonna be happy with that, as Giant X will take a pistol.
Talked about these 2 heavy hitters, and those are 2v2s where you don't want to be facing up against that duo in Ness and Smurfette either. They've played together so consistently, constantly on the same rosters. They have so much experience, so much synergy and chemistry between those two, and either of them always capable of making a play down in numbers there, like we saw coming out from Smurfette.
Biggie Sova.
Just getting the job done bit by bit, but now let's see Carmine Core going to be able to make this happen. Minimal investment, just glance with the Ghost. Everyone else happy to rock the classics, play better util.
Here. Just waiting
We'll see
to
what
see
Giant X are going to be able to bring in here to make it look easy.
I think the camera that we see in this round being defaulted here by Sophia, just waiting, understanding that win condition of Giant X, and maybe not necessarily the anti-eco round, but the fact that they are going to go for a little bit of that information, that push and pull, right? Maybe anticipating that walk-up. Doesn't happen because they want to ensure that they're playing safe here with these weapons.
Fine. But Smurfette able to continue fighting for herself. Backed up by the Rift on Bolt, and in the meanwhile, it is just a full-on mop-up. Ness again with a big triple. Her and Smurfette getting it done on the B site. And was that 5 alive at the end? Yeah. Beautifully done.
Such good micro awareness. And you see the turn away from that flash dash back there as well, and then Ness playing that anti towards back sight, able to clean things up like you had been talking about. But Carmine Core, you can already see in the first 2 rounds, they have that understanding of how they're expecting this Giant X composition to work, right? First 2 rounds, we haven't seen that same conditioning that you would maybe expect from that double duelist.
Oh, hang on. Ness with the aggression. Just shadow stepping at the opponents, going in with the flashes. And it's beautiful. Get that opening pick, although Smurfette, however, unable to make that happen. Camera, unfortunate positioning there from Safia.
That first moment there over towards A main also was almost like something out of the playbook of Carmine Core. When you see Alkia on that Omen on defense, like they have those pop flash plays alongside Anasilia to get aggressive, and it just like a little preview of what we can expect also from the other teams. So very cool stuff that we're seeing from Giant X. This walk up here from Sarah, garnering a lot of information, but Casey, they're creeping up and walking through spot.
Oh, come on!
Sarah falling there makes this round that much harder. At least gets the info for Giant X, and they can put Ness and Eva in the right position. Toki is a long rotate away. So we'll see if KC can get this done with the 4v2 on the A site. Swinging through Ness, however, she's still alive. I don't think she's died yet. And she's just going to keep on taking names, putting them on the tally, putting them on the hit list. As Glance and GX... Oh, they're not ready for the wraparound on that right side. It looks way too easy for Giant X. Ness with another 4K. Starting the round off with the pick and then closing it as well.
7-0 for the IGL on the side of Giant X. The desk was just highlighting how incredible of a performance she had on Bind as that Vice. And the fact that we hadn't seen her on the Omen in a hot minute either.
Yeah.
But she's looking definitely very good. Such a great understanding of the utility that she's trying to throw out to support herself, and delay for the team for those rotations here as well. And we're seeing also the constant shifts from Giant X on the defense. You kind of, on the side of KC, you're always guessing as to who's going to be playing on which side.
All in for KC. Going hard, going fast, and Alkia going right around the backside of sight, trying to deny Ness any extra map control, but she ain't missing anything at the moment. Still yet to fall. 9 kills and looking for more. 2v3. Oh, GX. Needs to hit those ones. Glance as well in a very tough to fight position. And with the 1v3, GX thought maybe she had a bit more time to reposition, but it just goes from bad to worse. Giant X winning the bonus, winning the following, and KC just unable to get a foothold here in Abyss so far.
Such an insane start here for Giant X. 4-0 on the map pick of Carmine Core, where they were praised previously for the innovation with this composition, with how aggressively they're able to play off the backs of Alkia and Acelia, usually the playmakers on the attacking side. But I think with this comp too, there are also those questions of how many layers can you really have? What is the depth that you can find, considering its limitations, when you don't have that duelist, you don't have that dive player that's going to be able to make that space?
I must wait a moment.
I think that's also why we see Giant X playing a little bit more passive than you would expect with the double duelist too. They have that understanding where they don't have to be getting aggressive to find those first picks when they could just try and starve
Cover going out.
Carmine Core of that space, of that information in the early round.
The full collapse on mid. Giant X crunching. Dealing with Alkia and Anacilia like it's nothing. With the two-player advantage again, it's just going to go from bad to worse for KC. So many smokes that they got to walk through just to walk out towards that A site. And that's the power of the double controller, right? They sort of act as a pseudo-sentinel by just denying the ability for these attackers to want to go through blind. And you're looking at, what, with Anacilia down, there's no flashes. They have to go through those smokes dry.
Everyone hiding.
Another pick for Safia could keep them in the round. But they'll need to find Smurfette here, who is feeling it with the op.
30 seconds left.
Pulling out the blades.
One enemy remaining.
On the split approach, KC unable to trade that one. Going high, but not this time. Glance 1v3 to clutch.
No time to work with here either. There's just going to be another round here for Giant X. 5-0. It's those moments that you see from Smurfette as well while she's getting collapsed on that B site, where she's just so good in those micro plays. Just understanding, yeah, she might get scanned, but she's still going to try and take that timing to re-peek with the operator, just trusting herself on that jet pick there as well. For Carmine Core, Mac, I'm kind of surprised that actually the timeout is coming out at this point. I thought it would have been maybe a little bit earlier. Granted, that could also mean that perhaps they were just happy with the calling and it just hasn't been going their way and didn't really feel the need to take that extensive time until round 6.
Ideas-wise, I feel like KC aren't necessarily doing the wrong thing. They just are getting caught off, time after time. The mid-crunch worked really well. Giant X were fully ready for KC to be trying to send it through the middle of the map, but then also like Ness against their first gun round, just getting up in their face with the flashes over towards A main. It's just, it feels like Giant X are just picking the perfect point in every round to be disruptive to KC's plan. And off the back of it, KC just aren't able to hit the crucial trades, the crucial picks to allow themselves to get a round on the board. That being said, look at his attack side, and I swear historically Abyss is like fully attack-sided, right? And that's not what we're seeing right now.
I think it does get harder when you're running the double controller, no duelist composition on the side of KC. It's a bit tougher to try and like have that player that's going to be the playmaker on attack. Let's see what this mid walk-up's going to yield here for Carmine Core.
Smoke going down again. Fake out. Straight in behind enemy lines. It's a 3-for-2. Finally, KC winning the trade game, but can they win the round? That's what everyone wants to know. And do they know that Ness is still alive? Oh, caught with util in hand. And finally, she goes down. Her first death after 5 rounds.
Spike planted.
She started 10-0. Insane for the IGL. I mean,
that's my IGL.
No, for real. Like, you really couldn't ask for more.
Well, let's see if Smurfette can keep it clean in the round count. 1v3. At this point, everything working out for Giant X. What's another one? Side burst. Gonna make this a little harder for the T's to fight for, but the attackers get it done. And GX will get that first on the round. KC happy with how that one went, and it feels like off the back of the tactical, everyone was a bit more ready for this crunch at mid. You can see KC were already deeper towards the top of mid, able to deal with the split from either way that Giant X were fighting from. But it's going to be another hard one, and then maybe another hard one after that, because the economy for Giant X is looking pretty damn healthy.
It really is. For Carmine Core, it's about if they can chain these rounds together. Sure,
Cover going out.
maybe a splash in the pond for now with the 1, but can they get that momentum finally started here on attack? No support here for Smurfette on this B site, solo with the operator in hand. Having to drop from the angle with the drone to clear her out here from Glance too.
Ripping ults, trying to make their way into site. Smurfette, no tailwind available to get out of dodge. The suppression, winning this one already for KC. So heavy investment, but heavy success off the back of it. You love to see it, but look who's alive. At this point, you can definitely not counter out. Although with her position spotted, things get a little awkward. Recon Bolt revealing her completely. And at this point, you probably just want to call it into a save. You got this Phantom, you got 3 players able to go for the full buy in the next. And you just relinquish one more round. So 2 found for Carmine Core. A very aggressive initial part of the round, and the success is there to follow. I think also we got 3 ults still available for KC after a round like that. So it's good to see that Anacelia ripping that one is able to convert another.
To be able to carry 4 of those rifles over, like this is, they really couldn't ask for more, I think, to find that success, especially when we were talking about that economic situation. Trying to take as many of those rifles into those following rounds, and KC, this seems like a good read so far. They're looking to put that early pressure over at A main. You've got a solo Nest trying to hold down the fort, but that's not what they're planning on ending, right? You see GX hovering very deep outside of B, waiting for this fake to take place alongside that Cosmic Divide before making that full pivot and rotation back over.
Well, Ness and Sarah teaming up again to get it done towards the A side of the map, but it's the B side that they have to worry about. However, 2-player advantage makes it super easy for the retake on paper. Let's see if they can get it done. And let's see if KC are going to be able to keep on going forward. They need to take a little bit of extra space. Aldrone across the top. Here's and finds 3. It's going to be an all-in brawl. This time KC happy to throw a couple of haymakers that direction. And Carmine Core bring it right back again. Ness in a 1v3. Going to have a sniff, but this time on the flank. And GX all ready for this position. With Ness being spotted. Unwinnable. Not this time. Looking like Carmine Core are quickly fighting their way back into the game. And that tactical, which I guess in the end was well timed, seems to have sorted Carmine Core out.
Yeah, I'd love to know what the conversation was. Maybe if we do get a chance, depending on which way this series ends up blowing, we'll get to maybe find out what the conversation was after that 0-5 start for Carmine Core. But Giant X to respond with the timeout of their own, not wanting to allow this lead to slip away from them. I want to give KC a lot of credit for that set play, right? It was really nice fake that we saw towards that A site, but also kudos to Giant X, how they're actually trying to re-clear through that Cosmic Divide. Like, they got an immediate understanding that it was that fake, that they're actually creeping up on B. It was just that the timing for that retake, KC were so quick to fight into spawn and catch Giant X off guard.
Yeah, the library push definitely winning that one for them. Everyone happy to fight off the back of the Aldrone, just clearing out the smokes. But we'll see if anything changes here for Giant X, because of course having a quick chat themselves just to try to figure things out and try to stem the bleeding before KC get too far ahead of themselves and too far back into the game. Although, as we can see, it is just Sheriffs and Mid Armor coming through for Giant X.
Yeah, but it's Game Changers, Mac. We cannot count these players out when you see the Sheriffs in their hands. It's been such a staple, in particular, in this scene.
That's true. We've already seen a few rounds this series where the pistols come out on top. The Sheriffs still have a lot of bite with that bark.
Slow and measured
Smurfette.
default.
I like this. Pushing up mid. And might be able to catch a perfect timing here as well.
Still so ready for it. You can see the double hold just a little bit further back on that off angle. Opting for bends here. GX just in time for that re-clear.
Camera taken out.
I thought Smurfette was on for one, but sometimes the accuracy on the zip line is quite crazy. And there it is. GX spotting the rotations across. And in the meanwhile, numbers have been seen towards that B site. Paranoia for Ness to try to fight for herself, but she will not be allowed. Glance denies her the chance. And Alkia looking to potentially rotations. Good couple of sheriff shots. That's a rifle retrievable. So potential to do financial damage, but I don't know if the round is here for the taking. Tower control and heavy presence all through vents, all back towards mid. Hang on.
Standing ahead.
Recon bolt. Gonna give the extra info, but 2 players. There's gonna be too many to get past. Toki in the meanwhile gonna be able to take another name, but at this point, KC, they just want to lock this one in. Get the info. With that dart there, it is unwinnable. Toki trying to take it out of her, but gets shot straight through the smoke. Looking pretty easy there for KC, but Giant X at least able to farm up a couple of extra ult orbs.
Now only 1 round away from tying things up. Man, that's not also the first time that we've seen GX get away with that. I feel like there have been a couple of kills where we see her just popping up halfway through that rope and finding that accuracy that is necessary. But the IGLs on either side have had such great performances here on Abyss, topping the leaderboard for both their teams. For Giant X, this is where we're looking to have that timeout come to fruition. As far as maybe some success and cutting up these rounds that KC have been able to chain together. Cosmic Divide immediately thrown towards this B site, and the TP from the Shadows committed to here from Alkia.
Yeah, Smurfette between a rock and a hard place. Let's see if she can fight her way out, but the timing from that push from Safia, too much to deal with. Okay, blindside. Sarah goes through with it, but it looks like it's a little too far gone now. Giant X, it was a beautiful start to the map, but KC tying this one up and looking just to keep the guns alive. 5-5 going to be the scoreline after this one ends. Big question now is, can Giant X keep a few more Vandals across to the next?
Yeah, they're hunting for them, that is for certain.
1 enemy remaining.
I don't know if they expect
Toki to live here.
Okay. The little beta, you know, they guarantee that it'd take it out of their hands, but man, Lance is so funny to watch. Exactly.
She's just jumping for joy.
1 enemy remaining.
But I think that also tells you a little bit about like the vibes here on the side of Carmine Core as well, like at this boot camp. Whichever team is having more fun, that's usually the one that you see finding the success in this series, right? If they're able to keep that kind of attitude going and that flow state,
yeah,
it can be like the biggest difference makers in series like this.
Let's just go with the angle that Glance had her ulti and wanted someone else to get the point instead, you know? Just min-maxing the economy, the ult economy, and every chance knowing that there is 2 rounds left in the half, which KC are able to buy for.
Picking up what you're putting down. Actually a really great shout there. And Ness can be forced off that forward angle with flash out from Ancilia.
Okay, that's the B site. She single-handedly just ripped through the defense on this side of the map. Giant X trying to figure out where they want to be now. Incredibly spread out across. And Eva, as the Hunter's Fury online, has the recon bolt. Will just go through dry and take the contact. Util to follow, won't spot Alkia. But is she close enough to hear that drop? Shot coming through. There's now Alkia. Just drawing as much attention this direction as possible, but it's a fake.
You See the read though, Giant X, they've still fully stayed the other two players over towards the A site. Great paranoia to delay.
Sheriff shots into the abyss, won't be able to connect, but Sapphire trading that Ness. So the raid boss is down, and KC are in a great position to finally put themselves in a lead on the attack here of their map pick of Abyss. Oh, and that'll do it. 6 secured, but can they find 7 in the final round of the half?
6 rounds in a row off the back of that timeout, that thrifty win there in mid for Carmine Core. That's what got the ball rolling here for the attackers. And it feels like that script has fully switched sides here. We saw Giant X had such good reads. Their timings were so perfect in those first 5 rounds. It felt like they were in the heads of KC, but whatever was chatted about in that moment for the side of Carmine Core, they have completely garnered control here of Abyss.
4 ults online for Giant X. Unable to use them after getting picked off quite early there in the 11th. We'll see if they get an opportunity to maybe make something happen a little earlier. Sarah playing aggressive and does have the dimensional drift to get out of dodge if necessary. Sends back a gate crash over towards spawn. Now looks to make a play. Trap going to be broken by the Shocky.
Oh, this timing.
And Sarah, almost gets the timing, but that's going to be one of the huge ultimates on the team out for the round.
I think these mid walks, like the solo mid walks in particular, I don't think they've gone in favor of Giant X a single time. It's been that pressure when you have like 2 or 3 people towards mid for the defenders where they found that success, but those solo endeavors, KC have consistently been punishing them.
Stuck on site though. Suppressed Eva. Looking to fight till the bitter end. Hunter's Fury can't connect as far as we can see, but Toki able to lock it in. Just dancing around in the orbs. Spike down 20 seconds. And still anyone's chance at a round. Giant X have Ness and Smurfette. Ness with the fast flank.
Spike planted.
Going all the way from the shadows. Smurfette missed opportunity. And things getting much harder. Just needs to make a way in through the smoke. Drops a dark cover of her own just to try and split up anything that could be on the other side. And just wants to isolate here, but Alkia stands and delivers, expecting the wrap towards the bridge side. And that's going to be 7-5 as we head into the half.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Five rounds to kick off the map, and then 7 rounds in a row to take us into the half for Carmine Core. And they somehow swing it around completely, Ash, and now we're here. Let's see how the pistol goes.
Hear me out. I'm kind of nervous if I'm Giant X now. Because Alkia, love her to death. She's an incredible player. She had a big old donut that first half. Like, did not get those 3 kills into that final round of the first half that we saw. But now that she's finally on the board, like, knowing her as a player, I feel like you've got to expect, like, in the comms, in that boot camp room, she's probably like, guys, like, I'm finally on the board. Like, I'm so back. So now it's about seeing her, okay, activating on this defensive side. We're seeing those creative plays coming from the Omen.
Ooh, lovely trip. Just stopping anyone from jumping across. And no one will gap their way to safety just yet. Ness looking to make her way forward. The raid boss for the first half looking to do it again. And just slowing things down. KC regrouping, falling back, and happy to play for the retake. It's the round that they want. Ness just jiggling.
Not ready
Won't
yet.
quite. Oh, I think she might have just seen a head up top. Dark cover to try and create a small amount of space. Underarm flash to go forward. Oh, and the lineup is there. A chance for Ness to split the wickets, going straight in behind enemy lines. The tap making her a little more worried, and no one's on that spike again, but they know where Alkia is playing from. One more dark cover to play with, just trying to go for the offline, but jumping across. There will be plenty of time for the defuse. Well played from Alkia to lock that in, but I thought Ness was going to do it again.
We were expecting the ace to come through, but no, it's the Red Bull clutch here for Carmine Core. Alkia fully activated now in the last two rounds, back in full form. And for Giant X, this is a pistol where they would have wanted that going in their favor to try and tie things up early. Instead, KC will maintain that lead.
I need this.
Can we talk about that nerdy-ass trip from Safia? That was disgusting. Smurfette did not like that. I don't think Giant X really liked it. But that's the kind of thing that wins you games at this level.
It really is, and she's always been so creative, I think, with that trip positioning, trying to catch you off guard. In the same spot where you're trying to cross into sight, but making it really hard to anticipate where it'll actually be. Already right off the gate, Sarah's taken so much damage. Down to 6 health. It's full stack here. 4 players of Carmine Core already waiting on the A side.
Paranoia connecting and forcing the players towards the back of sight, but Alkia going to be able to take 2 quick ones away with the outlaw. Glance just dancing around, trying to figure out where the hell they're going. Shadow Step ineffective for Ness this time. And it's not looking too good for Giant X. The full reroute, but they've got the numbers counted. So KC may allow them to take this B site, but I don't know if they'll let them take the round.
No, just playing that pack mentality, right? You've got Giant X, both players in Toki and Ava, also down to half HP. This is a round that KC should be looking to take comfortably. I'm not really expecting any further gun losses to be coming through. It'd be a miracle or a monstrous individual performance from these 2 players on Giant X to convert.
Classic.
Remaining.
Not going to get it done for Toki, but Eva hits that right click. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the head. There you go. Clean on the retake, and KC weather the storm, get through the anti-eco with just 1 casualty, and this is going to be 9 rounds back-to-back.
Both pistols on Abyss so far, picked up by Carmine Core. That timeout is paying dividends right now with the momentum that they've been able to find.
Yeah. I like that at the end too. You know, they knew that they had time to go and pick up the Bulldog, just making sure that they had every bit of firepower that they could upgrade towards coming into the bonus. 100%. So they're taking this seriously. They know that there is no room for error because they saw what was happening for Giant X at the start.
And again, despite the fact that both these teams have qualified to Game Changers Championships, they want that title here for that 3rd stage as well. They want that LAN opportunity. I think the Carmine Core squad was talking about how important it would be to get that experience for a couple of those players who haven't made it to that big stage previously.
Definitely a crucial point to point out. Yeah, good words, Mac. Yeah, definitely a crucial point. Yeah, the thing about Valorant is it is a very online game, and there is minimal actual LANs where you get to experience the game and figure out what works, what doesn't, because LAN is a completely different ballgame to everyone having to play like 50, 60 ping online all the time.
My camera is...
But hold that thought. This B site under fire. And they're just trying to figure out where they want to fight for. Backside control is there, but Sapphire across the top. Somehow allowed to live for a little bit too long, in my opinion. 3v3. And KC posturing for the retake, just tossing everything across and looking to make this one happen. GX on the flank. When can she activate?
Oh, this timing. Through the window here as well. I don't know if she'll see on the right. Does she check? She sees her leg. Does she not? Yeah, Toki's gonna fall for that one. That got a little bit dicey there.
A cheeky knee poking around the corner. May be the undoing here of GX, and it will be. Successful on the retake. Patience working wonderfully for them. As they'll get 10 rounds in a row. Giant X going to be kicking themselves that they've lost this bonus.
I feel like GX on the side of Carmine Core, not to get you guys twisted, because I think it can get confusing with the name of the IGL and Giant X's acronym there, but she's gotten like every single kill that really matters. Like the impact of her frags here for Casey have been impeccable. Whether it was in that first half, making those lurk picks, opening up those rotation opportunities, or even just now that we saw on that flank that was incoming. And next, they need to find an answer fast.
Let's see if it's Stingers and the Sheriffs to be the answer. Safi up again, going to be dropping that same trap wire. Let's see if Smurfette walks into it once more. This time just going straight up the ramp instead. Toki, a bit of a whiff off over towards mid, unfortunately. And Casey's still playing with the numbers. Alkia takes the head off of Toki.
Oh, no.
Oh, was that it?
No. Okay.
No.
I really thought, I did think for a moment. We cut away and I was like, did she fall into the abyss? But it
did look like
happen.
it. No, but yes, Jeeks will live to fight another day, or even to the end of the round. Stinger at this range could have been effective, but it won't be. And that'll be a flawless coming through as KC. If they get 13 rounds in a row to turn this map around, that's complete ridiculousness.
Oh, absolutely. I'm expecting maybe another timeout to be called here from Giant X. We haven't seen one since that first half, and it will be round 17 here. Giant X with their second timeout of this map. I think previously they called that around like round 8, so that's quite a few rounds, like 8 in a row to slip away before trying to come up with a new plan here on the attacking side.
Let's see what we end up getting. Maybe there's a, like, the other thing that we need to think about for Giant X, right? They've gone for that positional change in a couple of the individuals, so maybe there's some players who aren't feeling as comfortable. Obviously, you know, we haven't seen them play Abyss with this lineup, so there's role changes, positional changes, and it feels like there might be some level of uncomfortability. I know people hate that word, but, you know, that's what I'm going with. Let's see if this is going to be the tactical that can completely change it around. You've got that Hunter's Fury online from the shadows for both sides, and then for Carmine Core, you also have the Neural Theft. So keep your eyes on this one. If Safi can get the pick and get every bit of info, then Carmine Core should be able to... At this point, I'm confident enough that they're going to be able to lock it out.
It definitely is feeling like this Abyss should be a net win here for Carmine Core to take us to our third map within Haven.
Recovering it. Obscuring
Still got some rounds to go for that discovery is made. Here's one of those more aggressive A-main plays that we've seen, this high-low setup on the side of KC. Just allows a very good understanding that Giant X are also leaning towards the other side of the map. One trip to be taken out early on here. Camera on top of that. Just adding a bit of that pressure, trying to pull these rotations away.
Giant X completely across the B site as well. But Anacilia has died to falling damage. Didn't make the jump.
That time.
Unfortunately. There was some casualties. And it feels like with that, Giant X are, okay, still going to capitulate anyway. Everyone on site, they had so much control, but that control is gone, and all the info is right there. Zafia with the Neural Theft.
30 seconds left.
Actually, hang on.
You are divided!
2v4. Smurfette, Toki. Two of the sharpest on the team.
I got the spike.
Jeeks ready for a push through the Cosmic Divide. and there's only one place to plant on this side of it.
It's timing.
One enemy remaining. Trinity, you're welcome.
Perfect
Toki's
for Toki.
been a hero.
Yeah. Saving this one, and maybe saving the map for GX. Alkia, 1v2. Makes that step. Smurfette swings with Toki there to make sure it is fully locked in. 6 found and 11 rounds is all Carmine Core get, says the Giant X fans.
We didn't need to do that, guys. Like, the replay, fraud, we really did not need to see Anacilia's body, like, falling through mid on the replay. Like, through the walls, too. But you're definitely right. Toki was the difference maker in that round. Both the Astras, for their respective teams, had such impactful picks, but really being able to save that here for Giant X to keep their name in the game a little bit longer.
Camera taken out.
Shot done.
Eva just looking to crack the trips, show extra presence towards the B site. But Carmine Core, they are not biting. Still 2 towards mid, 2 towards A. Happy to hold the setup, knowing that Giant X could just be playing a couple of mind games. And they're going for the pack approach. Beautiful timing on the 0 point. Gets the info on at least one of the Giant X members.
Forcing an early paranoia here as well to re-clear A main. Actually, opting not to use it. Just the walk-up. Contact play from Giant X before they look for the pop.
That's wild. And in they come. Oh, maybe caught with util in hand. No, Anacilia going to be able to smack that head off of Smurfette. But the flash is just denying vision, denying space here on the site. That's going to be the spike down on the bridge. Jeeks wants to hold it. And Ness is going to be running straight at him. The timing. It worked out for Giant X, but with 30 on the clock.
30 seconds left.
There is a chance that this one works. Ness has that from the shadows if she wants to go to the other side of the map, but they will commit. They have that site control. 20 now. As the clock keeps on ticking down. And there they go. Ness going to the other side with Toki hoping that she could survive. That's a long rotate. That's going to buy a few precious seconds for Carmine Core.
Falling back to play over towards main and just ensuring that neither of these players goes down early. Toki in mid might have a timing here or might get caught off guard. Sees the head.
How much time can she buy? That's the big question here. Jumping around, Safia hoping that she can maybe find it. But Toki is just tucking and doing a good bit of the shooting. There is the gravity well to buy even more of that time. And it's planted to heaven. It's going to be the full rotate around. There's the tap. There's the grab. And pulls him off the half tick. Glances hoping she can get back on in time. And she knows exactly where Toki's coming from. But there's not going to be the seconds that they need. Giant X to the bitter end. Get it done for 7.
2 rounds back-to-back impact frags coming out from Toki to take Giant X over the line. Staving off that match point just a little bit longer.
Last player standing.
Timing was just so good. The gravity well that you were talking about there. Giant X, now it's about continuously repeating the success, because when it comes down to those executions, it feels like it gets so dicey right at the beginning, and then it really relies on the heroics of a player to be able to turn these rounds on their head.
Cover going out.
More mid pressure this time from Giant X. Having a look and dropping that gate crash, which has gone into the abyss. Lance ripping the Hunter's Fury, but won't connect onto a single Giant X member. So the info not quite there. And Dimensional Drift going to spot 2 of the KC individuals towards B. But can they find that Cypher? Can they ping it out? Not quite yet. Sarah gets towards the back of side, so there is safety in order. Fake out as well with the flash, but still gets the Vandal out in time. However, 3 of her teammates fall in the meanwhile. And just like that, it's Toki versus the world. Carmine Core, 1 kill away from 12. And it looks like that is potentially going to be happening right now. Toki taking 1. And Acilia playing contact, and the other 2 can swing if needed.
Concealment.
But of course, a few more smokes to play with here. 1 more star remaining. Oh.
30 seconds left.
Trying to find an angle, but the Guardian leaves something to be desired. And Acilia gets that reload off in time.
Match point.
And Carmine Core are looking for a third map.
I'd expect match point considering the 1v4 that Toki was left to deal with there. But again, these takes on the attacking side where we would expect a little bit more strength, I think, in the composition here of GX just have not been going in their favor. And I feel like we haven't really even seen the full force of this dive composition. They've left Smurfette at times to like lurk over towards mid, just waiting for that aggression to come through, as opposed to playing with the pack. Instead, it was constantly Sarah sticking with the rest of the team. So really not having that same kind of entry power to break past all that utility. But then we have seen like iterations of different approaches that GX have been taking here.
Yeah.
For Carmine Core, I think they've just also done a really good job with like replying with their utility, like the responsiveness from the paranoias from Alkia or the flashes out from Ancilia to really be able to make those executions really scrappy.
Changing approach this time. Smurfette with the blades, going to be going all the way back to site. Tagged up, and oh, it's an easy pick for Sapphire, but space still already created. However, Sapphire's going right up through the smoke, looking for an angle, won't find it. Bulldog going to be good enough to get a refrag. Oh, across the top of the smoke, Toki finds an angle with the Sheriff, spots the Al drone, and we'll have to run to safety. But GX, they are playing forward. They are right up on the site. They are looking to deny the map for Carmine Core. Force this one to be played out a little longer. But 3 on the back of site. It's going to be difficult for Giant X to hold here. Just hoping that they can maybe have a helping hand, but Cosmic Divide just forcing them to not know where to go. Oh, these orb smokes bloody everywhere, making people second guess themselves time after time. And that'll be time donezo. Plenty to get the defuse off. 13 secured on the retake. And KC send us all the way to Haven.
Defenders win.
Ever since that timeout that was called from Carmine Core, we saw a full shift in momentum there for the side of KC. Giant X unable to find the answers that they were looking for on that attacking side and really make, really wow us, I think, with that double duelist. You were talking about it a little bit earlier, Mac. It was that role shift coming in. We've seen how good Sarah's been flexing for this team, how she hasn't touched that duelist in quite a while, and it felt like we really weren't seeing as much of that impact from the Yoru as we would have expected here.
And that's unfortunate, but look, there is another map to play for. That's the good thing about taking Bind, taking that first map, because you have that fallback of a third, and that's I guess the satisfaction of playing best of threes, right? Not just having to go one and done with a best of one. But this one was a whole bunch of fun for everyone involved. Very streaky in terms of the rounds, but I'm glad that we got to see that comeback come through for Carmine Core. And I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us on the third and final map of Haven.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who, us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who, us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu.
this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Game Changers, where KC are equalizing it by taking their own map pick. We're currently sitting 1-1, which means, Billy, we are one map away from deciding who advances further into this lower bracket.
I didn't think that we'd be in this spot in Stage 3, given the results of Stage 1 and Stage 2, but here we are. We've hammered home the fact that both of these teams have been in the grand final each stage this year. And yeah, we're inching closer and closer. It's gone every step of the way in each grand final. It's going to go every step of the way in this lower bracket semi-final as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. I'm glad that KC managed to put up a fight in that last one. However, in the very start of the map, I didn't think that that was going to be the case when Giant X had a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, to be completely fair here to the side of KC, it is a map that was a lot more dominant, and it felt like Inami this time around, they were a lot better at having that discipline and not going just oopsies for every single round.
Yeah, and whatever the coach said in that timeout in round 5, I need that. I feel like we all need that, because that's felt like the change for the entire team. That's where they started coming back. And for GX, it feels like whenever they start losing rounds, they just keep losing and can't find their footing to be able to come back.
Something that we also touched upon a little bit was the expectations in regards to whether or not these teams would stick to certain compositions. It did feel like something that both of you mentioned is they went for a similar pathway, although KC clearly was more comfortable executing it because, again, this was their map pick, Billy.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell that KC came into this one, they weren't worried about the results the other day, and they looked great. And I think a big part of that was probably Safia as well. I think Safia had a bit of a weaker map one. You know, the Viper is not something that we see her on and off a lot, but jumping onto that Cypher, it's what we know Safia for. She looked great, she looked so comfortable. On this attack, she was able to get away with so much on those timings when they eventually found their footing on that attack. And I think as well, the defensive setup that she had was keeping Giant X at bay. You know, she was being able to lock down that site so well, and even that pistol round trip that she did on the defense, oh, that was kind of disgusting.
Yeah, and that's really what you need as well, Inami, when it comes to these games that are very high pressure and very much down to the wire, where you are requiring these individuals to step up and have pop-off performances, because that does allow you to differentiate yourself from your opponent.
Yeah, it feels like Safia is this very important component for them to be able to win, and it's happening over and over every single time when she's able to have a good map, when she's able to just anchor in the way she wants, then we're able to just see her shine and see KC win as a result. And also it comes down to in the attack, that was the kind of slight change we've seen coming from KC, where they were able to find a lot of space in mid, and that came down to Safia being able to have this first contact and being able to get those first kills every single time.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the progression from map 1 to map 2, it's going upwards, okay? It's an upward trend, an upward trajectory, Billy, which means to me that when we're going to be getting onto Haven, which is our next map pick, it's going to be even better and even further down to the wire from both of these rosters.
I agree, and I think I said it in the map video that being able to get Bind and Haven for KC was huge for them, because these are two of the maps that have been most dominant for them this year. Obviously, Bind didn't exactly go their way, but Haven, they can feel a lot more comfortable on this one, because Giant X, it was a comfortable map for them at the start of the year, but when we look at Stage 2 results, they kind of struggled to find an identity in their composition. They were switching it up quite a lot. We got to see Ava on the ISO as well, and now in Stage 3, it is, you know, one of their most played maps, but the results haven't exactly been there. So yeah, it's a difficult one, and I think it's a good matchup for both of them to kind of end this series on.
Yeah, you're touching upon the composition specifically from the side of GX Inami, which I would like to kind of dive into a little bit further because they haven't swapped anything around during this stage. But again, you have that last minute roster swap. We've also seen them come out with something a little bit new on Abyss. So are we having our expectations? Are they going to be met when it comes to, will it be the same composition that we always see from them, or is something new cooking? Can they have the new player?
I mean, I hope they keep it to the same, because we've seen how much this quick last minute change have affected them. While I understand why you would want to have some change ahead of GCC, of course you want to try more things, but the last comp they had, even if they lost against Twisted Mind, they seem to have some success in it. So I don't see them really going away, especially since Sarah is so comfortable on Killjoy. We've seen her play it even when it was weaker. We've seen her stick to this pick. And I think that they've been having a lot of value from the Viper wall as well, being able to just punish every single time Twisted Minds. Even if Twisted Minds were able to get a win there, they were still able to find those openings and find some kills here and there, be able to get some rounds. So I don't really think we'll see some changes. I hope not.
I don't know, I'm kind of intrigued by the composition they run, because we're kind of seeing Ness settle into that more sentinel role, so that it's confirmed that that's what she's going to be playing across the majority of the maps. I think Sarah on the Viper is interesting. I think the main point with the Viper here is seeing how KC's composition fights into that, because they play something very aggressive. They have that Neon Breach Sova kind of archetype. So I'm intrigued to see how much does the Viper wall actually limit them, or are they just going to full send it and just completely disrespect any sort of Viper utility that Giant X are attempting to set up?
Well, thankfully, we don't have to sit here and theory craft any further, because Agent Select is ready, and with it, we'll have a peek behind the curtain of both of these rosters and see what they've been cooking up on Haven specifically, or whether or not it's just the standard what we're used to, Billy.
Yeah, so it's a complete plug and play for Giant X. Of course, with Smurfette coming into the roster, her jumping onto that Neon makes complete sense. She's dominated on the Neon across a majority of maps, so yeah, it's great to see her on there. And KC, like I said, going for that very explosive composition with your Breach, with your Sova, with your Neon. It's going to be a real test of the two anchors that Giant X have here with that Killjoy and with that Viper.
Yeah, and it will come down to how many rounds are KC able to get at the early on, because we've seen they had more success on the attack than on the defense. So it will come down to how much rounds they're able to get so early on, especially since GX is a team that really gets probably mental boom so quick. They depend on the momentum a lot. So if they're losing it so early on, then maybe that's not good news for GX.
Well, this is going to be down to the wire, as this is the final map that allows one of these rosters to continue into the lower bracket final, whereas the other cuts their season short. Both of them will be heading to Game Changers champions, but only one can potentially head to the grand final. We're ready to head on to Haven, our final map of the series. Do or die for both GX and KC with our casters, Ash and Magnate.
Thank you, Ginny. And I can't wait to see what we get from this OG map. These two teams going blow for blow, going all the way to a third to try and figure out who's doing this one better. And I love what Billy was bringing up there, Ash, about how these comps are going to operate into one another. For me, I like the Breach sort of thing going on a bit more. So we'll see how this operates in the first half for Carmine Core, and how Anasilia is going to set up Alkia, who didn't necessarily have the best game just before over on... my brain, Abyss. I want to say Fracture, but that's not even in the pool. Over on Abyss, and I can't wait to see what we get from her here in Haven.
Yeah, I think that's a big shout out, right? Just that additional support that KC are going to have for their star-studded duelist. Meanwhile, Smurfette, she's incredible in her own regard, but will be looking to self-sustain a little bit more. To kick things off, that immediate long control here for KC. We have also seen, though, on Bind, how impactful Sarah's Viper had been on that defense side, as far as being able to really delay those aggressive pushes on the Carmine Core side, applying that decay with the wall.
Well, in they come. Our drone going to get the info on Smurfette's position, but not necessarily that Sarah is here as well. They'll just go for the orb control, take that fallback. As GX have gone for that three-player stack. Eva's still here. Has the recon back online. We'll drop it to get the info onto Alkia, who has dodged it. Okay, positionally making it work, and that forces Eva to overextend in towards the suicide. And Asilia going to be able to find the opening. Alkia all the way out on site, gets one before. Okay, Sarah, coming through with a quick triple. Her and Toki looking to turn this one on its head.
1v2, we talked about how good Safia has been. The cage, try and grab that spike and rotate out, but only 20 seconds on the clock. A walk back up.
They heard her fake the walk away. And they've taken the bait. 14 on the clock, but they've stayed silent this whole
10
time.
seconds left.
Safia clearing, will get the spike planted.
Spike
We'll see if
planted.
Sarah can keep this one going. Spacing leaves something to be desired, but Sarah gets it done with a 4-piece on the pistol. You love to see that if you're a Giant X fan.
Definitely do, especially after she had a very quiet performance on that Yoru in the last map. To start things off hot here for Sarah has got to be great for her own personal confidence and momentum going into this elimination map here between these two studded rosters.
One enemy remaining.
Overall, the idea wasn't bad. Like, I like the fact that we saw the side of Casey trying to fight through that smoke, contest that back site control, knowing that they couldn't get the plant down comfortably otherwise. But what are you going to do when Sarah just has like a pop-off moment taking off everybody's heads?
Well, that's the thing, right? You know, Valorant is an FPS shooter. If you're very good at shooting, you can turn any situation on its head. Let's see if this is going to be one of those situations again. A couple of frenzies getting up in their grills, but unable to find Smurfette just yet, who's dancing on the backside of sight. It's the classic to do it. Safia taking names, and the desk highlighted her for a reason. She's looking to turn this one on its head again. Ooh, little awkward relay bolt. Did zone them somewhat, but still a chance in the round for Giant X. Hard crossfire, but the peek from Safia is not followed through by Glance just yet. And they know that Alki is still lurking around somewhere. One bullet, and she'll be put in the grave here over towards Hell. Dark cover to allow the advancement for these attackers. And Casey, they want to fight for it. Alarm bot almost revealing the position of Alki, but forcing her forward is good enough. Frenzy picked up. Glance goes down in the 1v1 as Giant X will just have a good amount of time to get this defuse off again. But what a pistol from KC, making it incredibly costly for the defenders.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that buy is going to look like heading into the bonus here for Giant X. Only the Bulldogs to be carried over like you had been mentioning.
One enemy remaining.
That entrance onto site, I think we really saw how good this comp can look on the attack when you have so much ground that can be covered, whether it's by the paranoia, the fault line, those flashes that are going out, and then layering those relay bolts on top of everything. It becomes really hard to hold the backside of it.
We'll aid the target again. KC looking to run it back for a third time. Realizing just how close they got in the previous. Just take the lobby control, bait out some of those extra pieces of utility for Giant X.
Trying to make use of that conditioning into the early round here before they go to re-explore towards mid. Toki fully walked up. No support. Will be taken down.
I know exactly where you are.
And off the back of that, Safia with the pop-off in the first 2 rounds already has that neural theft online. So there's every piece of the information they could have hoped for, although maybe they weren't hoping for this one. Couple of sheriffs up in their grills, and Sarah, Eva teaming up, and 2 on that right side, just making sure that they're not too grouped up, not too out of position, and they'll be able to take this one the whole way through. Giant X winning another bonus, and the start of Haven is giving the same as Abyss.
A round where we didn't think that it was going to go in their favor, especially with Toki going down so early, but a perfectly timed snake bite into front sight alongside that wall. It just makes those sheriffs even more potent than before. Great round conversion coming out from the defenders. And it's thanks to Toki's positioning too. Like, they get a little bit of an earlier read, even though she does go down early on that mid rotate. Now the conditioning does continue here towards a no investment of the fault line early on, though. It's just going to be that cross here thanks to the cyber cage.
Toki almost caught off, has the shadow step to get out if she wants, but goes back for a fight instead. Invest the paranoia and will hold her ground. Has a helping hand with the shocky, softens them up, and Toki bowls him down. Beautifully held there on the sewer. And with the spike down, surely Giant X have this one all locked in. Lance jiggling.
I have the spike.
Hits a cracker there with that Sheriff. And with 3 more to find, maybe there's a world. They are all currently isolated, but Sarah on the off angle gets the job done. Giant X with 4 in a row.
Such a great response and utility coming out from Ava and from Toki there on that short hold. Like the shock darts on top of that, knowing that these 2 players are stuck in the corner, just applying so much damage, allowing Toki to clean that up. I am curious when that Carmine Core timeout is going to come on Abyss. The second it was called, they were able to find so much success. Inside of Giant X, though, you've got Smurfette finally getting that operator online. We saw what a menace she can be with it. And that opening pick, going to be no different from the previous 2 maps.
You called it. She's sharp with it. It's a beautiful flick. And in the meanwhile, we've also got another lost for Carmine Core towards that A site. Just trying to show the presence. But Carmine Core going straight up the middle this time. There is an alarm bot for Toki to play off of. So she's happy just to refresh that dark cover if necessary. And just edge back towards that A-link. There we go. All the util dealt with. From just that one shock start. Oh, Ness caught out of position. Thought she might have been in a better place. But the snake bite slowing her down. Sarah wants to fight, and with that vulnerability, we'll get through the first and that second, making it look so damn easy. Carmine Core just picked to shreds no matter what they try.
Her impact on that Viper has been impeccable so far this series. Constantly finding value from those snake bites, and I think we're really seeing the difference in comfort on this agent compared to the duelist that she had previously been known for on that debut with G2. Timeout to be called here by Carmine Core after 5 rounds netted here by Giant X. I don't think that it's necessarily been like a bad approach from them either. They did that conditioning towards A. We saw them really layering that util to try and win out on fights, but you've got heroics in a Sarah that's going 11 and 2, really shutting those plays down. But I also think there we saw them taking a little bit of risk, like really didn't need to speed up past that molly.
Yeah, it felt like there was some kind of disarray going on, disconnection in the chemistry. You know, you had whoever it was swinging first through the snake bite, the other just played a little slower on the backside and just gave Sarah the opportunity to split up both those fights, which, look, all the power to Sarah. That was crazy. She had no armor at that point. I think she was on like 65 health or something, and was able to win both those fights. So that was crazy in the whole, you know, everything. In the whole everything going on, she was just able to throw that aura around, let them know that she is her and that she's here to keep on doing it.
100%. We'll shift in the setup here now from Giant X off the back of the KC timeout. You've got that early signal with the turret staring down the barrel of short, and we haven't seen that fault line being used towards long in a couple of rounds now, so Smurfette feeling a bit more comfortable to be holding on A with that operator. I really like this setup here from the defenders. Like, that turret really allows Smurfette to just play solo on site and have Ava really roam around the map for that information.
There's that util going down. Alki up. Respecting the nano.
Ooh.
But that's going to be a crispy one onto Ness. Is this the one that they're looking for? And can they do it again? Can they get past the raid boss, Sarah? Yes, they will. She's down, which makes things that much easier in the 4v2 post plant. But can they deal with Toki? Look at this flank.
This run depends on if Toki can find something. I mean, Spycam going to spot her out here as well. Surprised to see Smurfette actually moving in with the operator here.
Walking into essentially one of the hardest crossfires from the backside, from that close corner. She's just going to hit that high gear, get as far away as possible, and just save this to the next. This, if you look at specifically the rounds and the time of that timeout, it's happened again, Ash. Like 5 in a row for Giant X, 1 timeout, and KC. They're about to get 7. Who's the script writer? We need to fire him.
We really need to get that interview too. Like, I gotta know what's going on in the comms there when those timeouts are being called, because they've been so damn effective so far. Like, the results are undeniable here for the side of Carmine Core. Now, though, heading into this upcoming round, Smurfette's going to shift back over towards the C site. First time we're really seeing KC visit the left side of the map early on. That conditioning was consistently done to contest over towards A lobby. And the last time they were here at CA, the person got picked off right off the gate of the barriers being dropped here by the operator.
Maybe expecting that C-long aggression, you could see they went super heavy in this direction early on. And it is coming, just maybe a little slower than they expected. Smurfette with two around the corner. Whoa, keeps on going forward, and that'll be a downfall. Neural theft as well to get every piece of info that Carmine Core could want. They're even going to spot Toki on the back of sight. That ping comes through just in time. She's just looking to dominate this one with the dark cover to play around. There we go. Eva as well, coming in from CT side. And the Hunter's Fury will connect, and it's awkward as all hell. But Toki falls eventually. But has she done enough?
I mean, Spike's down on site. The rest of the players trying to creep up long. Only one spotted, but aware the breach is there as well with the Aftershock being used.
They need to take the site. They need to find as much as possible. That's everyone hit by the paranoia. But it's just a blind. It's not a full flash. And Eva's able to continue having close range sight. But can she control the site? The answer is no. And Acilia with the wraparound finds her, spots that shoulder. And Carmine Core will find themselves a second, but that was dicey after losing the spike.
Oh, it definitely was. Great recovery on the side of Carmine Core. All thanks to that paranoia that came through to assist in that backside fight, find the numbers advantage back into the hands of KC. GX's utility constantly having impact in this map and throughout the entire series. Side of Giant X, though. Operator reinvested here, leaning back towards this A site. Not finding that success in that C-long walk-up. Run is great.
Dark cover.
Get some nice information here for Carmine Core, because they don't see Smurfette, so they have that understanding that she should be leaning towards that A site.
And they'll go straight into B. Already positioning themselves in a post plant. Sarah ready for the swing. Alkia zoned away by the Hunter's Fury straight into Danger's way. And we're going to see... okay, the ult straight into ceiling. And Acilia is hungry to keep on fighting. And the Rolling Thunder provides the goods for the first pick, but they don't expect Toki in that same position in Garage. Things getting incredibly awkward, and they need some kind of map control, but Giant X realize that they need to get right out of dodge there. The lockdown doing more than enough to dislodge every Carmine Core member. And that was well thought out and a significantly impactful retake, keeping 4 alive with 6 on the board.
Massive impact frags coming in there from Toki. Once again, helping Giant X turn these rounds around. And it didn't necessarily feel like the round had totally slipped out of the hands of Giant X. That's not what I mean when I say that, but you saw the investment of that Rolling Thunder. KC, they had a great set play over towards that garage push out of B, that link push coming in. And it was Toki to be able to take that one back there for Giant X. A different wall, I think, that we're being seen thrown now. Just to put a little bit more of that pressure over towards mid, make those re-clears a bit more uncomfortable from KC, since that's where they've been finding the success.
KC, though, just disregarding it completely, putting much more pressure towards A. At least in the initial stages of the round. At the back of that and the drone towards long, it won't fully clear out. No, it doesn't get there. So Alkia still tucked away and maybe able to catch a timing.
Yeah, Molly to delay this barrage information seeking here on the side of Carmine Core.
Toxin screen down.
Nice flash to be paired alongside the drone, ensuring that it won't get shot down early on.
They're still moving back towards this A site. Look at how the spike is postured, and look at Toki's positioning in C long.
Yeah.
That's why it's so comfortable for Giant X to now stack towards A.
If you have that long control, it does allow you to make that retake look so much easier. But what's going on here? Ness just full hiding, hoping that Smurfette hits this one, draws attention away from her in the corner, and things getting even more awkwarder as Ness is going to take full sewer control. Bomb making its way out towards the site. And Anacilia, won't find that one. Alkia thought she had so much space to play around, but there's just no chance to play, no time remaining for Glance to get anything. And there it is, 7 rounds secured already on the defense. You wouldn't read about it. Let's see if Giant X are going to be able to make this one an even better half from here.
I think it's a great response here from Giant X as well. We talked about that success that Carmine Corps had found off the back of their timeout over on Abyss. And being able to close the map out off of that. Now this time, Giant X, they silenced that momentum really early on. The macro of that round was just very well called and well played here.
Yeah.
Out of Ness. And once again, the investment of this drone, constantly looking for where Smurfette is playing with this operator.
Dodging the fault line, and will allow... Well, we'll try to survive. Unfortunately, there's just too much util for her to deal with. But Ness is still here and kicking. The paranoia not going to blind her, not going to stop her from continuing to lay down the law here on that C site. There's another one for Giant X. 8 and a potential of 10 still here in the first half.
It feels like every time that we've seen KC looking to hard execute on the site that Ness has been holding, whether it's been on Bind, whether it's been on Abyss, and now Haven, she's been a gatekeeper when it comes down to those multi-kills. As KC are looking for those fast floods. 2 more rounds left into this half here. This one, so important for Carmine Corps to be able to win out, because their money is absolutely dwindling.
Dwindling indeed. Let's see if KC are able to waltz their way into a third here. They have the weaponry to do so, and the utility. Ness just dealing with the camera while she can before falling back into her seaside setup. Already dealt with. Alarm bot over to the long side, which she's going to be able to go all the way to the back of sight. As Casey again all in, but won't be able to get past the scope of Smurfette, who is now smoked off, and Ness again out on an island, but spotted on the backside of sight, has the wall to continue running around. Will opt to go for the fight. As the wall drops, she gets another. Best case scenario for her for sure, as Glance now needs to save the day. 2 more to find, and a chance with time on her side to potentially push forward and rotate right out of danger's way.
This timing.
Balls up, and Sarah grouping up with Toki, looking to trade this one out if necessary.
30 seconds
Front
left.
side of sight is clear, and now Glance knows that there's a gap for her to run through. And she's going to take it.
They're hot on her heels, though, with that front sight clear, the understanding from Giant X. But they're taking their time just because they don't know if Glance is necessarily, like, waiting around the corner, hoping to get a pick and maybe get that quick plant down on B, but... with that plant being secured here on that A site, smoked off here as well. A recon still to play with.
Paranoia goes through and cops the decay, but will try to wrap around on the back side of sight. Knows that no one's on it. They're going to be looking for a missed opportunity as Toki takes her moment. 9 for Giant X. Carmine Corps are not going to have a lot of room to breathe in the second half if it keeps going this direction.
Oh, it was a really disciplined 2v1. But even more impressive, I think, the fast flood on this C site. Just looking to deny that comfort to be able to plant there on the side of KC is what really shifted that round into Giant X's favor. Now in this final one, KC, they want to stave off those double digits here for Giant X, give themselves a better chance at the comeback into the second half.
Move.
It's going to be a long map if KC make that comeback happen. We'll see if it starts now or if it starts with a pistol. or if it's a conversation that we just have to table for another day. Another year, even. This could be their last one here at EMEA.
Timing on that drone. Casey, a good pause in A lobby. Just denying that information. The timing good with the scale up towards A long.
Ooh, smoke
Saw the elbow.
Oh, she can just barely see that elbow and will connect with it. Oh, beautiful hit. And it makes things ever so much harder for Carmine Core, who are just, unfortunately, running into a brick wall over and over. And that brick wall's name is Giant X. Safia at least getting info there with the neural theft, but that's about all they'll get, as it's Toki to take another name, GX in a 1v3. And C-Sight's on her mind. Dark cover to flat on the back of sight. Shadow step as well. The tap. Time is definitely... Oh, okay.
No way.
Giving her an opportunity. She's found herself the lineup and a chance to get right out of here. Oh, knifes out. And 10 seconds to get to a site and plant this one. It's all the way to A with from the shadows. And it's mind games being played by both individuals.
Oh, these smokes are great here as well, allowing GX to go for that reposition.
Back out to mid with no read on Toki's spot. But if a tap comes through, that'll be all the information that Jeeks needs. Now she knows. Half tick.
No!
Ooh, doesn't actually come through, and it doesn't matter. Beautifully played by Jeeks. 1v4 in an incredible way to maybe save this game for Carmine Core.
A great Red Bull clutch coming in there from the side of GX. Let's see if Casey can turn it around in the half.
A beautiful end to the first half for Carmine Core, giving them an extra inch in this one. But we'll see what ends up going down here in the second half. And GX, they just need 4 rounds to lock their way into another chance here in the lower bracket.
This pistol round means everything here for Carmine Core. That opportunity to try and continue to defend their title from the last several stages of Game Changers EMEA throughout 2025. It's a monstrous performance from the controller players on the side of Giant X, as well as Ness, the IGL, in that first half. For Carmine Core, we sang the praises of Safia, the creativity with her Cypher setups here as well. And the question remains if she's going to be able to help the team, bring them over the line.
The brawl for Garage ends up being favored for Carmine Core. And off the back of it, it is just Giant X going for a full rotation back towards A. But the Cypher trip is here.
Mm-hmm.
Cage triggered. Tripwire destroyed.
Great cage, the jump spot to get that information. The
taken
rotation
out.
coming in early
must
too.
wait a moment.
I do like the deep trip on top of that, just to give that earlier signal, because they're anticipating Sarah to go for those inserts like we're seeing right now here in short, while the rest of the team opts to re-explore mid.
I'm out of here.
utility, all just coming back online at a beautiful time.
Oh, this walk.
Paranoia dark cover invested. Number 20 to rotate back. They're trying to go A, but they'll be chopped off at the pass, or at least lose a lot of health in the meanwhile. Full rotation back towards Sarah, who's been able to dominate the site, and with the dark cover, she's not going to keep on fighting forward. Has info as well coming through from Glance, making noise at Heaven. But they're going to go all 5 from the lower base instead. Camera just looking to clear out as much info as possible, and it's going to be a full flood.
There.
Just waiting on that perfect moment.
There.
It's just a matter of when.
Watch out.
Turret able to take contact. The relay bolts, slowing things down, but that Paranoia buying a whole bunch of space again. Turret going to be coming into the mix, getting another pick for Ness, who now has to do it all herself. 3 more to find, but that's too much to ask of her. There you go. On the retake, Carmine Core give themselves a chance at bringing the comeback back into the conversation.
Such an important net round win there for the side of Carmine Core. The flood, beautiful. Despite that paranoia that you were talking about, like, we've seen how much impact that Toki has had with her utility, with the 13 assists on the board, whether it's been those picks through the smoke or just the space and impact that she's found with the rest of her Omen utility. Overall, though, Casey, they're this team that is able to still find success in those really scrappy moments when it does get brawly. They're definitely capable of thriving in the chaos.
I must wait a moment.
Deep camera for Carmine Core. Broken right off the gate. But once again, another deep trip to kind of signal for those earlier... Whoa, okay, this walk down.
Spike down.
Alkia's just going to clean right up. But this is just about expected, right? Anti-eco on the side of Casey. You want to see it be clean.
Good to see the judge getting a bit of action in the mix, and 2 casualties for Carmine Core as they show who is the boss of the sewer. Alkia. Easy pickings there. And softens up the rest to make it look that much easier. So a chance to make their way back into the game.
That's for certain. I'm just constantly, I think, keeping my eye out on these trips from Casey, because it really seems a lot of those setups that we're seeing from Safia are just to try and counter those lurk positions on the side of Giant X. This time around, playing more bunkered and turtled onto site.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's gonna be a walk up towards C Long. GX. A 1v1 between the Omens here.
Flash forward. Carmine Core looking to play as a pack. It'll work perfectly for those first 2 picks. Bulldog getting a whole bunch of damage done, but Giant X swinging it right back, arguably in their favor.
I like this crunch.
Yeah. Realizing that KC are looking to fight for this one. Glance getting the reload off on that Ghost. Will get wallbanged by Eva.
Weapon here.
And a 10th round is just there for Giant X. Zafia's just walked past the Bulldog.
Trying to get the Vandal in the window without making a signal a little earlier. I'll pick that up in garage, but it doesn't matter. The reload having come in with 0 bullets in the mag.
We're playing ring around the rosy. Back on the flank for Sarah and Eva, knowing that they've got that backside plant. Does that deter them from making it happen? Doesn't seem to be the case. Tapped in Safia, focused on CT, which arguably would be where you'd look.
Yeah. I mean, it was great timing on that reposition in the 2v1. There was a really nice crunch that we saw out from Giant X. Like, they knew the plan to try and isolate the C player that could have been walked up in C long, and didn't expect that walkthrough because the timing on the drone from Carmine Core and Glance was just a little off the mark. Clean enough round on the side of Giant X.
Right here.
Carmine Core. Alkia's got that outlaw, but no one's going to be visiting towards C this time.
Shock dart.
Early shock dart to break the trap. Oh, Jeeks was expecting the swing, but just couldn't hit the bullseye.
I think what was really nice there is that Poison Orb lineup from Sarah, right? Cuts off the high-low that they were anticipating, isolating the one.
showing the prep here, although Anasilia going to send those shots right back. Alkia as well, poking her nose where it might not belong and gets a good bit of damage, but needs to create some space to survive. And with just a classic to play at close range, gets it done for one. That's ridiculous. Can't rip the ulti in time as Smurfette shoots right back. And this is looking unachievable for Anasilia, who's already found those 2 earlier picks, but needs to do everything.
I was going to say 2 flashes to work with there, but not even given the opportunity there. Smurfette to clean things right up. 11-5. And it was a 9-3 half there for Giant X. Carmine Core unable to find that momentum. GX, they want to stay alive in this lower bracket, looking to get their revenge from the Swiss stage.
Aggressive wall just to try and take the sewer control, as well as cutting off the A-Link side of B. Presence going to be seen by Jeeves on the jump peak, and cops a whole bunch of damage for that one.
Shadows traveling.
See, she's more than happy to give up that site there as well, maybe anticipating quicker execution. But look at the way that Smurfette's also walked in, this disruption that she's causing on the left side of the map. Thing is, the rotation's now being called over here as well for both of these teams. That short trip still not dealt with. Could be the difference maker. Out of position.
Certainly might buy the extra time that they wanted. Alkia sliding on the back of site to deal with Smurfette. And Carmine Core get the 2 picks they're looking for, but with 40 on the clock, Giant X, they're going to hit the brakes. Not leave the scene just yet. And hope that Eva can maybe find an opening. How's the timing? It looks good, and so do those shots. Right, bringing it back from the grave. Okay, Recon. Gonna try to get the job done. But it's Carmine Core to do it with the numbers. Just trading it through, staying packed up. And positionally perfect for the trades.
I was actually a little surprised to see Giant X shifting back over towards that A side. I thought they were going to allow Smurfette to like play that disruption, cut noise, and re-hit over at C and Garage. The timing just not being quite there, but the refight back in, the cut noise the second time around. All generally good plans, but the firepower too much to deal with there from the defenders. Now, we've seen the conditioning previously. Towards this A side, a little bit later of a recon there to come out from Glance. Man, and Casey's gotten all of the C information. Alkia fully walked up here as well, and I like this short double up on the side of Carmine Core.
Too much space to play with here. And invested as well. Giant X throwing the kitchen sink at this one. Carmine Core. They do have that Rolling Thunder just to try and clear out as much as possible. And you can see that they're lining it up. Ready to go. The site control will be there, and it's even connected on a few of the mid individuals. But in the meanwhile, Alkia has been taken out of the mix. Jeek's going with that top side. Shocky just doing some chip damage. And the dark cover going to be invested just to try and buy some extra space. But again, it's going to be a weird fight with the decay. Everyone going right into the pit. Let's open it up and see if the defuse will come through. They're not even allowed near that spike. Giant X, they knew exactly what was coming, and they were able to fashion themselves a 12.
Yeah, great call there from Ness to get everybody to be playing offsite, anticipating that breach ultimate to be coming through. And then amidst all of the chaos, you've also got like Toki, Shrouded Step on top of that box, getting the vertical angle in case things do go awry, but it's a quick cleanup there. Now a timeout called, second one in the series. Or not series, sorry, in this map here from KC at match point. Something that I think, again, we anticipate to be called a little bit earlier after letting so many of those rounds slip away on their attacking half.
Let's see if this timeout can maybe change Casey's fate. The last opportunity to figure this one out here in stage 3.
And it's not like the approach has necessarily been bad from Karma Core. I think we've seen good adjustments from their defensive side. Safia has been very creative with those trip setups. I think we see those iterations of some more aggressive ones trying to counter those lurks, and then the turtle trips where the rest of the team is really focused on one side of the map and she's looking to be that hard sight anchor. The Giant X, they understand the win conditions too, right? They're dealing with that Cypher util early. We see those lineups coming out from Ava to try and take down the very traditional trips towards that mid side. First time aggressive control of A lobby to be contested here by KC, and Alkia to be the one to fall.
Gotta go. Here.
Not what you want for KC off the back of a tactical. The plan doesn't go as expected. Let's see if we're going to be able to flash their way back. Doesn't look like it. And Giant X on the edge of success, on the edge of a win. Only one individual to find, and it's Safia, who's been spotted, her position known. And Giant X, they're going to be able to fight for the site and just force her right back. Shocky almost able to secure it.
Spike planted.
Oh, and I think Safia knows exactly what is coming. Just tanking the lockdown and hoping for a miracle, but that'll be that. Giant X will continue their foray through the lower bracket here for stage 3 with that win 2-1. And they get it done arguably already in the first half with way too much going their way.
And we talked about how this is a grand finals matchup between these two in this elimination round. It had been the first 2 stages of Game Changers EMEA where we saw Karma Core taking that first place both time around, and for the side of Giant X consistently falling to that second place, but they want that opportunity to take the crown here for this final stage of GC EMEA.
A very good match though. Look, there's nice signs from KC, so knowing that they are going to be able to at least go to champs. They won't get that LAN experience that they may be hoping for, but alas, you know, it is going to be another step in the right direction. And they got an extra bit of time now to prac and get ready for that, which is going to be their next thing on the agenda. But here today, of course, it was for elimination of stage 3, but as discussed, there is less on the cards for them than some other teams that are here in stage 3. So they got to limit test a little bit, maybe have a bit of fun with it, maybe flex the map pool in a different direction, just to be able to, you know, focus on the future rather than focus on the now.
No, that is for certain. I think that was a great point that the desk was making earlier here as well. But it was such a treat, Mac, I think, to get this matchup in an elimination round between these two teams. Incredibly well played.
It certainly was. Ash, it's been a pleasure having a bit of a yap with you and enjoying this first series of the day. But we got to get back to the desk to break this one down.
Thank you, Mac and Ash. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Unfortunately for KC, they are eliminated here against GX, and with that, their run in Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 comes to an end. However, Billy, GX, they are moving forward into that lower bracket final, and they've been second all year. Is this the miracle run they need to secure a stage under their belt?
Do you know what? Giant X, if there's going to be any team to make a lower bracket run, I would say it would be Giant X. They're used to being in this position. The pressure never ever gets to them. It's how they've always found themselves in that grand final. So there's no reason that they can't try and go for it a third time as well. And I think if they were to get a regional title going into GCC, as much it would leave them a little bit less prep time, I think that having that confidence of winning regionally is second to none.
Yeah, absolutely. And for KC's side of things, it is a little bit unfortunate that this is where they drop out, because that means that they will not get that LAN experience, which is a completely different environment than what they are usually used to. But GX has really dialed it up today, Inami. This is the first time that we are seeing these two teams against each other, and GX actually comes out with the upper hand. So props to them for being able to do that, considering as well the roster swaps last minute.
Yeah, and I look at this ACS coming from Sarah. Sarah has been phenomenal this map, honestly, and this is something that we've seen also on the side of GX. She's been always so consistently good all the time, but she's just not as highlighted because she's never had this insane of a performance. But she had to chance this time to just prove around that, well, let's toss the map 2 never happened, and she showed us that she is competitive and she is able to make it to Game Changers champs.
Yeah, for sure. And both of these teams are going to champs, so that is not really something to take away from them. But again, for Giant X's side of things, as we already touched upon, getting that regional title would be absolutely insane. And they have shown us today that even on maps that they haven't been necessarily too confident on throughout the entirety of the group stage, now that it's playoffs, they are here to game. They are not messing around. And I think that's a beautiful thing to see. But they will be going up in that lower bracket against the loser of Twisted Orchid or G2 Goes. And so they still really have their path cut out for them.
Yeah, I agree. And I think something that you hit on really well there, Ginny, was, you know, the roster changes that they had coming into playoffs. Because let's not forget, Smurfette wasn't part of their group's performance. They almost didn't make it into playoffs because of how their group's performance went. And I think that Smurfette has been able to bring a bit of life back to this team, a bit of the Giant X that we know and love. And it kind of makes sense when you consider the core of the roster, Sarah, Ness, Smurfette, you know, having been together for so long, being on that Giant X roster last year after getting picked up initially in stage 1. So yeah, I think that them three together is such a dream team. It's such a, you know, dynamic trio that we know and love. And yeah, I'm looking forward to them potentially being able to put up a fight going on this lower bracket run.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we can really expect from them. And if any team is able to do it, it is going to be GX. But enough from us, because we have Smurfette as well, ready to join us for a bit of a yap after a very dominant performance, especially on this last map. Congratulations, girly. You guys are advancing further into that lower bracket. You must be absolutely hyped right now.
I am. It's been like rough days, to be honest. But we got it. We'll see tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, tomorrow is a new day, but I would love to talk about today specifically because map 1 went really well for you guys. Map 2 obviously was in favor of KC. Third map, you guys were really able to bring it back. So my question starting off is more when it comes to the mindset of playing in this lower bracket with the elimination pressure on your shoulders, with the fact that you guys have had this last minute roster swap and the hunger to get a title. Does that at any time during these games, especially after you just lose a map, impact you or any of the other players?
No, I mean, we know, like, since we made the like roster changes and stuff, like we have no pressure because no one expects us to do such a great job. Also, there is never pressure because we're so used to lower bracket. We always go from lower bracket. It's just like whatever, do or die. It's just we're so used to it. So I don't think anyone has like pressure about that.
Do you think that actually makes you then play more comfortable and more together rather than if you did have the pressure on you? Because as you said, you don't feel that pressure. So you kind of just take it like day by day, map by map.
Yeah, I think like if you let your emotions control you, you're gonna like regret every second of it. I think in our team everyone knows it, so they're aware and they try their best to not have pressure at all. We try to play like it's a prank, even though I know it's not. But yeah, of course there's gonna be pressure, but when you get in the game, it goes away.
It went away really quickly. We saw that in every individual performance. How do you guys as well manage to stay so confident? Because even in a couple of rounds where maybe it should have been won by your side of things and they didn't necessarily go your way, it's really impressive to see the continuous bounce back from the roster, regardless of the external factors that have been affecting you. So where do you guys get the confidence from?
I mean, we are so used to losing weird rounds with the advantages and stuff, and when we start losing, even though when we are like, I don't know, 5-0 or whatever, they can come back, so we can as well. So this game is like that. So we just reset after each round and we focus on the next one.
I like that you're bringing up the fact that you guys sometimes do lose rounds where you do have the advantage. Obviously, that is something that you don't really want to be in as a team. So how are you going to make sure that that doesn't continue happening moving forward?
We are trying our best. We keep yelling, freeze, freeze, guys, after advantage. But it's getting there. It was worse than this, so we take it.
Baby steps, but the next baby step for you is going to be the lower bracket final. It's either going to be G2 Gozen or Twisted Orchid. Do you have a preference in regards to what team you want to be going up against? Or maybe you just want to say who you think is going to win?
I think G2 will win, but saying this might curse them. I hope don't. But yeah, I think G2 will win though.
And then the grand final would be in Istanbul, and I'm assuming you would be very happy to be able to play there.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you so much, Smurfa, for your time, and congratulations on advancing further into that lower bracket. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Thanks so much.
And enjoy the rest of your evening.
Have a nice evening as well. Bye-bye.
Bye. I actually really like the topic, Inami, here of them saying, yeah, we're used to being in the lower bracket. We know that there is no pressure on us to have to perform considering their roster changes. So we're just jumping into the server and having fun. And clearly they also have protocols in place to not lose that advantage. But from the mindset angle, I do feel like GX is in a really good place.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of growth coming from Smurfette also, because she's a player that has been probably dealing with this pressure a lot, and just hearing her say that she's okay with that kind of pressure is just a good sign for all GX fans.
Yes, and that's it for KCGX. We're going to be heading over to our next game, Twisted Orchid against G2 Gozen, competing in the upper bracket final for a slot in the grand final to go to Istanbul. Make sure you guys stick around because we have G2 Gozen and Twisted Orchid coming up after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you're living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3. Inami's camera will come back. I promise. For now, we are just dealing with a little bit of... Oh, there you go. See, I told you. I literally promised. I never lie. I'm Ginny, joined with Billy and Inami, and we're going to do our absolute best to break this one down because this is the upper bracket final, Inami. G2 Gozen against Twisted Mind Orchid.
Yeah, and Twisted Mind are in a pretty rough position here because since G2 made it this far, they need to be able to win this finals, to be able to make it to GC. So that's to GCC. So that's a rough position. And also, I think if you want to have an easier way in the finals, you also want to win at this point because I think the veto the veto advantage that comes from the upper bracket is just too big for a team that has a limited map pool.
I think even as much as you're touching upon the fact that for Twisted Orchids, they have to win, and this is a pretty rough position to be in, I also think we really need, because they have to win to go to GCC, we really have to highlight here, Billy, how far Twisted Orchids has come this year. They got relegated as contenders. They made it all the way back, and this is the best performance we have ever seen from them this entire year. So hats off to them.
Yeah, I think when I was initially looking at them being, you know, kind of one of those top seeds from the groups as well, I was like, hold on a second, are we seeing like an over-performance from Twisted Minds Orchid? Like, it's something that we had never seen before, but then they've gone strength to strength since then. And I've honestly been so impressed with them, so blown away by the way in which they're actually being able to play out the game and win out the series that they've been winning. And you have players like Lexa as well on this roster who are wanting to make it back to Game Changers Champs. Hated the most as well, who's just narrowly missed out on Game Changers Champs in the past when she was on Ascend. So yeah, you have a bunch of players here who are really raring to get back there. And honestly, I've just been so impressed with their journey so far.
Yeah, and like you spoke about how like the play style has been, and it's actually so insane that they keep a very different play style than many other teams. We've seen them run some very different comps compared to like other teams or what we expect from them. They have this very aggressive duelist on lane that is just not afraid of like just coming into you every single time. And I think that it's so refreshing to see that this young talent coming into Game Changers every single year.
Yeah, and something that we wanted to highlight as well, or someone particularly, is Lean when it comes to the performance that we've seen from them in the group stage, and now that we're seeing in the playoffs. It feels like there are levels to this team, and they just keep leveling up, Billy.
Yeah, so to clarify, the playoff statistics are, of course, only from one game because Lean has only had to play one playoff game so far. But I think this just shows the continued performance that we've seen in groups. The fact that she's one of the highest rated duelists that we have in our region during this stage as well. Honestly, I've been completely blown away by her performance as well. And it's just, as you say, a testament to the kind of young and upcoming talent that we've had in contenders in the past that have been playing in the main stage this year.
Yeah, and as well, when we are looking at the side of Twisted Orchids, as we've already touched upon, the fact that they came out of contenders after they got relegated and now they're all the way here. Of course, this team has had to go through quite the journey, Inami, to be able to get these results, because it's not something that just happens overnight. And I feel like from their perspective, having such a long period of time together is also a really great factor that benefits them on their side.
Yeah, I think that will be like an advantage that they have in going against just what Suset, who has been like so huge coming into the previous stage. But even if they had that stage, they were able to just fill in and just do as great as they did before. And I think Marty just feels completely that role because she's just as aggressive as this entire team. I remember this one round in Haven where like you throw util, you think they will probably be pushed back, but nope, they're just coming into you, fighting you even with classics. So that just goes to show you how aggressive this team is and how unexpected their plays are, and it can be a tough opponent for G2, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. The unexpected angle is something to be worried about, but also when we're looking at them as a roster, as a friend group, really, it is really impressive to see how well they gel together and how everything is just very much vibe dependent. So to get a little bit more insight on the workings and a peek behind the curtain of Twisted Minds, I had to sit down with Toka earlier today to let us know what's going on in their camp. Toka, you guys over at Twisted Orchid have made it to the upper bracket final, and who else you're there to play besides G2 Gozen? This is the furthest we've seen you get in the bracket so far this year for Game Changers. When Stage 3 rolled around, did you have the expectation to be all the way in the upper final?
No, honestly, we didn't think that we're gonna go that far. I think like, we were thinking that we're gonna be out in group stage probably, but we just played and yes, that's it.
Well,
we managed to do wins.
It's a good surprise then, in that sense, where it's like you guys are all the way over now in the upper final. When it comes to the team dynamic, we're hearing a lot about the practice, but also just like the rounds on the server being very funny, very jokey, very hee-hee ha-ha. The vibe just in general being really good over with the ladies. What do you think has had that much of an influence on the structure being so good for you?
I don't know, honestly. I think we just having fun a lot together, and we don't think a lot about winning stuff. We're just here just to play, and I think that's all. Like,
yeah, and you're playing
team.
very well.
Yeah.
As well, which is obviously a really nice situation to be in. For really the Game Changers Championship, you have to go to the grand finals, you have to win those as well and able to qualify. Now that you are very clearly on a hot streak, you have that momentum on your side, you're all clicking really well together. Has that now become the final goal?
To go to Champions? Or I mean, of course we want to go to the Champions, but I don't think we like focused on this goal. As I said, we're here just to play, and yeah, if we're gonna manage to qualify for Champions, it's gonna be of course good, but first of all, we're here just to play and get fun. And
do you think then that there is maybe no pressure on your side of things? You're coming into this.
I think there is no pressure at all.
That's good.
No pressure at all.
Would you say you're more the underdogs? Because everybody's expecting G2 Gozen, right, to go to internationals. Do you like that? Do you like being the underdogs?
Yeah, I liked it.
Is it?
I like being an underdog like for all my life.
Is it more like because there is no pressure, or is it more because you get the opportunity to prove people wrong? Like, what side of it do you enjoy the most?
Maybe to prove people that they're wrong sometimes, and players can improve, and sometimes beat teams that were dominating before. And yeah.
What do you think is the edge that Twisted Orchid has this time around?
The edge? Like...
the advantage.
I don't know.
What makes you guys different?
Makes us different? Yeah, well, I think there is a lot of stuff that make us different. First of all, our preparation for the tournament. I think it's different. Like, teams get used to prepare like and play a lot of scrims. We are not. We just play in not like other teams. I think we're more focused on like play a couple scrims, and after we just go and do our stuff. Like whatever.
Team bonding. Maybe like a bit more of an unconventional way. I am really excited to see how that's going to be turning out on the server today. So thank you so much for taking the time ahead of your game to have a little chat with us. And good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
That interview was a little bit of a gold mine when it comes to actually figuring out the behind the curtain operations of Twisted Mind Orchid, and I was really, I just want you to repeat exactly your reactions next. You're like, what do you mean?
My jaw visibly dropped. Like, I was like, what? What do you mean you're not really scrimming before you're playing? Honestly, news to me. Maybe it's a tactic. Never heard anything like that before.
Listen, it seems to be working, okay? You cannot fault them that whatever team bonding activities they have been doing offline is clearly translating online into the server and has allowed them to get to where they are today. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I particularly, Inami, love that mentality of like, yes, I actually prefer being the underdog because I get to show and prove people wrong.
Yeah, I liked hearing that from her because this is a team that we didn't expect to go that far. Even when Lexa was in GCC last year, we didn't expect much from her. So the fact that you have no pressure is just like a chance for you to just show up. And I think that they did perfectly. They finished the group first place. They're right now in the upper final. So they already proved that they are that good. So they have nothing to lose going forward.
One best of 3 away from the grand final. You're absolutely correct, because this is G2 Gozen's game to lose. Because yes, G2 does have enough points, circuit points, Billy, to qualify for Game Changers Champions if, and only if, Twisted Mind Orchids doesn't win.
Yeah, but I feel like G2 Gozen made a statement in itself by being able to beat KC the other day. I think that they're back, you know? Like, they're here to claim what was theirs, the region title. I think G2 could be back, personally.
Well, we had a conversation with Amy as well earlier today to see whether or not she fully agrees with G2 being back. So let's hear what she had to say. Amy, you guys have the upper bracket final today against Twisted Mind. So heading into the competition, a couple of things that I would love to discuss, starting off specifically with the flexibility that we're seeing a lot on the G2 Gozen roster. I know it's something that we've touched upon a little bit before, but I would really like to know the ins and outs working of a team and how is it possible for a team as a whole and a roster to get into this position where every player is so flexible?
Well, I think like first of all, it comes with like your own preparation. So like as an individual player, so you just play a lot of ranked, you watch a lot of VODs, so you like kind of know what is needed from you. And then of course, like I have amazing coaching staff. Like Mimi helps a lot, and also like of course Drew, like he teaches us a lot. And like if we have a problem or if we feel like we're like can't figure things out, then we can always like talk to him, or if he feels like we're doing something right, then he will tell us and show us what is the best way. So I think like having just like a good amount of like playing yourself and having a good coach, like it really helps a lot.
And when it comes to being a flexible player as well, will there always be a preference that you have for a certain role, or is everything kind of like at the same level?
I mean, I think I will always prefer playing Sentinel because I played Sentinel so much, like most of my career. So I just have a lot of experience, but honestly, like I feel comfortable on a lot of agents. So that's why I played controller before, like that's why I can play Astra and etc. right now. Like I'm always down to fill and whatever is needed for the team.
And the upper bracket final, I mean, if you win it, you are heading straight into that grand final. There's obviously Game Changer Championship on the line here as well. Are you worried going up against a team like Twisted Orchid? Because it does feel like they have also had a really solid run so far this stage.
I mean, I would not necessarily say worried, but I think they're like really strong right now, and you can clearly tell from like their matches. So I think it's just a really exciting match, and I can't wait to see like how we are playing against them.
I'm looking forward to it as well. It's going to be the fact that we're going to see you two on the server as well against this team. Both of you kind of having this really good stage this time around in stage 3 when we're comparing it to the rest of the year. Do you still, however, feel like there is pressure on the G2 Gozen roster? You guys have always made it to the internationals, especially to Game Changers Championship. We've never really had an iteration without the G2 Gozen roster in it. Does that play on your mind ahead of some of these matches?
I mean, for sure, like there's been like so many matches where it could have been like if they won this, then if that other team would have won this against like another team, then we would have qualified. And it feels like every time something like this happens, it just goes the other way. So like it just does not happen. So it's just really in our hands right now, and I think we're just all really motivated and excited to play, and we really want to make it to champs. So we're just working very hard on it. So yeah, of course there's like kind of pressure, but I think that's needed to be able to perform at a very high level.
I think that's also, as a roster, like the nicest situation to be in, where it's like you have full control over the scenario rather than having other teams and the outcomes of other games being the ones dictating whether or not a certain outcomes happens. But I love the hunger, and I'm really looking forward to the matchup today. I know it's going to be a great one, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
It kind of feels a little bit like what we've just seen. Twisted Orchid are like, no pressure, we don't care, we're just here to have fun and play games. G2 Gozen is like, at the end of the day, yes, there is pressure because we are G2 Gozen and we have to prove ourselves. So I am looking forward to Billy seeing how this is going to play out on the server and how it's going to impact individual performances, because G2 has had a phenomenal performance, every single player of them individually, but especially Vanya has been popping off.
Yeah, I think something that we were excited about at the start of the year coming into this new iteration of G2 Gozen was the potential of Vanya Duelist, but having her back on this smokes role has looked so much better for G2 Gozen, and that's not her fault. It's just that we know and love her for playing that Omen. You know, she's been in so many highlight moments, being in those clutches, one of, if not the best Omen that we have in our region.
Oh, that's a lot of high praise as well, and of course very, very much deserved, Inami.
Yeah, she has the highest assist per round. Her utility usage is insane. Everything about her is so good, and also she does all that while also being able to frag every single time. She's easily like the top-rated player in the GCC, so in GC EMEA. So I'm not surprised to see her back to her role and to see her perform that well in her role.
Back to her old ways. And with the map veto as well being ready, we're going to be able to see whether or not J2 is going to be mapped back to their old ways in terms of like what map vetoes they are comfortable with. But if anything, Billy, G2, you can take them anywhere. It's really Twisted Minds that I am a little worried about.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Twisted choosing to get rid of that Abyss, it's no surprise. It's been their insta-ban this stage. And Haven gone from G2 Ghosten as well. Also banned at the last two series they played, so no surprises there. I think Twisted actually picking into Sunset is a little bit of a surprise, actually, considering that it's been G2's insta-pick in the playoffs so far. So, in my opinion, they could have left that one open for G2 to pick into. I'm not sure what you think, Inami.
Yeah, that looks to be a little rough for Twisted Mind, especially when I look at the second map as well, being Corrode, and the fact that because Twisted Mind have this perma-banned map, they are forced in a way to keep Corrode open. And of course, G2 have been having the best performance on this map, 100% win rate on 5 matches, so it's a map that they're leaning into. But if we ever get to the decider, that's not a map that we've seen G2 perform that well in.
Yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag in that sense, Billy, when it comes to map picks, but is there any clear favorite? Sunset specifically is what I would like to start off with, because I would like to know whether or not we are expecting changes in agent compositions here, or I personally don't think so, but I'm gonna have to ask the specialists.
I don't think that we're going to see any changes. Yes, we did see G2 lose to KC on it the other day, but I think if you've come in with a composition that you really believe in, then you decide to continue running that. And they're also a team that don't really have the space to be able to come up with risks and things that they want to throw into this game. You know, they have to be able to beat Twisted Minds and guarantee themselves that grand final, as we said, for them to still be able to make champs. So yeah, I think looking ahead, Agent Select, I'm not expecting any changes from either team.
No, we're ready to head into it as well, so that's only going to further prove it or not. Inami, what are we thinking? I mean, of course, the Euro is expected. I feel like it's at this point. Is it safe to say, Inami, that to call it Yoru is Mimi's signature agent?
Yeah, it feels like it became her signature in the last stage, and that's not a pick that we expected her to go to in this, like, coming into the stage, but she proved us wrong. She was open. I think that she had over 5 or 6 kills on this map, just in mid alone. And on the other side, I see that we have a Waylay on lane, and that's a very aggressive player, and that's an agent that allows you to be aggressive while also having that a little net for safety if needed. So I'm excited to see what both of teams will be bringing us in the server.
Likewise, and I'm sure everybody at home wants us to start the game too. So casters, Hazak, Cairo, start the game. Let's get it.
Hey, look, don't rush us. You can't rush what is set to be a very entertaining game this evening. Both teams very aware of the task at hand. Twisted Mind just 1 series away from their first ever Game Changers Grand Final. And for G2, 1 game away from their first Grand Final this year.
Yeah, there's only 1 spot available for Game Changers Championship as well, Hazza, and both of these teams are direct competitors. Both are masters of their own fate. The only thing that matters today is winning, and that is it. They can't be nothing less than that. Twisted Minds need to get all the way to that grand final and win it. G2 just need to be in that grand final.
Exactly it. Twisted Minds started the year outside of the main event, but today they can make the step to Istanbul and a leap towards qualification for GCC. Up against G2, they've come off the back of their worst playoff stage since 2023, with their lowest group placement since then, but might now finally be turning the ship around in these last 2 matches. It all starts on Sunset, and G2, make no mistake about it, Akita with a shot right down middle, delivers a single bullet which opens up the round, maybe the next, and whatever Twisted Minds try and do back, it won't be enough. 3v2, Akita still going. Alexa left alone to clutch it out solo.
It settles in a 1 versus 1 and a foot race towards the B site. And to be honest, when you look at it, Vanya's timing won't be too far off unless she takes a detour, which she does.
So Alexa has time to set up this post plant. Footsteps not quite heard by the Cypher player for now. Vanya with a smoke and the next on a 20-second cooldown, but Alexa is committed to the corner playing this back site. Cage in pocket, but the crosshair full focus. Vanya turns the corner, but it's the Turk to snap the first shot and deliver the opening blow in this series. G2 with the pistol round.
A commanding start, and the pace you can already being set by G2 and how they want to play this defense. Playing on the front foot, playing that double duelist to their advantage, and on top of that, the fact that you see the individual, or not even just the individual, but the team-wide synergy, the way they're able to play off one another. I think the only thing that goes awry is maybe Amy Sage trying to play aggro on the wall, but overall, you'd be happy with that if you're G2.
Absolutely. And I think I just very quickly want to bounce off of what Amy was saying in that interview as well. They feel like it's in their own hands now. Twisted Minds, the only other team coming into this top 4 that could have displaced things. But with G2 cruising through the uppers, it meant that the MENA organization has to go ahead and win the whole thing now, and being able to stop them from taking that quickest route to the grand final is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds need to be in that grand final to stop G2's direct qualification to GCC. The antagonists to our protagonists. And I mean, that's the thing about G2 Gozen, right? Darlings of the region. Everybody knows them from their successes. The only EMEA team to actually win a GCC.
And one of 2 teams to have made it to every single championship so far with nothing less than a top 3 finish. So the standard is very much set, and in this anti-eco round, G2 setting the pace in some ways, not allowing Twisted Minds to take too much control. The spike ferrying its way through mid, and now heading towards a B finish.
30 seconds left.
3 bodies strong. You're expecting for this to be a fairly easy affair, especially with Vanya and a judge in the smoke. It's going to be able to settle with Twisted Minds getting a plant, which they'll be extremely happy with. But a judge in the hands of Marty makes things interesting.
Ooh, flash into backside. Chance for Twisted Minds.
One enemy
but it's not going to end up that way. G2 close out finally and get that converted. So 3 bodies up, 3 purchases into the next round, and it's 2 Bulldogs. Oh, well, what I thought was 2 Bulldogs. They're actually going to keep that judge, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it sort of makes sense, I guess, if you want to entertain those close quarter duels. One thing that many will notice immediately about this composition from G2 is they don't have the standard Sentinel. It's Amy on the Sage that has to pick up a lot of that slack, and so you can understand the reason for focus on mid in the opening round and those that follow to give themselves a little bit more control on the map. Heading into the next, you see Twisted Minds now beginning to take up a main space for themselves. Akita throws the stun in, but isn't willing to challenge this head on. Oh, I tell you, is. Okay.
Straight away TPing down, and a question mark as to where she's gone. Well, in fact, actually, confirmation with the TP there. But advantage taken, and it feels like a gut punch for Twisted Minds. They're left scratching their heads with a body down.
Applying so much pressure as well, like you said, and it comes back to what I mentioned. It's that mid pressure again.
It is, but Lean's not been identified through that Prowler on A main, so just keep an eye on that for a moment.
Twisted Minds always inserting Lean in these deep positions where possible. It's such a fundamental aspect of their gameplay. But the rest of the pack and the Spike are heading up top mid. Vanya again.
Gotta go.
Yeah, and Lean unfortunately not well, too busy looking elsewhere. Akita identifying, and now the bodies are starting to drop. But it is still just 1 as Twisted Minds get a quick trade.
Yeah, and actually Twisted Minds able to bypass some of that information by pathing themselves through top mid. They set up in post. G2 have numbers coming back into this retake, but there is a severe weaponry disadvantage. I'm looking at the pistol on Petra, and Amy perhaps struggling to get some value out of this judge here.
Biggest problem as well is if Marty gets a kill, it could easily turn into a rolling thunder. But that paranoia is huge, and so is the Horn identifying all players. That should be easily finished out, but instead Toka comes up with a massive 3K.
Yeah, one of the players getting caught through the other, a bit of collateral damage in there perhaps. Either that or through the corner of the wall. This was a really nice pace setter from G2 to start off the round, again challenging Tiles. but just couldn't convert the numbers. And I don't know if Amy went into the ult there. You saw the sort of flowing orb effect around her. But yeah, it's a messy one. There will be ults up in this next, though. You already mentioned Marty's Rolling Thunder. Perhaps just using that for a direct execution on A here.
No, it's definitely going to be a quick win as Akita tries to adjust and does so. Getting HTM with the TP up, and well, this push is quickly being dealt with.
Yeah, G2 staving off Twisted Mind's attempts at growing a lead for themselves at this stage in the game. You're now starting to see that re-clear coming back in through mid. Lexa has the cam to spot the top.
But it's Mimi and Petra.
It is.
But she TP'd out. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Got a little bit confused there. I didn't see any deep positioning, but yeah, G2 happy to forfeit that space right now. Vanya has to play this one carefully, though. On a knife's edge. TP's backside beat. And we'll have the support of Mimi this time.
Yeah. Never trust me is what the rule tends to be, but as we head on towards the B site, this spike can easily go down as G2 do not want to contest, they want to play as a 5, and with plenty of bodies to contest, Paranoia is still available. This should be easy enough, but Toka and Marty are going to make this a little bit difficult, and the Rolling Thunder invested. The push from Market completely denied, and with Spike going down, Twisted Minds have an advantage.
Yeah, Mimi and Vanya both separated from each other as well. Still a flash on the duelist if she wants to try and set up Vanya here.
Big F though, that's if she has the opportunity to. It's a good flash as well. And trying to clear backside is a problem for Vanya. How have Twisted Minds won that then?
I'll tell you how. They've managed to interrupt G2's retake. I think the defenders looked very good at their set retakes before G2 in previous matches that we'd seen from them, but just not given the time of day. Twisted Minds cracking down on that one instantly. And you can see the shockwaves that it sent in the server, those 2 wins back-to-back. After feeling like you were in a position of power there, the economy is shaken. Still ults available, of course. Akita's going to have the overdrive here as well, and you can already see both duelists scheming towards the A side. It's also a big confidence booster for Twisted Minds as well, getting into this game nice and early, with it also being their map pick.
Oh, the Rafat's going to go. I was going to say, about to stop there for a second, and while it's been heard, there's nothing off the back of that, so plenty of information for this G2 defense. This Twisted Minds look to posture themselves for a hit into B.
Yeah, and they're going to wait for Lean to get here as well, with some of that gap close on the light speed still available to her. Hinder drops in as well. Vanya repossessing her own smoke and is going to find the head of the snake. Lean does fall, but Toka is quick to trade, and there's still just one player here for G2. Petra feeling like she has to give it up and play with the rest of her team now that they're revealed.
Problem being that rifle wasn't rescuable on towards that front site, unfortunately, the way the bodies fell. And towards the back side they go. Akita is the first to get it. Alternate online, and G2 completely round the site. This is incredible stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous, but G2 have played to their win conditions yet again. Happy to invest the ultimate from Akita there and clear the whole thing out. It was a nice start from Vanya, and you can only credit Petra for making the right decision and sticking to the protocols in that moment. With the team being on boot camp, the vibes are only going to get better from here on out. 3 successful retakes of the 3 rounds they have so far.
That's it. With G2 finding their footing, being able to adjust from the previous mistake that they made on the retake, right? That's the big thing. Mimi, quick as a flash, gets the pick, closes the door, and commit completely give it up to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are on a bit of a half buy here. So losing Lean early doors is a problem. That refracts the one signature piece of utility that allows her to take space with a little bit more comfort. Petra is just going to tether the one target, but Twisted Minds snared in mid. I'd just be looking to join up with Lexa and path their way towards B. It's the weaker side of G2's defense, or so you'd think if Vanya's judge wasn't getting active again.
Well, the door broken and towards the B site, they'll try and ply their trade, but I mean, there's utility to be sent, weapons to try and get round, and every single corner there seems to be another danger that Twisted Minds are going to approach this time around. It's a double stack from Akita and Petra. Unfortunately, not able to get the kills. It'll be Vanya from the side, and Akita finally swinging through. An investment of an ultimate was what it took for G2 to close out the round, which might prove expensive in future rounds, Hazard.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you raise it, because that's the silver lining for Twisted Minds. I don't think they were expecting to get much out of G2 there at all. With this top mid pressure pretty important for them. They've conditioned it now, the idea that they could push through market or top mid like we've seen. And that's something for G2 to think about. It makes you wonder, coming out of this timeout, do they then shift towards some more main-heavy setups, perhaps? We've not really seen Lean get all too involved so far, which feels crazy to say. You look at the series against Giant X last time out, 60 kills across 3 maps. 18 of those were first kills and only 12 first deaths. So it's that impact in the early round where she is most important.
I think for me as well, the one thing that I would counter your kind of suggestion of more main takes is we did see an attempt from Twisted Minds to do that, and when it happened, they completely fell apart, right? First 2 entries went to G2, and once they'd got that, backed off, and I mean, Twisted Minds just didn't know where to go from there. That was the round that they did actually end up winning, but that was the 3 versus 5 right on the B site.
Yeah, exactly. It's
not repeatable.
It's the fence-sitting option, right? I think it's a bit of both of what we've said. You know, if you're able to create so much pressure in one area of the map, see if you can start to exploit those other avenues a little bit more. And as I mentioned, to bring it all back again, that comes down to players like Lean when you are the solo duelist. Nice wall over the top of this smoke from G2, and they will profit from their investment.
And the thing I love about G2 is that they're happy with what they've got. They're not too greedy. Don't go for over peaks. Take the pick. And then they're going to try and use that advantage into the later round. Petra, finding where Lexa is. Usually the luck player, usually all alone.
Take flight.
And that's the difference. All those years of experience come in the form of discipline, which Twisted Minds may be without in similar situations. Lean trying to get off the board on that first kill. But very slow to strip back any control from G2 here, who are sitting passively in the site with their numbers advantage.
Yeah, and on top of that, G2 having that mid control, it starts to constrict further and further. This time, we do see Petra. Thank you, mate. And Vanya is towards elbow and has got some good information with bullets flying off.
Left.
But want to back off, and this is where Mimi's going to be in perfect position.
Yeah, she's left now. Petra back in the side this stage, but it's all eyes on Mimi right now. Holding the line as Toka makes the cross. The shots are going to hit, and so Twisted Minds have access to the B site. HTM taking the quick route and getting the spike down early, but G2 are here and ready to flood. Toka can fight off the first of those players, but it's Petra yet again in the backside to hold things up. Twisted Minds heavily post-plant from main here. It's only HTM on spot. His position is constricted, but she's still going to win that next duel. Smoke goes off, means that she has nothing to play around. And it goes to the 1 versus 1.
It's Raid Boss versus Raid Boss. And both have been good for clutches before.
And Vanya already has one in this map. On the pistol, looking to get it halved here, and comes off just in time to greet Hated the most as she enters the smoke. G2 with 5.
Hey, I mean, I don't want to be in a clutch against either of those 2 players, but if I was to put my life on it, I would put it on Vanya. very well played, and overall, like the macro game that G2 are playing right now, sure the gunfights might go their way, but if it was to go all G2, you could see exactly how the cogs were working and how they would have got to that position, right? In terms of Mimi taking that mid space away, constricting Twisted Minds, and I don't know how they attack, try and deal with this proactiveness that G2 keep going for.
Yeah, the fundamentals looking so solid as well. Lean again giving up the A space. It's one of the benefits of being on boot camp, having your teammates side by side, something which G2 haven't enjoyed all too much this year. They haven't been boot camping as much as they were previously. But that's now 2 series wins in a row after their worst group stage record since 2023. Even look back a stage, equally as poor. So those high standards they set are starting to be reached. Twisted Minds on the eco here, dashing in.
Straight in towards G2's gunfire. I mean, overall, just the amount that they're able to stop players getting out. Sure, you've not got the best of buys, but you'd be expecting some sort of resistance, a kill, and here or there, but G2 are not even allowing it. And that's the biggest thing coming out of this.
Yeah, for sure. I think even if Lean can get onto default there, you're expecting that second player to swing, but Vanya has it covered. Next TP invested.
One enemy remaining.
And it's an absolute whitewash from G2 here, Cairo.
And it ends like that. A flawless round. G2 finding 6. And if I was the coach, I'd probably be thinking we're in timeout territory, or we're starting to get to it, because since G2 have started winning rifles, it has not stopped.
Yeah, the most concerning part is that Twisted Minds Orchid have already used their first timeout, so yeah. That's the question. Are we getting to a point now where you need to use both? And I honestly think we're probably not too far off, because as we say, this is their map pick, Sunset, starting things off. Corrode up next for G2, undefeated on the latest introduction to the map pool. Are the most decorated team in our region, so Twisted Minds have got a lot of work to do if they're to turn this around, and it starts with this rifle. And you expect Lean to be the conduit for that again.
I like this. They've dedicated at least one player towards each extremity, or at least each lane, right? So that they can try and counteract that. HTM doesn't have any idea where the players could be, at least supported by Lexa she does now. And Akita respecting what she's done, happy with creating a question mark, and now Twisted Minds will be forced to use utility when coming back into A main.
Akita holding on for what will be the drone rounding the corner first. Looking to bite off a little bit more than she could chew there, so dropping to a deeper position in sight. Caught on the elbow angle by Lean, but now Twisted Minds accelerating into their execute. Akita goes wide and isn't going to hit the mark here either. Lean leading the charge, and with the opening kill under her belt, Twisted Minds have some fire in their belly.
You can see Vanya playing with the idea of trying to get a pick back in their favour, but instead Twisted Minds look for one more.
Oh, and they're going to get punished for it. Mimi with the opener, 1 bullet left in the chamber, and Mimi gets the next. It's a 3v2 still when the dust settles for Twisted Minds, but G2 are retaking from the same position.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one haunt, but that's really it. It's all up to the gunfights.
And the stun is going to land right on Amy's head. Creeping this down to a crawl. On the angle is Marty. She's ready to receive. And Lexa right by her side will make no mistake about it. Twisted Minds with another round on the board, resurfacing just when required.
Well, it's just as well I'm not a coach, mate, because not timing out has worked out in the favour of Twisted Minds. The next idea has got them around back. But 3 is not enough. We need to see one more. And overwhelming, creating a pressure point and then going back across the map and overwhelming what was the weak side of the map certainly worked out.
Yeah, and in this series, which is all about winning and moving on into the grand final, Twisted Minds have shown that they can take the top teams the distance before, but now it's about actually going ahead and winning it. Taking a result in full. Lean early on dashing into A for the information, but you can see her utility bar is now completely vacant, forced entirely to go in dry. Mimi bailing from the situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, being forced off, but it's given more and more space. Twisted Minds scale slowly. Got to keep an eye on Lexa and where she goes when the chaos ensues. The biggest thing for me in terms of this execute is the fact that we still have that Rolling Thunder sitting on Marty.
She'll waste no time to introduce it to play either. The stun goes in the direction of Link, so Twisted Minds ready to set up for post. And as we've seen before, they've been very strong in these positions.
Now they have Lexa path towards short, towards that Ivy position. So all the players are going to try and force out CT. There's like 8 players here.
Looking for the duel and starting to win it. Marty at the double, and the TP from Vanya puts her on a plate, but still, she falls away, keeps her life. Mimi going in without the ult, and G2 crumbling at the first hurdle. Brilliant play from Twisted Minds there, just to completely interrupt the retake before G2 can get set in motion.
And this A site is continuing to be a problem point for G2. The fact that now that's a few rounds in a row that we've seen G2 being forced out and giving up the site and not being able to retake back into it. And CT being a big component of that. Twisted Minds putting bodies on the line, ready to fight. And I'm wondering if this is a bit of ante that they've maybe got, or just a priority that they're starting to put on this part of the map.
I mean, it has to be a read into G2's game plan, that's for sure. I can echo your thoughts there. From seeing how they played this last time out, it was a loss to KC last week in the upper semi-final, whereas on the other hand, Twisted Minds, they beat KC in the group stages, but then lost in the final week of groups to Zenit, a team which didn't even make it to playoffs. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. But I have to say, G2, with how good they've looked in these set situations, whether it's post-plant retake, you have to really deal with those timings as much as possible and stop such a protocol-heavy team from having their way with things.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, now as well, like, just to talk about Sunset, this is the first map that we've not seen that isn't a repeat of the others, right? Ascent, Corrode, Haven, Split, Lotus are all the other maps being played, so quite a lot of, I guess, footage for these two to play off of, which makes the later veto interesting once we get to it. But as for now, I mean, as you said, like, Sunset has not been played a whole lot. Only last week did we see them play against KC for the second time, and Split 3. So overall, it's impressive to see what Twisted Minds have been able to find since then and come up with a game plan.
It's also what the desk were discussing as well, that the winner of this game will have a veto advantage into the best of 5, a double ban which could make all of the difference in Istanbul. But for now, G2 coming off the back of their own timeout, the first that they choose to introduce. Eyes on middle. Twisted Minds have gone back here for a double dip after not really showing face in this area of the map the last few rounds. Mimi, oh my god.
Oh, Marty's been unbelievable! What is that second shot? And G2 are now forced to try and find something. It's through A main they go. It won't be a whole bunch. And Twisted Minds set their sights on B.
Yeah, the Mimi walking out of the market door means only one thing. That B site is a little bit weaker than it would have been otherwise. Twisted Minds getting in, getting the spike down at a short moment. But they have to be aware of the potential flank. And now Mimi back on her feet in middle.
I mean,
with the Yoru ult, really important for this retake.
And that's a big thing to point out, right? They are still at a player disadvantage, probably 2 rifles down now that the Euro is being used, but is it a combination to try and find Lexa? Oh my god, Mimi trying to get the second and does so. So now it's a 3 versus 3, all even and coming down to the gunfights. Time not in G2's favour, so they have to get a move on, and it has to be Vanya. Up against Toka, has to at least get half. A lot of pressure on the Omen, but the dart's not good. The dart's not good at all. And unfortunately, Toka's short he is. It will be 5. Twisted Minds have bridged the gap.
Vanya, unlucky not to win that one, honestly. If she'd either continued the stick or the spike, or look for the duel, she would have won it. Brilliant start from Marty, but it would have been her third clutch one so far this map. It's coming down to the fine details, and Twisted Minds are just about keeping themselves in it.
I mean, Marty's a player that, for me, was underrated. I always remember being introduced to her as a player all the way back when, if you remember, Anonymous, was it Anonymous Tigers? Was that it?
Yeah.
All the way back, and was a standout player back then as well. And it's nice to see her on like a top 3 side for EMEA.
Well, she's been in that place before, last year with NASA as well, but I completely agree with you, right? It's trying to break into that top cut and find herself on a team which can really compete. Vanya to pressure B main at the start of this round, though, accompanied by 2 other G2 players. First blood in the last round of the half, and Mimi continuing this flank onwards.
Petra, though, is the next one under fire. The C's is good. Vanya can't capitalise, and overall, Twisted Minds have been blocked moving any further forward.
Yeah, this is a really weird round now. The spike is making its way through top mid, but there's a crossfire set up in the main end of the push. It's just a few moments too late. Lean expending the ultimate to give herself half a chance, but the convergent paths will not bring it all together for her here. A flawless finish for G2 in the opening 12. Small lead kept into the second half.
And I mean, I don't know if they'll necessarily be happy with that small lead. Twisted Minds, though, they'll be extremely happy. But can they make the full comeback in the second half? Stick around and you'll find out after the break.
Just 2 rounds separating the teams coming out of the first half in a series which was played earlier in the stage and was a 2-0 to G2. The lead for them here is absolutely huge. Heading into Corrode up next, an undefeated map. If they can take it, Twisted Minds Orchid's dreams of taking the quickest route possible to Istanbul may just be dashed.
I mean, the other aspect to this is that G2 have already done the hard work. The tough side is out of the way. It's the defence where they've always struggled. The attack, not so much. They've got a 60% win rate on the attack. Twisted Minds have got a hard task ahead of them if they want to win their own map pick.
A lot of that part and parcel of the loss to KC, just 2 rounds picked up. So yeah, the improvements have definitely been made. G2 preparing extensively into this one from their boot camp in Berlin. Already setting up for the A play. Telegraphed with the utility that's already been used.
My eyes are down.
And Lexa can't hold on to all too much space here. It's a full alley setup from Twisted Minds.
I like that Mimi isn't going towards the site, and neither are G2. They're looking for further fights using the Sage Wall, and unfortunately don't capitalise off the back of it. Still, that trap survives on the site as the spike goes down.
So they know a player hasn't crossed, and when they do, Petra is dead. Deep wall still for control. G2 in post, but Twisted Minds with numbers to this retake.
I mean, Akita still has that stun. That's the big thing in the back pocket of G2. But look at that scaling off the back of the smoke.
Full utility belt for Marty is the catalyst for this retake. Still HDM playing it late through Link, but her paranoia comes in for brilliant support. Twisted Minds have all bases covered. 2 for Toka, 2 for Marty, and a pistol round for Twisted Minds.
It's going to be big now moving into future rounds. It starts us off at 7-7 when we get to the rifle. The rifle's coming back into the mix, which is going to be excellent. And I can't help but feel the smoke from Vanya. I don't want to put a big question mark on it, because obviously there's a reason why, but that's what helps Twisted Minds scale out into the site.
Yeah, I think G2 kind of just want to play it up close and personal and hope that they're not going to get caught by, Marty's breach stun, HTM's paranoia, but the utility's perfect from Twisted Minds. You really can't knock it. And something I do want to build onto here as well from HTM is, while she does have the lowest ADR of playoffs, she has the highest assists per round, and it's not even close. I want you to ballpark this. I know you and I aren't good at game shows and answering questions, but what do you think her average assists are?
Average assists. So, I mean, we were talking about, I know I'm talking about a different tournament, but I know Waddle was like a 0.8 or something like that, which was ridiculous.
Wait,
and,
fake clone. Never mind, carry on.
I'm looking. So that was a ridiculous point. HTM, are we going to get out here?
Well, it's not going to be an assist this time. It's Marty laid up for a double. Vanya can recover a rifle, and I tell you what, Kyra, there's a decent chance for a clutch here.
There is, and it's Vanya, of all people, who we've already spoken about, has gotten 3 clutches on the defence side. A Bulldog in hand and a player off guard, this could work out.
Certainly could. Just waiting for the smoke, perhaps, to try and sell some trickery before she makes the full attempt. Slowly arriving at the 30-second mark here. And there is the smoke.
That's allowed Lexa to move into it, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but Vanya doesn't care. It's a means to an end. Off to the B site she goes. But her woes in terms of this Cypher player, like you say, have not fully concluded yet. There is a spy cam on the site and a trap wire to stop Vanya from getting to main.
Yeah, so Spike will go down, right? And it'll give enough movement for Vanya to go and take her stand somewhere, right? It's all in her terms. So, with that being said, I don't think Twisted Minds are fully out of troubled waters just yet.
Absolutely not. And for those who are wondering what hated the most assist stat is, you're going to be made to wait, because Vanya's demanded our attention well within the realms of possibility. Playing to the corner. Toka's dropped in, and that's the first target. Vanya gets it at the second snatch. 8 bullets left. First player spotted. Lean on the angle with only a sheriff, but she'll find the shot she needs. And so crisis averted. The scoreline tied and the anti-eco converted.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, it's a trouble, as I say, troubled waters, a difficult one all in, but Twisted Minds will be happy just to get into the next round with a win rather than a loss, because Vanya did excellently there. So did Lean to hold on with just the sheriff, but let's go back to that assist stat.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to do it very quickly before we get into round. I'm going to go for a 0.8 per round.
0.8?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. It's not even that crazy. It's 75% of the time, right? So
that's close.
It's an insane amount, though. And sure, she's playing smokes, but to have players push your utility that consistently and some paranoia usage in there as well, it is very impressive. But speaking to the system that she's created as the in-game leader, you can see Lean, I was going to say trying to take some B space, but something I've noticed about how she plays the Waylay is that she does like to take that refract, not actually gamble on sticking with the ground that she's taken, even if there's no immediate challenge. So
yeah,
risk-free in some senses, but doesn't collect the info on G2, who are grouped up for this A push.
Yeah, there's 4 here, but they've also left Akita elsewhere, which is interesting because that's your gap close. G2 slowly walk in, contacting their way through, trying to deal with some of the Cypher utility. Toka takes a brilliant time, but it's easily traded out. That's a problem. 40 seconds left, and where do we go now, G2?
Yeah, similar utility from G2, but they're not going to get caught by the trap this time at least. Petra and Elbow, the first point of contact to bridge that gap between the oncoming retaking defenders on the Twisted Minds side. The first of them found. It is Lexa, and the fade away from Akita is spot on. Marty won back in the mix, but she's the only rifle to this attempt from the Orchids.
There's no hard hit utility for G2 either. There's just a paranoia for Twisted Minds.
Marty is the shining light, the last form of resistance here, perhaps. HTM not going to land the paranoia she would have been looking for, so it's all cut up and conquered between the two duelists. G2 restoring their lead at the first time of asking.
I love that G2 like to play with the pacings of the round. Sometimes we can go quick, like you saw on that anti-eco. Sometimes we can go really, really slow, contacting and taking our time and giving it, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts that Twisted Minds have been put under, which is excruciatingly painful and one that you do not want to feel yourself. Seems if this is going to be a lot more defaulty with Akita faking her presence towards A main. I guess they're trying to put Twisted Minds under the guise that this is maybe something similar to the last round on how they slow walked all the way up to the A site.
It's the presence behind it from G2 which is most concerning. 2 players already in elbow. And as you mentioned not long ago, being able to play around with this pacing so consistently and now grouping up for what is looking like another A execution. Twisted Minds don't have all too much to deal with this. Marty would have loved the Rolling Thunder, but she's one off and well out of dodge.
I know Twisted Minds as a whole are nowhere near this, right? So G2 have dealt with all the Cypher utility. There's no capitalization. While the spike has yet to go down,
hang on.
I was going to say that the timing's going to be a bit weird for Twisted Minds.
Well, you put the Sage Wall for a boost top site, but Vanya's already used one of the TPs to get a little closer. And I'm not sure she's going to get the opportunity to even go searching up there. Paranoia laid up from HTM though. A counter bit of utility comes in from G2 though, and they drop the anvil. It's brilliant work to stave off the retake attempt, and now that Twisted Minds have boots on the ground, they will fall amongst the rest. G2 defending their site yet again.
I mean, it feels as if G2 are not too far off how good the pioneers of the Sage on Sunset are. And we did just see before the replays went off that it is going to be a timeout for Twisted Minds. And do you know what? Fair enough, because I don't think, apart from what one round, we've really seen Twisted Minds be in this, right?
Yeah, they've always been chasing shadows to an extent. The closest that they got was, yeah, just the one round behind, round 11, and obviously the equalizer even earlier than that, round 4. The early rifles that they picked up, but you've seen G2 make the necessary changes to improve their game as this one has gone on. And in terms of how that reflects on the attack side, it's been doing what Twisted Minds were doing, taking a page out of their book, getting a little bit more aggressive in some of these situations when you know the retake is set up. It's not going to look as good as it would have in its rehearsals, right? That's the that's the reality of the live environment. You and I know it well, but when the pressure is up, the ability to perform, not always there.
And I think that's a big thing, ability to perform, right? Because I don't want to be calling out the individual conversation, but across the board, like Lexa, HTM and Lean just haven't been at the races from what we've seen. Marty is a big component, as well as Toka, as to why Twisted Minds are on 7 and G2 aren't further ahead.
It's an eco for them here now, really rocking the boat, G2. And Twisted Minds not having access to the kind of cash flow they've been hoping for. Mimi could get isolated here against the pistols, and she will be punished.
And there's
so potential upgrade.
Yeah, and nobody close by to really deny this rifle pickup either. So once the information of the neural theft is in, Twisted Minds now have something to make this round a little bit more spicy.
Lean is the one holding on to it, and she has retained her positioning in B main, pushed all the way up past the poster board, and it's a deep clear in the corner for G2. They know this space was taken long ago, and so they'll be making sure, damn sure, to clear it correctly. Lean goes down, and that might have been the chances of Twisted Minds winning this round with it. They've got bodies towards B, but that's about all.
Yeah, I mean, this is respectful from G2. They're investing ultis, they want those double digits. Sometimes you just need to commit to it. And towards the B site, everything is known about by Mimi.
All 4 spotted. Every single player accounted for Twisted Minds. Those cyan blue jerseys rock their way in backside. Hated the most gets 2. I mean, it's a 2-on-2.
Those ultimates invested now respectable, and it's now down to a 1 versus 1.
Amy this time in the hot seat, forced to face the music. Toka on the other side, won a few of these already, but will be denied at doing the deed again. Amy to bring G2 up to double digits, but it was far too close for their liking.
I mean, still, Brawley, that's the big thing about this round. Twisted Minds are starting to, you know, get the boxing gloves off and actually disrespect their opponents, take the fight to them, and I like that. With the next few rounds coming up, the one thing that we need to know is sure G2 have a lot of economy in their favour, but what they don't have is a lot of ultimates, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds could use to get themselves a step closer to their opponents.
It begs the question, are they going to look a little bit more reactive, or is there a set piece in mind? Twisted Minds now forced to respond. It's the Hunter's Fury through the tight choke point of Market. The Rolling Thunder thrown in for good measure. And Amy has half a chance in hell to get anything done here. Yet still she walks away with her 1. And G2 use it to take the advantage in terms of numbers.
I mean, it's not only that, it's the fact that Twisted Minds have used the key pieces of utility, key ultimates that could have brought them closer to G2, and we still find G2 in an advantage and in post.
With a stockpile of their own, Petra has the Nightfall, it's invested to spot the first of the targets, the second reveals themselves in the form of Toka. A double scan on the players on spot, knows about the third now, and Petra's positioning on default. Sends the first shock in, wants the peak of the second, but can't transfer between targets, so G2's lead continues to grow.
I mean, I can't help but feel that last round might just be the killer blow to Twisted Minds unless something incredible were to happen here to build a bit of momentum. G2, they've always looked ahead, sure. Twisted Minds, though, have always been the team that can fight back from problematic situations, and they've decided to go for it, or they were thinking about going for it, pushing all their chips to the middle of the felt, but instead taking eco when G2 are on for 12.
It looked daring, but the purchase has a bit more scrutiny put on it in the end, and perhaps it's for good reason. Lean losing her life early, now sitting 5 and 16. Not the kind of performance that we were hoping from her, perhaps. And I think it's important to mention, Cairo, you know, the sole player with GCC experience on the Twisted Mind side is Lexa. But, you know, it's been Marty, it's been Toka, these initiators. And actually the ones who have had more time in Game Changers in general that are performing. HTM are IGLing, so you're not really looking at her as being this sort of point of major output.
It's incredible to think that Lexa is the only one on this roster that has GCC experience when you have someone like HTM there who played on that Ascend roster who were always G2's challengers.
And only last year as well, even for HTM, denied by Vanya and that BBL Queens team. So plenty of history between the two, but Twisted Minds have to turn things around now. G2 have done it themselves. The players are back up on their feet, and it's a 4 versus 2 that has to be stopped, otherwise map point.
I mean, that's the big question. In terms of getting back in, Paranoia, sure, but there's not a whole bunch. At least Lexa has a Phantom.
Wondering how much she's going to be able to get done with it here. Formerly of the Falcons, but Twisted Minds will not take flight in this round. They are kept grounded by G2, who have taken 12 on the Orchids map pick. Heading into the next, where they have remained invincible, Cairo. It's a spell for success.
That is, I mean, it looks better and better. I just want to note, how many times have we seen Amy ult in this map, right? Because it feels as if it's been 3 or 4, which is incredible for a Siege.
Dude, it feels like every time Twisted Minds get a clean opener, Amy's coming in there and picking up the pieces not long after. Early utility dump from G2 to raise question marks, apply pressure on A. Immediately, they're pivoting towards those Link players, though, through top mid.
And they go, Akita the one taking the path in towards the left side. Marty's the one to get the trade. Toka somehow takes Amy. That shouldn't have happened. And now this round really going into disarray as Mimi escapes, but the spike's still in Twisted Mind's hands.
I thought for a moment there Mimi was going to hang around a little bit longer, but there are players on either limit of the map. One of them Lean creeping up into tiles, the other Petra, but her positioning's null and void. It's all about Lean here.
Oh, and Vanya's so aware of the proactivity as Petra's now given a new lease to go and try and find a different avenue to work about. Instead, HTM walks forward. G2 just await their opponents. It's Twisted Minds who are the makers of their own destiny, but the makers of their own doom on Sunset. Their map pick goes G2's way.
And that feels like such a frustrating way to lose the map in the end. Spike sat beneath their feet, under their watchful eye. And with such a proactive measure taken, G2 are all too happy to get given exactly what it is that they wanted. Those clean duels in mid, or in fact, favorable duels to themselves. We don't even get to think about what Petra's flank would have looked like. And it's the experienced veterans, not just within the region, but those with the global experience that come out on top in this first map. Sunset, much remodeled from the last time we saw it played from G2, but looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, and do you know what? I'm loving what was put forward, but you look towards the rest of the series, you've got Corrode up next, a map that was a repeat in the last best of 3 that G2 were able to win out 13-9. So, I mean, Twisted Minds, we're going to have to see a full review of that map if they're to win it.
Yep, 5-0, undefeated for G2. Can Twisted Minds turn things around? We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got the money in the bank. Get you with the money in the bank.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3. Currently in the upper bracket final with Twisted Minds against G2 Gozen. I'm Ginny and I'm joined with Billy and Inami. And after the game that we've just saw, it was an incredible back and forth. This is such a competitive matchup so far, Inami.
Yeah, it's much more competitive than what we had previously, but it still wasn't enough for Twisted Minds to get that win, especially when they switched to the other side in this map. They struggled a little early on because G2 were always able to get those picks in the mid, but then also on the other side, they found an opening in the mid once again, and that just gave a relatively easy win to G2 in this map, and they give them like also an easier time going into the second map, which is so crucial this early in the map, in the tournament.
I think something that the boys kind of highlighted on cast as well was G2 being able to, switch up the tempo. They were able to control the kind of pacing of the game. They had a variety in their setups, particularly on the attack as well, where sometimes they're able to deposit Akita, deposit Vanya, whoever it may be, which is kind of surprising when you're running a double duelist composition. You would expect it to be much more direct in the approach, but I was very impressed with G2's attack overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you already touched upon, me a little bit, it's that Twisted Mind was able to start off strong and they were able to get a lead, but it wasn't necessarily something they were able to translate into the second half of the map. And I think that's especially where the aggressiveness from G2 Gozen comes into play. When you have Amy on that stage putting up some of these walls that are just like absolutely incredible, Billy, in terms of gain picks.
Yeah, it's the aggressive walls, I think, that we were highlighting there. Just being keen to always take a bit of extra space on the attack in particular, and constantly picking up multi-frags as well. I think Cairo also mentioned that the amount of ultimates that she had online throughout that map was insane, and I definitely think that being able to pick up those multi-kills in those rounds were key to being able to have that online.
252 ACS, Inami, and this is not even the duelist.
Yeah, that's the Sentinel there. It's 0.9 kill per round. She's been just so phenomenal in this map. And I know we had some questions coming into this, because why is she like not picking an actual Sentinel or an anchor, especially since she's one of the best anchors in the scene. But just her coming on this stage, being so aggressive with those walls, being able to get those picks, and just being able to refresh her ult so many times and being able to make the difference so many times when it comes to this fights in the mid and also fights on the B side. So it was just a very well played map, but by Amy overall.
Yes, absolutely. And as much as we're singing the praise of G2 Gozen and specifically looking at Amy, on the other side of things, Billy, when we're looking at Twisted Minds, when we're looking at Marty, you specifically were highlighting the amount of time she had her ultimate online.
Yeah, I think she almost had 3 by the end of the half. I was a little bit annoyed on that last round by her not going to grab the orb for her ultimate. I thought that was going to be their win condition for that round, but nonetheless, Marty, honestly, felt like she was carrying the team on her back at times, not only having an amazing individual performance, but just the utility usage as well. It was absolutely exceptional, being able to delay any sort of push as well, coming in on that defense, and yeah, just being able to clear out so much space and help assist the rest of her team in any fights that they wanted to take. I was pleasantly surprised with how well Marty performed throughout Sunset, despite not being able to win the map in the end.
Yeah, it felt like, as you already touched upon, when we were looking at Marty specifically, she was performing phenomenal. And as you said as well, carrying the team on her back. So for me specifically, when we're heading on to this next map, what I really want is not just the fact that this is obviously going to be Twisted Minds map pick, so seeing Corrode. I also want them to have every single one of their players come to life. It felt like this map, specifically Inami Sunset, it didn't feel like every one of their players was as comfortable playing on the server today. It maybe a little bit more warm-up, so to say.
Yeah, and that's so weird when it's their own pick, because Lean wasn't able to express herself as we've seen her before, and that's a player that we spoke about a lot in this show. Also, we didn't see much from HEM or Lexa. She didn't find so much value in those lurks in mid, because all the time Vanya was just able to just sneak in, get a kill, and then sneak back. So I'm hoping that we will see them more warmed up, I guess, more connected in this map, so that it can get a little more competitive, because moving into this map, it's G2's pick. They have yet to lose once on this map.
Yeah, I think as well, more warmed up when you're going into a Corrode that G2 haven't lost yet is a little bit concerning. I like that you're highlighting Lean as well there, Inami, because of course that's the player that we kind of looked at going into Sunset and the player that we would like to see have an improvement in performance going into Corrode. But I'm so frustrated at Twisted Minds even choosing Sunset against G2 in the first place. It felt like such a risk that might not actually have paid off.
Yeah, it's kind of at the end of the day how the cookie crumbles, and that was the first map which didn't go in their favor. So for them to push this all the way to Decider, we're going to have to start on Corrode. And first things first, Billy, it's going to be agent select when it comes to what both of these teams are comfortable playing. We saw a little bit of a switch up, not too crazy, on Sunset. So for Corrode, I'm expecting things to stay relatively similar.
Yeah, we are going to get the same comps that they've run on this map previously, and like I say, my eyes gravitate towards Lean. I want to see an improvement in performance here. We know that she can perform on the Waylay, that first map just not going her way whatsoever. I think it's going to be interesting to see this double smokes come up against that double duelist composition that G2 Ghosts are running. You know, we kind of highlighted that in the previous series. How much are G2 going to disrespect that Viper wall and the Cypher utility as well to just be able to push through onto this site by starting on that attack?
Yeah, and I also look at the fact that we have, once again, two Waylays. Lean didn't have a good time in the previous map, being able to like just get some space, because even when she uses her spell, she doesn't really get much of an info and she just retracts instantly. So it's up to her stepping up into this map if you want to be making it to the Decider.
Absolutely. A ticket straight to the grand finals in Istanbul is on the line here for both of these rosters. Corrode coming up now. This is G2's map pick, and they are in the lead. So can Twisted Minds push this to the Decider? We'll find out as we're heading onto our map with the boys, Haza and Cairo.
That's right, we're going to Corrode with the boys, and it's G2's home turf. 5-0 this stage, Cairo. So, I mean, we just wrap it up here, right? Like, surely not.
Yeah, mate, that's because that's how things normally go, right? I think you're just trying to cast a curse so we can get to that map 3 of Ascent. But at this moment in time, yeah, the odds are looking ever in G2's favour. But as we know, Twisted Minds, they were the underdogs all year, and they have gone from strength to strength. G2 split 1, GC split 1, they never qualified. GC split 2, playoffs. GC split 3, #1 seed, up against G2 Gozen for a chance to get to Istanbul first. On Corrode, how's the time to show where your metal's made? Or how your metal's made?
It's a test of metal, that's for sure. And my facetiousness aside, Twisted Minds are a team which can be credited for their rigorous preparation. We saw how well-versed G2 looked on Sunset. We now pose the million-dollar question to them. Have they done enough to beat what historically has been the best team in the region on what seems to be their best map so far this year? Akita is one of the first players in, but Twisted Minds holding on brilliantly here. 3 kills, even 4 between them, leaving Amy all alone in a clutch situation which she can make an attempt at, but the HP just isn't there. 10 points left, and HTM will take the rest off. Twisted Minds starting as they mean to go on.
For all those at home that is maybe wondering why, hey, I was watching GC last week, but it's been a while since it's been on. Well, you've got to remember there was a week break between the kind of early stages of playoffs and towards the latter stages, and that could have benefited a team like Twisted Minds, who are very good at prepping the team in towards a map. And if there's any map you're going to prep for, Haza, surely you would prep for the best, right? Against G2, I mean, this map is their map that's undefeated.
Yeah, you knew that this was going to be in the veto coming in, as you said, because Twisted Minds have an insta-ban of Abyss. Another reason why winning this upper final would mean so much to them.
Doing a thing.
It's the advantage that would bring. Lean with a sniper in her hands. You know how that tends to go.
Spike down.
G2 rolled over flat, and as the wall drops, Toka will take her third. It's flawless in the anti-eco, Cairo, so already building up some economy and keeping it clean.
Well, I mean, it's a good way to get back into this series, right? Considering Sunset would be, I don't want to call it an upsetting one, but one that you can maybe argue is a little frustrating. But it seems we're going to have to take a little break for a minute, Hazza. We can start to talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, we can. And I think it's sort of funny, the desk joking with us about the fact that Twisted Minds Orchid, while they may be good at preparing, they have been scrimming less than their opponents, perhaps. I guess it depends, or at least that's what was said in the pre-match interview, which was quite funny.
I understand that, but at the same time, if you think that like Twisted Minds haven't prepared themselves for coming into this upper bracket match against G2, you'd be rudely mistaken.
Exactly, and I think when you look at that coaching staff then, as we do have a moment,
exactly.
Vladkor, who's spent his time in Challengers, Flynn as an analyst also spending time with the roster in their attempt at VCT, which, you know, unfortunately since has fallen short. Full focus should be here, I suppose, and looking at this one, G2 in with rifles. The odd one out is the Guardian in the hands of Mimi. Just making her way through middle towards the trap wire here from Lexa, and this is something you were wondering of G2 and Twisted Minds. When are they going to start exploring mid? And finally, we start to see a bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's just Mimi herself that's looking to try and explore mid, waiting for the pack to get up in A main and create a distraction for herself to move through. So with everything being checked in A main, they're ready to go. Straight in, the distraction created, and Mimi given an opportunity to break in through the link position. Both duelists looking to play together here. And then towards the side they go. It's good from G2. It could be a little better, but Marty keeps us competitive.
Yeah, and both retaking players on the Twisted Minds side are coming in from Link. But you've got to look at Amy. She does reveal her position.
She does that, but she also creates a big bit of delay. One player does escape, that being Toka, and actually looking to try and engage on Amy, cleared out. It's now full focus on towards the A site. A 2 versus 2, and Vanya a deep clear. That's going to be a difficult one as Mimi looks to play the contact, but denied that. Paranoia huge. Oh, Vanya still gets the kill, and the next one. 4 on the round. Vanya wins it for G2.
I thought Twisted Minds had a real chance there in the 2v2. Snakebite at the B, Paranoia right in the corner. Something we have to talk about with this team is their win conditions on this map and how they like to play it, defensively, that is. Always looking to try and anchor the sites as much as possible. And not having too much control of mid means that those rotations are a little bit slower. It's a bit harder to support. But again, players like Toka, Marty, Lexa, of course, you have to be looking at bunkering on these sites. One thing I will say is interesting quite quickly is, of course, the change to the Cypher from the Vice that we had previously from Lexa. But still, either player on the side of the map you'd expect to find them on. That hasn't changed.
Could be a comfort pick. I mean, you see the priority and where it's set. It's also to stop anybody getting out of Link and getting deeper, but we can talk about that in a second. The G2 are looking to be aggressive on the B side, and well, they're being slowly taken overrun here, but no real engagement. It's Twisted Minds holding on towards backside, and there is a deep player towards elbow, that being Toka. She's now feeling the pressure and standing up to it, looking to stop any bullying that G2 were trying to do. And in fact, G2 are feeling so pressured, can't even get the spike down.
Yeah, Toka is the backstop. She's held on to elbow and has reinforcements. Lean is also arriving with the op. G2 still yet to plant, hunting for a kill.
And unfortunately, they've ran in towards Lean's operator, and now it's left Petra in a clutch, looking to try and grab Lexa, but can't quite do it. Now it does catch off Toka off guard, but doesn't get the kill. 8 bullets in the chamber, make that 5. It's looking to be a tight one, and one that she needs to try and do all herself. Unfortunately, the bullets run out in the chamber, and Lex is able to close out.
Yeah, there was 2 bullets left for 2 players when Petra made her final peek. But Twisted Minds do such a great job here at holding enough sight control for those rotations to come in. And that's exactly what I was talking about in the build-up to the round. Toka or Lexa, one of the two, how imperative they are to making this defense function. And the next layer to that is Lean. And the fact she's got the operator up here early is really, really important as well. Equally so, because you look at her performance in the previous map, it didn't feel like she ever really got going, didn't hit that flow state. But playing with an op in your hands is almost a completely different ball game, so I'm expecting the best of her here.
That's it, right? And on top of that, G2 not happy with how things are going. Where do they go next, right? Because we've seen the A split, that looked decent. The B hit is the biggest problem that G2 have right now. And I think the fact that you take that away from their arsenal of possibilities on the attack, that's going to provide Twisted Minds with a lot more security on the defense.
If we're to just go based on previous results, the one round that G2 were able to win was the A split, where you saw Mimi get in through middle. And I think that if you're G2 right now, you have to be considering depositing a player there, getting some sort of an insert, or yeah, just setting up for a split with a couple more numbers. It was only Mimi roaming last time. The issue here is it is just an eco, so perhaps the best odds is simply trying to overwhelm Twisted Minds. 4 of the 5 players are in middle.
Tripwire destroyed.
And dealing with Lex's utility as well.
Four players in mid now. And with only one really with a real eye on it, right? That's Marty, who we know can come up with multi-kills time and time again.
Yeah.
But it is going to be overrun by 4 targets.
All she has to do here is contain, though. Doesn't need to stick her neck out, just throw in some utility and let the players on site anchor. G2 are going nowhere if they can't get past Toka.
HDM also basically creating a crossfire, but G2 want to go elsewhere. They want to hit towards A, but we've seen success before, and every time they go to a different avenue, they find a different rifle. And that's exactly the case. This is almost a team ace, but certainly a flawless round.
We're doing good.
We saw some of these ideas from Twisted Minds on Sunset as well, in the sense that mid-control there is also very important in some of these executions, but Corrode even more so. You see how Twisted Minds are so comfortable playing passive, inviting the pressure, and almost entirely forfeiting mid on most rounds. They just need one player to watch it. In this case, it's Marty. What are G2 planning to do off the back of showing themselves in the center of the map? Seems to be the A main default again.
I mean, that operator for Lean is getting more and more active, and well, on top of that, we'll even get the first kill, the first blood in this round. And that's going to provide a big issue, because the overwhelm, the gap close from Akita, completely gone. And that was the ultimate as well.
Yeah, and as I said before, Marty has such a key position here in rotation with her ultimate, the Nightfall, and both Prowlers are C's even to just strengthen any choke point. She'll be the first call to arms to help the B hold here, as all eyes are on Toka for the time being. HTM also arriving, but no quicker than the G2 players.
I mean, last time, the biggest issue for G2 was when they got onto the site. Their engagements that they tried to take did not work out. There's even a molly here to continue to stall out. And G2 not waiting any further. Want to try and fight through it, but they're all vulnerable and somehow come out the better. Toka at least keeps the numbers in Twisted Minds' favour, but has to revert, has to retreat and wait for support to come through.
Yeah, the stall is brilliant. Now what does G2's post plant look like? Vinya's going to be stuck in the corner without the support of Amy backside.
Well, the ultimate being sent in, but it's hit absolutely 0 targets, but at least gives that bonus, that movement diff to Lean, but she's not going to use it. Out of heaven she tries to go. Amy unfortunately can't get close, and Twisted Minds keep marching on what has been G2's pick, which they're undefeated on.
Yeah, and with the operator picked back up, Lean on hot form as she has been with this op, just slowly building confidence towards what could very quickly become map 3. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but look, the quicker you get her in the game, the bigger your chances are. They ramp up massively. Not only that, it's what I was talking about before, just the anchoring of these sites, and overall the macro from Twisted Minds has been pretty good. The rotation that HTM calls for herself is perfect. Toka still has the molly for stall, there's a seize there as well, so Amy's still garden doesn't get as much value as she would have been hoping, and we're back to the pistols again.
I mean, the big thing for me when we speak about it, right, is the fact that, like, for those at home, when they're watching this, Kuro, they'll be like, oh, it's just Twisted Minds. They've got the defense side first. No wonder they're doing so well. But the trends are that G2 have a better attack side than what they do defense. I mean, that's the big thing here.
It's the Yoru Waylay that we saw during Champs that G2 very quickly implemented, which can hit sites so quickly, scale with gap close that other comps simply don't have. And right now, we've not seen that kind of a threat. Lean left in mid as the rest of Twisted Minds are focused on their A defense right now. G2 have managed to slip through a crack in the door and should be getting the spike down. But there's little comfort to this, and actually Lean finding herself flanked. Spike still not yet to go in. Amy drops her, and we do finally move to post.
Yeah, you need the sheriffs.
All going in on site, yep. Spike is planted in an awkward position, smoke down on top of it for G2 to try and fight around, but Lexa gets another and Toka cleans the rest up. Clean sweep from Twisted Minds, despite what G2 were able to achieve.
It will be 6, it will be a guaranteed even on the half, and I mean, this is what Twisted Minds were able to come back from before, right? It ended up being a 7-5 half for G2. That would be a round count that they would be happy with and have ultimates to try and invest off the back of that. So with that being said, we find ourselves at that 6-1 scoreline, and with G2's second timeout having to be burned to come back into this.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because we found ourselves almost at an identical scoreline when you brought it up on Sunset. It was 6-2 in favor of G2, and Twisted Minds had already used their first, didn't use the second. G2 doing it one step ahead here in round 8. So they have some pretty big ultimates to still play around. Of course, we saw Akita use the convergent paths, Amy the Steel Garden. But you've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got the Nightfall. Vanya with her own TPs, you cut the sound. There's plenty of potential for some scary executions. The question will be, does Drew and Mimi, between the two of them, have the answers? Because Twisted Minds right now are looking unperturbed in their sight holds.
Yeah, I mean, yet to really break a sweat overall. And I think as well, like the fact that when you look at who's top of the leaderboards right now, it's your 2 site anchors, it's your Cypher, it's your Viper, and that's going to be a real problem for G2 if they can't stop these players playing well, right?
It's also crazy because we just don't get any adaptation really in terms of which sites they want to hold. The Cypher is always A, the Viper's always B, and you can see that from looking back at their VODs.
Who's next?
The only difference, of course, is the placement of the traps. We're seeing Mimi go on a solo venture through top mid with the Yoru ult, a statement of intent, G2 ending on B.
There we go. And G2 are the first ones to get the pick, right? So overall, this looks a lot more successful than what we have seen. And on top of that, they're being denied elbow control by this poison orb.
Perhaps even looking to take that control for themselves now once it's gone.
looking to fight forward, looking to try and deny Twisted Minds to get back in. It does end up even, and Amy can't get that next trade. So HTM comes into this in a 1 versus 2. Sure, health isn't the most favourable, but HTM is good for getting clean kills and clean fights. Headshots is what she needs. No opportunity to fight back. A smoke to go and challenge the main player, but Petra will deny, and G2 will get their second round.
The pair of Petra and Mimi is the foundation which this round is built upon. From ashes to ashes. Great ultimate to just gain the recon through the center of the map and figure out who's playing on site. Effectively be that second arm to the push. And then the Nightfall cutting audio means that Mimi can exit from her TP without fear of being heard. It's just so much more direct from G2, and I think honestly that's what we've been missing up until this point. I said they've got the ability to be really pacey with these duelists, they've just not used it.
Oh, and Marty actually trades out overall, even though the Odin was spamming through it, left herself vulnerable to a return angle. And remember, this is where the Cypher's set up, and on the other side you've got a Viper's Pit to try and get through, as well as Lean's Operator, so G2, best option, probably to go through mid.
And as G2 are taking more and more mid control, you can see Lexa moving those traps further and further back, waiting for them to try and deal with it. This fake out that Mimi's going to throw would have triggered a trap in previous rounds, but this time it won't.
And does that mean that Cypher's towards B? Is that what G2 could think here? Have they heard the Cypher cam on A? That's the questions that they'll be asking themselves as they move towards the B site where the Viper is entrenched.
Oh, and this is the problem. Lean playing in front of the pit with the op is strong in and of itself, but when Toka has to go out checking, it just makes things a difficulty for them. Snakebite drops in and she's playing around the corner in the middle of the site under the hut. She'll drop, but now looking towards Lean and even HTM to hold it up. Can't do enough. Lean still behind the fumes, finally emerging, but can't flick to Vanya in time, and the correction is there first for the attacking side of G2. A 3 versus 1 for Lexa. Just a too far out of reach, I think.
I mean, if you're Lexa, yeah, happily enough to call in and throw in the tilt. Overall, I was just going to say, like, and for every single, for the length that it took for Lexa to get from A to B, every single player on that site was dead. That's the most unfortunate part about it. I mean, you'd already seen HTM started her rotate early, just in the off chance, to also hold towards top mid, because that's where the biggest gap was. And the spike blows after G2 beginning to slowly overwhelm the B site and find success there.
It's really important that you mention that rotation time from Lexa as well, because what is it that can help aid that more than anything else? Having control of mid, and the fact that G2 have conditioned it so heavily just means that Twisted Minds have to set their priorities accordingly. It's a little less time that Lexa has to get over, and they win it in multiple ends in the end. You're going to see them now setting up for A, just as Twisted Minds look to go back for this mid-duel again.
This is where the pace change comes in. You can already see the intent coming through from G2, and once again, those traps are being repositioned, identified this time by the attack side, but it's Lean through the link position you need to be careful of, and the timing that she tries to take as the site continues to be poked and prodded by the attack, and they'll do so successfully. It's just continuing onslaught, continuing brawls, but Lean still stuck out without an answer to get back in.
Lexa solo rifle here as well, has to be the difference maker.
And Vanya well aware of what's coming her way. I was going to say paranoia that does not hit anybody, which leaves Toka 1 versus 2. Poison Orb in play, which makes this difficult here. And well, Petra through the smoke will find the last kill. So G2 up to 4. I'm looking to try and come back into this map.
Yeah, a little bit of style points at the end there for Petra, threading the needle through the smoke. Felt like Toka had half a chance, but the entry's good from Akita. Haven't been shouting about her too much this evening, but quietly under the radar, she has been a key contributor. Of course, looking at this lineup, the only player without a GCC appearance, as it's rookie year in the main event. The same as Lean on the other side. A contrasting picture to paint.
And I think the big thing about Akita, like, and the difference you said, like, under the radar, like, she's just such a role player, though, and does so well to get the space for her team.
Plenty of space for G2 now, and yeah, it's Akita at the head of the charge. The point man to the push, and with that, Lexa goes. The whole of her setup behind her. Green looking to dash over the wall. Does so. I think Amy's heard this. There are two players waiting, and into their open arms she will go. G2 in a position of power. It's a 5 versus 3. Body on the site is still Akita. She's forced to back up a bit as the C's is going to snare to her ankles. Still has support in the form of Petra, but HTM will take both of them down. Still just a player behind, but Twisted Minds giving you the feeling that those Orchids could blossom into something bigger, but it's G2 again
Last round in the half.
to make it 1 round of difference.
And it just continues on. It doesn't seem to stop whatsoever. I'm loving this from G2, the adjustments, they're finding the gaps that they're looking for, playing with the precedents they had already set. And it's 6-5, it is deja vu from Sunset, but can G2 break it and make it 6-all?
It is 3 rounds in a row that they're just going to hit A, but you completely understand the reasons why. They've played slow rounds, they've tried to default, occupy middle. It's just playing a mental game which Twisted Minds aren't prepared for. So another direct attempt with ults in tow. G2 are right in amongst it.
There they are, the shot, he doesn't quite hit. And certainly G2's rifles will. We settle at it all even between the two, but this next engagement between Vanya and Marty is an important one. It's about denying the spike for Marty. It's about denying the denial from Twisted Minds. And with the spike down and players still engaging, it's Toka through the link position that could potentially upset this. Vanya needs to swing, and with their position being forced, it will end in an advantage towards Twisted Minds.
Really key kills there from Toka, and she is the difference maker for Twisted Minds this half. 16 and 8, unparalleled in the server so far. Another 2-round gap between the teams, but this time it's in favor of Twisted Minds.
And well, we come into the second half with an advantage towards Twisted Minds, but it has always to be said that when you get to the attack, that's your problem half. And for Twisted Minds, when we look at the stats, Hazard, it certainly is.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, for Twisted Minds, they're on a 5-game win streak right now, and 60% of those last 5 games have gone to a third map. Are we tempting fate at potentially heading to Ascent for what would be another map we've previously seen as these two have faced off? Spike already making its way into B main here, but G2 have intentions to fight this.
And the smoke that they go, and it's the spam that actually goes Twisted Minds' way. 5 players still healthy. Akita, the timing just slightly off, but her position not revealed, and that's the biggest part.
Just thinking about maybe reverse engineering the smoke there, Twisted Minds. They had players in it. Now a shift of focus over towards A. A lineup here potentially for Marty to confirm any mid presence. It would be Petra, but she is safe under the arch in a link. So behind the Viper wall, there's not really too much information. G2 going to get proactive here and start looking B main.
And with the extra information, Twisted Mind's hand forced a little bit, but G2 haven't had enough time to react to it themselves, so Petra forced very far back and sure, supported by Amy, but it's all about the engagements in towards the site, and Twisted Minds have too many bodies on the line.
Yeah, the warning notice came too late. Mimi had no TP to get over towards A, and the rotation's still in progress. Akita all the way from B main through middle and now to Link. She is solo in this endeavor, but has a hinder to her name.
And Melvania has that paranoia, so with one player identified, where does Vanya place it? Because it could be a pivotal piece of utility. Well, the hinder comes through. It's Mimi who actually gets the first pick as the other pack assaults on the site, and they're doing so successfully. A 2 versus 2 in which to work, but they have to get onto the spike, and they have to get defusing soon. Time working against the queens of our region, but can they do it? It doesn't seem to be the case. Twisted Minds, they'll find 8.
Back-to-back pistol rounds for them on Corrode. That's certainly one way to settle the score and make sure you're going to have an advantage. And coming out the half, I felt like this was a very well-called round by HTM, creating that pressure pocket in B main, retracting presence and finishing on the A site. On the other hand, G2 took a little while to respond to it. Akita was thinking about the reclear, and yeah, just no rotation called. I also assume that Mimi just didn't have the TP right because it expired, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's
like it's the pistol, you just don't get all the util. That's the tough part.
It's also what makes it one of the most difficult rounds and why certain coaches call it coin flip rounds, just because of what can happen. But I mean, the next round can also be difficult, especially when you look at the plans that the eco side can create. And they've got 2 players hidden here in main.
You're gonna check for the first. The Prowler goes off, but they expect Akita as well. Oh, I think the Tether's given the game up. They didn't look for it, actually. Akita gets 2 dinks, just the 1 kill, though. And Mimi, this time having TP'd early, is starting to walk through mid. It's the mini boo TP, I think, the completely min-maxed one that takes you all the way over towards A, but they're forced to gate crash early, and now they know.
About as much damage as possible that Mimi can find, and gets absolutely bodied trying to jump back into cover. So the gap up to 4. Twisted Minds attack gets started off perfectly. I mean, that's the thing about maps like this, where you can find one side so favoured that the momentum is a big component to like being able to deny that.
Dude, HTM there as well, seeing the tether on her screen. I don't know if she'd gone into the smoke UI before it or not, but yeah, just the devil is in the details, quite literally. And right now, G2 have been put underneath the microscope into this rifle round. Only Petra in middle, but could soon be accompanied by Mimi.
Bring them down.
Should she have to divulge from B main, which she does so. At the investment of utility from Twisted Minds, though, that's the refract from Lean, the hinder as well.
And I think the big thing here as well, but is the fact that Twisted Minds are fully sold on that B site. But with the pick onto Mimi, they could be convinced.
That's a huge kill as well, because Twisted Minds, like I said, didn't have too much to get onto site. Lean, of course, still with the light speed. Just waiting for something to happen. Amy is the one that makes it happen, though. Toka taken down, the top performer from the Twisted Minds side, ejected early. Could give a little more security to B, but you're still just waiting for this exec.
Plenty of time still to play with, so Twisted Minds, if they really wanted to, could take their time executing, but it's all about the utility coming in, and that's where they'll start to execute into. A brilliant shot from Lex's Sheriff, and an upgrade to be had, collected. So an advantage in numbers, and the weaponry advantage is firmly out of G2's hands.
It's an upgrade whether she needed it or not. Amy creeping up behind Twisted Minds, but now checked by the trap, which can't be broken. She's alerted her position, and it's so difficult to make something happen.
Vanya next up in the engagements, and unfortunately goes into her smokes at the wrong time. It's now a 2 versus 4. Make that 1 versus 4 to try and be clutch. Akita makes a good go of it, but it will end up being double digits for Twisted Minds.
The opening pick from Lean is absolutely everything, and Lexa laying it on with this Sheriff shot as well only makes matters better for them. Some damage from Akita, but it's thrown to the wind when you look at the fact that they have no money of their own. And a bonus round win for Twisted Minds puts them just a few rounds away now from taking Corrode off of G2 Gozen for the first time this year.
Incredibly. In fact, be the first time ever, right, if I'm not mistaken, considering the fact that...
Yeah, it's come in this year, so it would be the first time ever. That's how that works.
Yeah, exactly. So with that being
But
said...
it sounds more dramatic, so I agree.
Yeah. There you go. G2, 3 players strong on A, and a couple of Sheriffs in the mix where we know they can hit shots, but it is rifles that you have to try and face up against, and that first shot is the most important. Akita makes it. So now a rifle to be picked up, and it gets more and more interesting, especially the timing not working out, and an even trade all across the board. The classic getting to work from Petra. This is not looking good whatsoever for Twisted Minds. Do they have the goods to come back into this, especially if Mimi only shoulder checks? The deep clear from Lean is just so good. 11 for Twisted Minds, and what was a difficult eco round to try and combat.
Yeah, I mean, Akita, I thought she'd sowed the seeds of disruption there. Twisted Minds spent so much time and effort, player numbers, resources to dig her out of position, which allowed the rest of G2 to get active and find kills, which kept that advantage. But Lean is just turning up now. A different beast when she gets going. 11-5. That's the eco quashed. And a 2-round gap from them and our decider.
I mean, you look at it as well, the ultimates to push her over the line. This is exactly what Twisted Minds need. Nice and easy, all across the board. As the set utility with the combination of ultimates has not worked out at all. Where does these kills come from? It's both duelists combined.
Yeah, Lean getting hit by the hinder there as well. It's forced to refract and concede the space. Twisted Minds retaking this now, though, into elbow. Mimi there.
And the ping goes out. She knows exactly what Twisted Minds want to
Flashes.
do. And everybody is here for it. The paranoia is still not used. I thought that was the big component to this push. Just being able to see the top of the head is Vanya, which leaves just HTM against 2. And she will be struck down. So with that being said, we get one back in the conversation, finally, from Gozen.
Yeah, G2 double shutdown on the entry of the B site was huge. Both Mimi and Akita getting one, and then Mimi, just as she thins the herd here, keeps on going. Flashback in. I thought Vanya was gonna release that paranoia early, but when she did, Lexa just let go of the crouch key, and you could see this big black blob stuck to her head, and it wasn't the Cypher hat, so they knew all too well where she resided, and G2 have their first round. It's fairly clean as well, so looking good into this next one. Lean has brought the op out though, and that is a problem.
I'll find you.
Twisted Minds are taking this round much slower than previous. G2 overall, a lot more passive as well. I mean, the only, I guess, exception to that being Mimi.
Cage trigger.
Frisbee flying over her head as Lexa's just tossing a cage in the direction of B main. Playing from the half wall, it's Lean to strike first. The op involved. Akita trying to match with an equal effort, but it's Petra instead that will find the double that keeps G2 above the waterline. They're not sinking away just yet.
And Lean's operator, if that falls into the hands of G2, you add that to that defense, it gets even more dangerous at 11-7. And there's not a whole lot of money going to be left in Twisted Mind's pockets. So that's the most important round for the attack.
Yeah, and still the round at hand. Petra on 45 HP combined with the regen shield. Mimi having to divert traffic away from her. She drops deeper into the bowels of the B site, propped up under the hut. Can't connect the shot, and Lean on the rifle. Decayed up, still does the damage. Can't quite find the horn. And in the Razor Vines locked into place. G2 with the double swing around the right side. The barrel betraying Toka, but she still takes one with her. Amy in the clutch, but it's Lean again. An impactful triple beyond her years. 12-6, Twisted Minds just one away from the heist of the stage.
That is a big round to win. Not only just the fact of the things outside of what the play looked like in terms of ultimates invested, in terms of the economy left. And you can see what it means to the players because it was backs against the wall after Petra's triple. 12-6, an undefeated map for G2 might just go the other way for the first time ever.
Don't miss me too much.
Breaking new ground here as Lean, already the icebreaker in many of these rounds, will be looking to try and get Twisted Minds started. But there's a trap play set by G2, ready to fight into middle. Duelist is hindered, but Akita is only narrowly going to win that one out.
Entry going G2's way once again. Vanya going to invest the ultimate for information in A main, but the timing just a little off. Toka late to take up that space.
Ooh, Mimi has just spotted Martin making her way in here. Finds the first kill, but gets caught mid-animation on the TP by HTM. G2 will maintain their advantage in this round, but it's a 3 versus 2 on the A side.
You've got to look at the weaponry in play as well. Vanya's Judge, Petra's Sheriff.
Ooh.
That's the most difficult part. And then
these are the 2 guns?
Yeah, moving into Toka's. The Judge trying to spray down, does at least get one in their favour. Paranoia in play as well.
Just commanding her Dominion here, Vanya, with this dark cover. HTM is going to hang Lexa out to dry, but it means they can get the spike in on the B site. Just as the trap was placed, it's going to be packed up and placed elsewhere.
Time playing into Twisted Mind's hands because G2 are taking so long to clear the space that the attack could have moved into. That's going to be a real problem. Finally, they start to move in towards the side, but look at the positions that Twisted Minds are playing from.
All 3 G2 players coming out from the mine shaft into the open light, but Lexa finds the first of them before she even gets a chance, just funneling the bullets in. And like that, Twisted Minds Orchid will find Corrode. G2 have a mark on their record on this map for the first time ever. Yeah, and with it, we go to the decider.
I mean, I said the last time these two played was overtime. So that's the exciting part to look forward to. If you are, I am a neutral watching this match. If you are a fan of one of these two teams, then, well, I can only feel for you because it's going to be even more anxiety-filled, I can imagine, for the rest of this best of 3.
Look, say what you want about the preparation. The coaching staff have done their bit. The VCT experience from Vladkor, from kickoff with NRG. World champions now, by the way. Yeah, doing its due diligence. So Ascent is up on the cards. You maybe would have seen this one coming, myself included, but I'm excited to get to that one when we do. So that's all from us for now, but we'll find out very soon.
gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Game Changers, and for the second time this evening, we're going to be going all the way to the decider. I'm Ginny, joined with Billy and Inami, and we were on the edge of our seats, as I'm pretty sure everybody else was, because Corrode, historically, Billy, is G2's playground, but that is no more.
Yeah, I mean, G2 finally finding their first defeat on Corrode since it has come into the map pool. And Twisted Minds as well, showing exactly why they are in the upper bracket final, why they deserve to be here, why they're fighting for a spot in that grand finals as well. Kind of thought they might have been done for after that first map, but they just went to show that they're not going down without a fight.
That's an absolute insane outcome as well, considering that ahead of the game, when we had the interview, they were like, Toka was telling us just that there isn't necessarily such a hard focus on scrims, but rather on team building, on being together, on doing things outside of the server. And then they just come in and it's like, okay, I can tell everybody's having an incredible time, Inami.
Yeah, that was a huge progress from last time they played this map, because they played Corrode against G2 and it was a 7-5 half last time as well on defense, but then G2 were able to come back when they were on the defense. But this time around it wasn't the case. Twisted Minds were able to take the advantage and keep it along, and because G2 didn't really have the timeouts, they used both of them so early on, they weren't really able to hear from the coach if there is anything to adapt or change so they can close this map, and sadly that just ended up being a map for Twisted Mind for them.
Yeah, sadly for G2 fans, luckily for Twisted Mind fans, so it really depends great for all the Valorant fans. It just depends whatever camp you want to put yourself into. But last map specifically, Billy, we highlighted Marty, and we said that Marty was doing really well, but we needed everybody else on the roster to step up as well for Twisted Minds to be able to close out a map and push this all the way to the decider. And it feels like Lean heard that and took it personally.
Yeah, I think Lean was someone that we had our eye on going into this one, and it's not because we were, you know, like shading her first map performance. It was just that she has been such a consistent top performer for this team in the previous series that we've had, that we kind of have built this expectation of her now. I feel like she kind of came alive throughout that map. It's someone that we wanted to step up, and she definitely delivered on that. So yeah, I was really glad to see her being able to pick up the amount of kills and the amount of impact that she was able to have as well.
Yeah, and even when Lean wasn't really connected, we've seen Toka being able to like close this. We were like hesitated between if we wanted to highlight Toka more or Lean more, because Toka has also been insane this map, and it feels like the trio has been the reason why we've been able to get to this one here in Korod and to move into the third map.
Yeah, moving into the third map coming up is Ascent, and that's a really interesting piece of, I guess, information also here to be taking into consideration. Wow, English is difficult today, because when we are looking at Ascent Valley, this is historically, at least for this stage for G2, a very good map. They played it once, they've won it. But for Twisted Minds in stage 3, it's currently 3-1, so I feel like they have more tape, but also with that more experience.
Yeah, but the win that G2 did have was, in fact, against Twisted Minds. And we did go all the way to overtime. It was a 14-12 in the end to G2. So it was very competitive, but it makes me feel like we're probably going to have another overtime this time around, just because we know what's at stake for them. Honestly, I'm really surprised at G2 actually choosing to go to Ascent for this last map, because they had the choice of Ascent or Lotus. And given that we've only seen G2 play Ascent once in the group stage, I don't know. I feel like they might have something cooked for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for sure with the fact that Twisted Mind has played it a couple more times, it does give you that opportunity to counter-strat a little bit more effectively, Inami. But on the other side of things, last map, Korod, it didn't necessarily feel like some of those strats that we necessarily expected to see from G2 came out. So for me, anything, this comes down to which team is going to be able to mentally reset the most in these next couple of minutes when it comes to a break. Because as Twisted Minds, you do not want to overheat. You had such a great buddy system in this map. You're really good at the trades. You don't want to go in for isolated gunfights. But then as G2, you also don't want to just kind of be like, oh, no, we did an oopsie, it's over, right? It's very difficult position to be in.
And that's maybe like one of the weaknesses of Twisted Mind that G2 may be looking at, because this is a team that depends, as I said before, a lot on momentum. So when they win a round, they are more likely to win the next round, but when they lose, they struggle a little bit to come back stronger. So I think this is probably a weakness for G2 to look at, and also the fact that we've seen enough reps from Twisted Mind's side, even if yes, they won against GX, who have been historically good on this map as well, but the fact that you've seen what they've got to do and how they were forcing like those fights in the mid, how they were forcing every single time the team to go to A and then go to Marty's crosshair. It's probably something that G2 has prepared for, and they probably have an answer to.
Yeah, I feel as though G2 looked a little bit less prepped on that Korod now that we're talking about preparation, because the way that Twisted Minds were playing that defense specifically, it was so similar each round, right? They would have the anchors on A and anchor on B, and then you would just have HTM and Lean just kind of like pivot between the two to support whoever was needed. Sometimes they had an op to clear out, which they weren't able to. But then after that G2 timeout, we did see Twisted Minds try and switch up in the sense that they were going for that mid push on Korod. So yeah, I think preparation, as far as that goes, G2 looked a little bit not lost on Korod, but just like not entirely sure on how to adapt throughout the map. So we need to see them getting back to what we know them for, which is being able to adapt in the moment on Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to adapt, being flexible, that's what G2 is kind of known for, and those are hallmarks that go hand in hand with this roster. So that's what you'd hope to see. Unfortunately, Korod wasn't the case. It didn't come out. Maybe it was the fact that they felt so comfortable on that map pick that they didn't necessarily feel like there was going to be a team that would take them down. But again, that is simply speculation. Now all we can really do is look forward to Ascent and look forward to whether or not I think we're going to be seeing any changes coming through, Inami, from the side of either of these teams, because when you're on the side of Twisted Minds, you have that tape available on you. So do you want to anticipate that G2 kind of has a feeling of what you're going to be doing, so therefore you want to change things?
I guess we're getting our answer quick because I don't think we're getting any changes so quick, because I mean, Twisted Mind said they're not scrimming, so I don't think they've had
They said they are
else.
scrimming? Okay. They are just not like heavily focused on scrimming. But we gotta let they are scrimming. They are taking this seriously. We cannot throw them under the bus. We can, however, throw our casters under the bus, because why not? But we have Agent Select ready as well. So that's going to give us the best insight in terms of whether or not we're going to be seeing the changes, Inami.
I don't want to see any changes, and I don't think we're seeing any right now, because when it comes to like the last time we've seen any team bring changes, that didn't really work out, and they didn't have much time to prepare for something new. So of course we're sticking to like what works for us on the side of Twisted Minds. I hope we will see Waylay more active like we've seen her the last map, and it will come down to how much space Lean is able to create, and on the other hand, how much Lexa is able to like control the duelist coming from the double duelist coming from G2.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're highlighting Lean again here because I feel like they have that momentum now after winning that second map there. Going into this third one, we know Lean can dominate on Ascent. We saw her do it against Giant X the other day. I'm pretty sure she finished plus 18 or whatever it was. She went crazy. So yeah, all eyes on her again for this one.
Well, ticket to Istanbul is on the line for both of these rosters. G2 goes in, doesn't want to miss out on Game Changers Championship, but also they have such a history behind them and wouldn't want to miss out on a LAN. Twisted Minds, however, are on a hot streak, and for them, they are the underdogs, and they're willing and wanting to prove the world wrong. Which one will make it out at the winner and head over to Istanbul? Let's find out as we're heading on to Ascent, our final map with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Yes, that's right. The underdogs have shown that there is more than bark. There's bite behind this as well. The question is, can it carry over onto Ascent? A map which we've seen 4 times played by Twisted Minds, 3 wins in and amongst it. The only loss they've taken is the 1 time that G2 have played it so far this stage. That's the win that they hold over their heads.
I mean, and it's for G2, right? They want to take away one of Twisted Minds' lives in this playoff bracket for Twisted Minds. They want to try and knock out G2, another opponent, let's be honest, that they'll have to face up against because there's still 2 others, oh sorry, 1 other now in the mix. So all in all, it doesn't matter who Twisted Minds play in the grand final, just that they win the grand final. For G2, they want to take away one of the lives for Twisted Minds because that's the only other team that can upset them.
So for one of these teams, at the conclusion of our decider, it's a ticket punched to Istanbul. For the other, a lower final and a first best of 5 to be played against Giant X tomorrow. Twisted Minds beginning that campaign on the defender's side. Already you can see Lean trying to channel some of that positive energy from the last map and get fighting early. Big reveal lights up a couple of those players stationed on site. One of them would be Marty, but she's quick at the double and then G2 respond. Lean still getting involved, but when the dust settles, the spike is yet to go down.
And on top of that, Vanya's take is only on 6 points of health. Twisted Minds are quick to get back into sight.
Just going to be looking for the jump up here. You were thinking double under, but no, Vanya strikes. And from 6 HP, she finds what she was looking for. All onto Lean now. First body shot, clean, and the headshot goes 1 step further. Twisted Minds now with 4 consecutive pistol round wins. They have been potent in this category.
And a Red Bull clutch to bring Twisted Minds into that pistol round win and get Ascent started off right. Let's be honest, we've seen oh my god, we've seen Ascent go defense quite a few times in terms of bias. And Cool, Calm and Collected are the players inside of the boot camp. So overall they'll be happy with a 1-0 lead. Let's see if they can start to snowball that into something more significant.
I know we'd seen Giant X on boot camp in years gone by, but yeah, it feels like all of our top 3 are in person, trying to replicate that LAN feel as much as possible before our potential excursion to the Turkish capital. I think this is what everyone rooting for Twisted Minds was looking for. A positive start to this final map from Lean, because the op was really good on the previous, but she is credited as much as that with the rifle in hand as well. And just getting lift off here against a G2, which are going to come into this A site with classics, is all you could ask for.
Marty just giving us the jump spot as they head in towards side, but it's Lean's Marshall once again that gets it started off, and it continues to fire away. It is just targets and a shooting gallery. At the end of the day, and Twisted Minds have dealt with it as and when they needed to. All of the big guns being kept in the mix, and this bonus round has a bit of bite to it.
It's what we were talking about in the build-up to this game, to the Twisted Minds in the previous stage were seen as upcomers from contenders, from speaking to with the coaching staff within the team, and it was just a mantle they couldn't shake. They wanted to prove people wrong, but they weren't satisfied with the results. There would be no better example than them booking a slot in the grand final if they can make it there. And the takeaway from the previous round as well is that both Lean and Marty are just 2 ult points away from having theirs active for the bonus, which we have now arrived into with G2 taking mid space to start.
Twisted Minds continuing to hold on towards extremities, being forced to try and survive as G2 aggressive as ever with the double duelist.
Time to jump. Mimi and Akita just trying to push that envelope as much as possible. Have got into tree and are now already looking towards heaven.
Toka doesn't anticipate it at all. I mean, Lexa does, sure, but at the same time the players go elsewhere. Catch off guard, Cypher looking to hold on. Can they get this over as well? Yes, they can. And now look to go one step further in towards CT. Lean needs to be careful. Still takes one with her, but the utility being sent onto her position. How is Mimi being caught there?
I mean, that's got to be an overheat from Lean, dashing into stairs without a player anchoring the site. It's given away the potential 3 versus 3, but Twisted Minds still have guns.
Well, G2 are going one step further again. Aggressive as always. That seems to be the new look for the Gozen. As they continue on, Martin needs to try and break down 3 players and won't even get one. So G2 back in the conversation. They'll get the first round of Ascent.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much focus on that one move because I think the highlight here is on the G2 side, of course. Both Mimi and Akita pushing in together. It's a partnership which has been forged over the year. From getting the chance to speak to Mimi during Instalock, she was saying, you know, when a player like Akita comes around, you put the trust in her and you don't miss that opportunity. She was studying for extra context at the beginning of their season, but still going through school. That's the kind of risk that you want to take, right? And she's been such a mentor for her up until now. Moving 1 point closer to the Yoru ult, but Twisted Minds have theirs up. I mentioned them before, Lean and Marty, with some potential win conditions here.
Scanning ahead.
At the same time, a bit of proactivity on the other side. The 0-point knife, the KO knife, being used to clear out A main. And the Whaley looking to take that space up. So the map's shrinking slowly but surely for G2, and they need to get a move on.
Yeah, rotation coming over here for Marty as well with the null command, which she will waste no time to invest to this site defense. Lexa finding the opener, the double in fact, as Marty is right there behind her. Mimi dropped down to 12 and condemned to logs with a TP that doesn't look all too favorable of a reposition. Fakes it once as the spike is still yet to go in.
Still taking time to get this spike down. It feels like G2 are inviting the fight from Twisted Minds.
But Twisted Minds have no reason to give G2 what they want. Another tap and a paranoia prepared. Vanya will get caught by this. She TPs into Boathouse, leaving Mimi to do all the work solo, but passing the first test with success. Mask goes on and the Yoru ult is activated. Still no plant for G2, but Vanya has just enough safety with the support of her teammate, funneling bullets into the gun. Mimi at a third. Fake TP again, and Mimi with a quad kill on just 12 points of health. The captain keeps them moving forward.
No right to win that out, but Mimi's Yoru looks better and better as the games go on. And you can see exactly what they're trying for. Tapping the spike, waiting for utility to be sent their way. And that's exactly what you get from an experienced IGL with a game plan in mind.
Unbelievable.
Cage triggered.
Mimi, the hero of the previous round, and the one hero rifle here is on Lean. In her hands, but already down to 43 points of health. damage in the opening exchange, and none of it beneficial to the team on the back foot, the underdogs here, Twisted Minds.
It's a big shot onto Akita. That gap close, as we talk about, is so important for G2 in the way they want to play, because when they go, they go.
And I think the previous round, even with Lean taking some of the A main space, is the first time we've actually seen the defense get proactive. Twisted Minds don't feel like a team which want to fight those extremities all too heavily with this composition. It's not the Jet, you can't dash out as comfortably. We've already spoken about Lean and how she uses her refract. Toka the one with the rifle for now though, but sat in defender's spawn. G2 escalating towards A. There are only sheriffs here to greet them.
That's a big knife, the timing insane. But I tell you what, G2 being so deep in towards the side through Mimi is so important, but the ping comes through at the right time for Twisted Minds. As all the spam through the smoke and the retake from Heaven will result in a thrifty round. G2 are just trapped over themselves there.
So Twisted Minds will resume business as usual with a thrifty. The odds meaning nothing to them, as they should. G2 have all of the history, all of the Hall of Famers behind them, but this isn't the same Gozen that we saw for the last couple of years.
Get out of
It's
my
reflected in the results, and if there was any time to strike, it still would be now. While that iron remains hot for this Twisted Minds team.
Bye-bye.
Good information through mid, coming through from Lane, but Akita's so quick on the mark and the blade's clinical. Marty now, stuck between a rock and a hard place, needs to try and brawl her way out into A main, because the players of G2 have already made their way through short. Petra, the player to get the next one, and Akita still fighting forward, but finally traded out. Amy not considered the trades there. It's going to continue to brawl all the way to a finish right now, as there's so many players towards this site. Mimi and Petra are the ones left. But does HDM consider the position? No, she does not. Walks right into the open arms of the Dutch women. Thrifty round in the end. All even is where we go.
Back-to-back thrifties. And I have to give so much credit to Petra here. Not just for the kills, but the impact of her utility as well. The same way we saw Toka get value from the reveals. She catches Marty in the drone, and the reveal doesn't expire as quickly as she thinks. Actually, you know, talking about a technical perspective in the game, it's only when the text on your screen disappears that the reveal ends, and being caught in such a difficult spot as you'll see her here as we're on board with the KO player. There was no one else fighting for that main space. Sometimes you just got to set your priorities, and for Twisted Minds, this time, it's through short.
Oh, the operator. Quick on the mark, and it's baited out, but overall still an even trade out. No more operator, and no more smokes for the defense either.
Toka has moved up and heard the audio cue of a TP and Link, still knows not whether it to be a fake. Marty, sole anchor of A here though, called into question immediately.
Problem is,
has the util to slow it down and cancels Vanya's ult, so locked into this A piece.
Yeah, that's going to be a frustrating one to get that taken away, but the scale is still good. And while the information being taken by the neural theft, it's the spike on site that's most important here, and there is players in main to try and create a long crossfire to play off of.
Yeah, safe plant, back gen, still good for the main players in this position. Petra also has the ult, that's the late win condition for G2.
I feel as if though they've already wasted key pieces of utility and not capitalised off the back of it. Paranoia, last blindside, now it comes down to the fights. As Twisted Minds assault in towards main, but don't anticipate Vanya, and the back spot position finally cleared out. It's on to the spike, the most important objective. The Hunter's Fury looking to deny, even gets a pick. Mimi can't quite win it out, but a big ping onto Toka. So it's a foot race. Can Petra get there in time? She can! Twisted Minds win it!
Oh, that's so unfortunate for G2. Felt like they'd almost played everything right. Petra, the win condition for her there, the ultimate, even lands a tag on Toka as she's making her way back over. But unfortunately, she was on another planet and needed a spaceship to get there in time. Because of the awkward plant, it actually means, you know, you assume she doesn't have the shock lineup. And I don't think there was a shock bolt left on her utility belt either, so it grinds to a halt. What's looking like a second timeout here for Twisted Minds early on.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely this is G2's timeout, no? Like, for Twisted Minds, the second timeout here would be...
I don't know if it's the UI, if my memory fails me, or anything like that, but sometimes, I guess, if you know what it is that needs to be corrected and you feel like you have such a concrete read, then you go for it, right? And for Twisted Minds, maybe that's one of those situations. You also have to consider the minute break and the halftime as well, where the coaches can talk to one another. But if this is how it is, then sure, it's a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's also the emotional element off the back of that.
Yes.
That Twisted Minds might need to take a breather post clutch win, because you know you're going to be hype off the back of that.
I mean, Cairo, mate, we saw GX call their first timeout after losing 11 rounds in a row earlier, so look,
yeah,
who knows? It could be anything. But yeah, this one always goes down to the wire.
Who's next?
A 14-12 win for G2 the last time these faced. On Ascent, a round of overtime, it went their way. But here, it's Mimi speeding things up into tree, caught by Toka's ult, but only at the last pulse.
Unfortunately enough, been able to fight forward into the round, but Marty's still good to hold on. And well, the players still continuing to combine, still continuing to deny, but not any longer. The site opened up, Vanya's got a big double and put G2 in an advantage.
The door slams shut in front of Toka's drone as well, so it won't catch a tag. But she does have the dart, and that could be everything. It goes broken.
That means that Vanya can now escape in towards Hell, where she played from before, and did so magnificently. It did end up in a Twisted Minds win, but I don't think so. I don't think that will be the case here. Players now looking to try and drop out of heaven. Amy's there to deny it. All even once again as these two don't want to allow a significant lead to grow whatsoever.
Yeah, so G2 with an immediate answer to what was Twisted Minds Orchid's first timeout. It was a slight bug on the UI, so just clarifying that. But yeah, I felt like Marty had done so well to anchor the site. You see a lot of KO players feel so comfortable playing in that door smoke and just flashing out, playing from the corner. With the knife, of course, as well, but just not enough. G2 and the sum of their parts get it over the line. And the reward is playing against Sheriffs. Making the most of that opportunity, actually, with this looking like more of a default, and Mimi already working towards her next Yoru ult.
I mean, an important one for sure. And G2 at the back end of their ultimate cycle will have a long way to go. And it seems like they're fed up of creating pressure through the fake out is going to demand some proactivity of the defense, and they don't find any information off the back of it. So this may be a bit of an easier read in terms of where they're going to hit into, and that will be B.
It's such an intelligent smoke in the meantime from Vanya, though, forcing that re-clear after Twisted Minds had looked towards mid. The info was there, but now G2 executing B.
Lexa with the Sheriff. I mean, he thought for a moment she would get at least one, but that's not the case from her position. Caught out, cleared out, and an advantage not in weaponry, but also in numbers.
Peter playing from the corner here. Most of the retake is from spawn, but there is a market threat.
There is, and well, as the players try and get out, G2 are there to mow them all down. It will be a complete bloodbath here towards CT. G2 not even letting them anywhere near the site, and an almost flawless round if it wasn't for Amy being spammed through a wall.
Yeah, I really like this round from G2 in general. Very intelligent players. I think Billy will be the first person to tell you that the G2 Gozen were one of the first teams to debut a Yoru internationally. One of her favorite memories of the first GC champs that we had. But yeah, it's a very different playstyle that Mimi's had to adopt to try and fulfill this role. I mean, even Vanya there, you saw just some of the utility usage, the smoke in mid to keep Twisted Minds guessing. This Yoru, as I'm carrying on, is sort of functioning more, as a secondary initiator. He's aiming behind Akita into mid this time, though.
Oh, and unfortunately, it's Lean out of shot to find Amy. So now Akita, all alone. How much space can she really take? Decides that she wants to stop off at Pizza.
Blocking sight.
Well, we'll speed up. Trying to be the other prong, the weak side to the push on towards the B side, but no real engagements in terms of what's going on. We are going to see Lean's ultimate being used. How many players have been hit by that? I feel as if there's so many potential engagements, but nothing coming through.
No, and then the ult comes back in here from Marty as well. But 3 or 4 G2 players flood the outskirts of the smoke. The spike will be taken from the corpse of Vanya. But with Martin on the ground and finished off in due course by Petra, it's a single player advantage for G2 into a site which is ready for them.
Oh, but Akita, it was the little ace up the sleeve that G2 were trying to use, but it doesn't work out. She's locked out of sight and on low HP. Twisted Minds putting priority to try and find this player, but Toka's looking elsewhere. Doesn't realise that this is up much closer than she realises. Doesn't get revealed. Bag. The fight goes Toka's way. And now onto the site they go. A 2 versus 1 in which they have to try and win Twisted Minds. But it doesn't go their way. And G2, they're going to get 6.
Another round which comes down to the finite details. Really nice opening pick here from Lean, but then Marty getting overwhelmed. Perhaps just not having the info that the G2 players weren't on site yet. Some great utility usage that you're seeing throughout the round as Petra gets one from the shock. But yeah, like you were saying, didn't feel like there were players ready to go off of Lean's ult there. It felt more like a piece of stalling utility, an ult to just blockade the entrance to be, rather than something they could get anything more from. Now here, it's a refract into B main, but Lean is on the receiving end. Amy prepared for this battle. She took her notes and she'll win it this time.
I love that, because so many times we've seen Lean being able to go and get the entry unpunished, refract away, and G2 left with problems to try and deal with. Now this time, the other one's in front, and they've even got the neural theft to get all the information that they need.
As I said before, it's one of the few instances where you'll see Lean actually challenging the extent of the map. Akita here has been revealed. It's by a spycam dart, not a recon, so nobody finding the kill they would have looked for. They're as blind as any of these players might be. The status effects mean nothing for G2. They've just about barrel rolled their way into the B site. Toka and Marty have both now been noted by Petra as well. So G2 letting this one run its course. The red carpet is rolled out for them to take the advantage heading out of the opening 12.
I mean, if they take the advantage, sure, but do we get something different? Do we get maybe an 8-4 half for once? We were talking about it earlier in the game in terms of whether Ascent would be going towards the defense. It's certainly going to the attack here and now. The double duelist finding value finally towards the latter stages. But the big question now in the last round is, will we get 7-5 or will we get 8-4?
And it's important that we raise. It is double duelist here for G2, and you know, not too often that you see solo waylay, I think. Some teams have tried it, but it just puts so much focus on Lean and is so heavily reliant on her creating that space for the rest of the team. A factor which will bring to the attack side, of course. Players like Marty also stepping up, but
And I mean, on top of that, it's not the only map that Twisted Minds do it on as well, right? Like, it seems to be part of their identity as a team.
Yeah, and it's going to need to bag them a 5th round here, because this is the defender side of Ascent that we're talking about at the end of the day. Biases or not, it kind of goes out the window. Looking to give themselves some sort of a platform as G2 are very quickly into this A site, flooding through the smoke, tearing through the site, Mimi with her 3rd involvement, and all of them positive. Some utility behind G2 in post for the first time in a while. Petra has a drone, a recon, if she so needs it. And those tags will just tee up the Hell players to spam through the wall and keep Twisted Minds out of play. Petra queuing up the next here as the drop-in comes through, coupled with the blind. It's just a potent blend. Something which Twisted Minds are not accounting for. A tough pill to swallow. Lexa 1 versus 3, but too many angles to try and dissect. The first is Mimi, but her involvement is already long gone in this one, and Nikita will add the finishing touches. 8-4 as predicted.
Yeah, and it's a big scoreline to bring into at the half-time, right? If your G2 goes in, you're going to be extremely happy with what you've got. Can they go forward and try and convert this into a map win? Because last time they were at the advantage, they were able to do so. Can they do it one more time? We'll find out after the break.
Welcome back to the upper bracket final of the 3rd and final stage of Game Changers EMEA for 2025. G2, multiple champions in this region, just 5 rounds away from a grand final appearance, their first this year, and a trip back to their beloved Istanbul, where we saw them raise the trophy before. Can Twisted Minds give us anything else to get excited about? Or has their tank finally run out?
That's the biggest question on our minds. Will G2 be back to deny them another opportunity of beating the Gozen? It's a quick start to this round, and it's Twisted Minds who are the ones who come out on front. Remember, all night Twisted Minds have been better than G2 in the pistol round.
Yeah. Only 1 pistol that G2 picked up. That was on the opening map. The last 4 have gone Twisted Minds' way, and make no mistake about it, they have the advantage here. Huge 1 versus 1 in main once HTM comes out this smoke.
Oh, Amy, it's not pretty whatsoever. But finally, the Cypher comes out on top and also has an important bit of map space. 3 versus 3, and there's a boatload of damage onto the players that are still continuing to charge forward.
Yeah, Spike dropped in the doorway, and Petra tucked into Hell means that she's out of dodge here. Vanya, the last one to stop the gap being crossed towards the B site from Twisted Minds, but just waits for the rest of her team and holds on to that market space.
It's a smarter decision. Petra does have the recon dart if needed.
Yeah,
Spike to go down.
And Toka does as well, so it's going to come into a little meta game as to who uses first and who gets the most value from their util, or maybe it's just Petra shooting him down.
Remember, Amy still has that Sheriff, and both remaining players are within 1 shot of it. It's all about the clean engagements and who can come out on top now. As G2 have the better numbers, and certainly do now. 2 versus 1. Amy got the Sheriff off the board. Down to the ghost of Tokamita. and Red Bull clutch. Twisted Minds once again grab the pistol.
Toka turning it up to 11 on an opening round. Where have we seen this before? Twisted Minds will take both on this map, as they did on Corrode. I felt like the utility usage from G2 was great coming back in. The smoke to isolate the backside player, just confirm it was Lexa playing from triple. But it's all about Toka, and it's got Vladgor almost on his feet, bouncing in the chair.
I like the start. 4 players strong in B main. This camera's going to get a whole lot of information. Everybody get to that A site now as quickly as possible, as there's no way out of B main, and G2 respect it.
Yeah, cage opens up and it's a G2 family photo. The A site will be free, like you say. Vanya thinking about a timing, but the trap just denies it. So the round played out as it would usually be, 5v5, but severe gun advantage.
Oof. And look at that, the Spectre cleaning through everyone. Vanya able to keep herself alive a bit longer, but all in all, it is a formal affair, and Twisted Minds get through that round. So we're back towards rifles. This is the round that we're all excited for. Back to the real Valorant.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like eco strikes, mate?
I love it when it's me getting them, but not when I'm watching other people going, you know what I mean? Unless it's something really exciting.
Hey, always one for the highlight reel, always one for a confidence boost. That's exactly what Twisted Minds get here. And now looking at G2 and the kind of setups we expect from them on this map, there's limited tape, of course, only the last time these two faced, but it was always the site holds they were good at, matching those rotations. Now that they have the rifles, it's actually mid again, where this double prong of both Mimi and Akita is looking to get involved early. The former sticking around under Arch, having that TP for 8, and not wasting any time to use it.
Oh, Vanya. Big pickup on towards HTM. Denying any more smokes for the rest of the round. So Twisted Minds are the ones that need to control these ankles, and that's why we're seeing Market being a big component of this take.
Lean with a refract active, you know where this one's going.
And you know where Lane's going, straight on towards Mimi's head, where Twisted Minds continue to charge on forth. Just Petra left, and while Petra's gone, it's like a magic act. There was 3 players here for G2 goes in, and suddenly there's none. And that gap continuing to close as the white towel has been thrown in by G2.
And for Twisted Minds' next trick, it's converting the bonus. So just 1 round now between the teams, and that 8-4 half which G2 posted suddenly doesn't feel anywhere near as intimidating. It's the fragility of a lead like that that we talk about a lot in Valorant. Your 9-3 is the most common occurrence, of course, but 8-4 not far off. And in terms of what Twisted Minds did well there, it just very quickly pivoting into the B execution, and without any main control for G2, it allows them to bring both ends of that push together. 2 arms pushing in the same direction.
Within 1 round, and 2 components for the next one for G2 to use. And it's on 2 of your heavy hitters of Vanya and Akita. And sure, they're maybe not having the most lights out round at the moment, but at the same time, the big part here is that you've at least got something to work with, right?
Absolutely. Any more tools in the cabinet? Extra advantages, perhaps. You're looking on the Twisted Mind side at Marty being a couple away from a null command. That could prove to be valuable in upcoming rounds. It's the closest of the ultimates that we're seeing as G2 again showing this mid focus. Akita is one of those rifles. And with this pathing from Toka's drone, she's not going to be able to clear her out.
So Akita onto the angle and looking for an engagement. Sure, 1 player lit up, but does announce her arrival with the couple of shots towards top mid, but does go 1 step further.
Twisted Minds were expecting a sort of a standard walkout like this, and finally Akita will strike. It's Lexa that goes down. That's the backline that has collapsed, and with it, G2 set up for this A-hold the kind of defenses I was talking about.
I mean, they held the TP there, and just a ping went up towards the boxes ahead of A main, right? So maybe that's what they're wondering, worried about, scared that they'll have to go for a deep clear. So have decided to pivot and go through the short position.
Yeah, it's still going to be an A finish. Petra controlling the tile space and a cam on B as the safety net, but the full focus for G2 has to be on their A-hold. Akita is here, part of the crew of pistols which they have collated. 18 seconds and Twisted Minds only just breaking the neck of the site. Toka with an entry, but G2 meeting them pound for pound. It's come on to Amy with just a classic in hand. Petra trying to support, but the plant's got to go in. There's barely a second to spare, but if Toka sticks it, she would have won it. Petra brings her off of the plant, and so G2 will take the Thrifty in proxy.
Petra played that to perfection, and so did G2, right? Being able to keep the two rifles that they had in their hands and use them to their advantage. And on top of that, they've even been able to get Akita onto an operator in the next round, and you saw the proactivity that she had with just a rifle in her hands. So if G2 can make that work, hey, listen, double digits is on the cards.
I would argue that Akita's at her best with a rifle, so it remains to be seen the impact that this operator can provide at the very least. Some passive information on the line early. Just trying to check Twisted Minds out of mid. A drone invested to clear her off. Catches Amy instead, but the op is eventually revealed. Now it begs the question, where do Twisted Minds want to go? They went for the short execution in the previous round. That one didn't work. Akita has repositioned on B though, and with a check of the cam, I don't think Lex has seen this.
I mean, the patience of a saint doesn't quite work out, but as she dips away, she at least denies Marty the rest of the ult command. Even takes a timing when someone taps the res. Can't quite get another, but will be happy with what she's got. Toka off the board, and it looks like Twisted Minds are going to try to go towards A, where Vanya's waiting.
Paranoia comes in, it delays a little longer. We're arriving 30 seconds and still Twisted Minds not on site.
30 seconds.
Yeah, this is getting more and more uncomfortable for the Twisted Minds fans at home, especially when the Cypher setup is still alive and well. Oh, Lexa being identified by Akita doesn't make it any better. And G2 are beginning to collapse upon Twisted Minds. They can't handle the pressure at the moment they attack, and a flawless round for Gozen will bring them one step closer to Istanbul.
One enemy remaining.
Akita, an architect of chaos, but very much the same for Twisted Minds. Hello everybody at home, just in case you wanted to see what we were up to. This is the second time out from Twisted Minds. But yeah, flashes of us on the screen, flashes of brilliance from Akita. I think the big thing for me there is Twisted Minds had an idea of what they wanted to do on the round. They take the market space, they set up Lexa for a potential joker to catch someone in transition. It just ends up falling through their fingers though. Just so difficult really how to pitch it right now. G2 are all over them.
I mean, they are the past couple rounds, they have been for sure, but can't forget that overall this round, the majority of rounds has gone to Twisted Minds. But at the same time, right, I say that and then I consider it, rifle rounds wise, G2 are basically 2 for 1 ever since that bonus round has been converted.
Yeah, and it's rounds like that that start to make you wonder, has HTM lost her grip on the feel of this map so far? Ever since Akita has introduced this op as well, it's just something else to think about, an extra player, an extra body to clear.
Deploying drone.
Maybe he's tried to make her presence felt in mid just for that TP, a cheap bit of util for quite an expensive one. The drone coming in, but Akita right back on the line again.
And this is big, right? Because you're cutting across, not allowing anybody out of tiles. And Twisted Minds, as they start to set their sights towards B, there's even Mimi's TP here if needed.
Like, G2 are just fully winning the information battle right now. It's another great drone from Petra, only spots the lurk of Lexa, but they perhaps expect there's a little bit more behind this. Full Cypher setup ready for B, as it was on A in the previous. Twisted Minds running into trouble.
Yeah, and Mimi's here. Oh, the Rafat comes through at the perfect time. And a Hunter's Fury invested as well. Toka at least gets the kill to Amy, but remember, Mimi was in the back and say it's still 2 versus 2 is where it settles, and Vanya stuck with no way out. Has to try and fight her way through this. Can she do it in the corner? Not anticipated! That's exactly what you get from a player as good as Vanya.
Of course she can. A Phantom in Boathouse at that kind of range? Twisted Minds were asking to give G2 an 11th there. So the opening 3 with the bonus included have been met by 3 consecutive rounds of G2 Gozen's own creation. Once more, just the amount of times Akita's able to get info through mid, stop Twisted Minds going for the split pushes which were working out for them, Mimi getting in deep and then just TPing away. So many problems. They're going to revert to a full-scale exec on A.
Trying to get it done as quickly as possible. Try and take G2 off guard, but look at this. G2! That's when you need your premium. That's when you need your best players to turn up. And it's exactly in this case when they do. Experience matters and so does quality. Because look at this. Mimi's once again in the kill feed. And G2 with 5 bodies on site are ready to deal with Twisted Minds. They are 1 round away from Istanbul.
And they just make it look fluid as well. Poetry in motion from the G2 camp. A round as important as that, you're happy to invest the ultimates. The Hunter's Fury comes in early. The Dimensional Drift not all too far behind. Might not have been the cleanest from Mimi there, but she won't care. She has put her team within 1 of a LAN homecoming. Vanya also involved as well, 16 kills for her, a chance to return to her own national capital. Twisted Minds have a purchase, but it's got to be 5 flawless of their own. And it's not going to start in the way they would hope.
Definitely not. And on top of that, Akita, when it comes down to the close engagements, has blades in the back pocket. So at any moment can get up close and personal, but might not even need it.
I mean, I asked, how much is Akita going to get from this op? It's everything and then some. 2 opening picks, Twisted Minds down to their last 3 players, or it's the lower bracket they've got to face up against. GX waiting, licking their lips if this is what they've got to face, because G2 have hung them out to dry. It's a flawless finish, and so they will fight for the object of their desires in Istanbul. G2 reunited with a grand final for the first time this year, but doing it in the fashion that they know best. It's a deciding map, but it's a spectacular performance.
And the other aspect to this, Hazza, that you have to consider is that G2 might be in for Game Changers champions before they even get to play in Istanbul, because it might be dealt with by KC in the lower bracket final. Of course, we'll need to see what happens when we get to it, but overall this performance is one without with trials and tribulations, and one that they were able to fight through to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted Minds will go into that game against Giant X in the best of 5 tomorrow, which, you know, is a task in and of itself. We spoke so much about map pools and the effect that that will have. G2 heading into Istanbul with a double ban advantage is going to be massive for their chances, where it might be a grand final that they have to win, or as you already said, they could be set up for Seoul before they know it.
Hey, listen, that's exactly what you want if you're a Gozen fan, but there is still Carmine Core in the lower bracket and Twisted Minds to face them, so tomorrow is shaping up quite nicely. And Hazza, any closing statements from you, mate?
Not much. Just looking forward to that lower bracket final tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we'll send it over to Des then to break all the action down from today.
And with that, G2 is going to be advancing further. They are going to the grand final on land in Istanbul. And the winner of tomorrow's lower bracket matchup, Giant X or Twisted Minds, will be joining them. But before we get there, Billy, we need to dissect everything that has happened on this map because G2 came alive. This is what we would expected to see from them the entirety of the series, but it took them 2 maps to really get into it.
Yeah, I love the identity of G2 at the moment with that double duelist composition that they've been running across majority of their maps. I think Mimi and Akita both looked on fire. Honestly, the whole team looked on fire. You could tell that they wanted to secure themselves in that grand finals in Istanbul. And now when we think about Twisted Minds' journey, they're going to have to push forward through this lower bracket now because, of course, none of them have qualified for GCC just yet. It will, of course, be the winner of that Stage 3 final in Istanbul. So, yeah, tough journey for Twisted Minds ahead, and I think that today is going to be a sore loss for them because now they're going to have to quickly reset and go into that best of 5 lower finals tomorrow.
But if anything, I don't think it's that big of a difference in terms of like Twisted Minds losing here, because coming into this, they did kind of touch upon the fact that they are the underdogs and that they don't mind being the underdogs, and they didn't even expect to make it out of the group stage. But before we head further into Twisted Minds, we have G2 ready for the interview. It should be Mimi and everyone else joining us. Hi!
Hello!
Congratulations, you guys are going to Istanbul!
Hell yeah! Thank you.
Can I get a hell yeah from like everyone at the same time?
Can we all say hell yeah at the same time?
Hell yeah! Wait, 3, 2, 1.
Like, the mic is not picking it up, but I'm just gonna pretend like I heard everything, and I can feel the energy of how excited everyone is. That was a tough one. You guys had to go all the way to the 3rd mapper, but it was really on that final map that every single one came alive, and you guys were just so confident and so dominant. What was the pep talk from map 2 into map 3?
I think one thing that was said a lot is like, we're so much better than them, play with confidence, take your peaks, you know, just trying to make everyone feel like that they can have an impact in every round, you know? Does that make sense?
I don't know if the audio issues are on my side or if it's your microphone.
Oh,
but okay, so apparently you sound fine on broadcast, so I'm just gonna have to keep asking you questions, pretending like I heard everything you say, because everyone on broadcast can hear it. So excuse me if you repeat yourself. Yeah, we're gonna do this, whatever. Second question then is gonna be going back onto that 2nd map, because Corrode is one that you guys are continuously have won. You are yet to lose a map on there until today. So what do you think went wrong there, and how was it in terms of adjusting to the fact that you did lose your own map pick?
You know, I and we all kind of agreed on that. I think Twisted Minds just put all their prep into countering our Corrode rather than focusing on a full map pool, and I think that really showed too that, you know, they really tried to make sure that our Corrode was not a W, and you know, I'm happy for them, but honestly, it is what it is. Oh yeah, she doesn't hear me. Okay, you can.
What? It's good.
So she doesn't hear my answer. But the broadcast hears you still, though.
So it's fine. The people who matter can hear it. That's all. For the people who can actually hear it and the people that matter, are there any words of encouragement that you want to give them? Because I feel like, you know, the G2 Classic, you got to give your fans a little bit of a heart attack, and then you bring back the hope. So probably Istanbul's not going to be any different. But when it comes to that moment, what do you want them to remember?
Okay, I'm not sure if you mean Twisted Minds or the people that's supporting us, but I think, you know, we're working really hard, and we are finally, you know, on boot camp, and just all together. It's not gonna be any less of hard work from our side from this week. We're gonna do everything we can to make sure that we get the champ spot. Like, there is no champs without goes, and that's just how we all feel, and we're really motivated to make sure that we get it. So to everybody, we're gonna keep on working hard, and to whoever we will face, we cannot wait for a great game in Istanbul.
I like the hug. I'm assuming there was like a really positive message in there, so I'm gonna say slay, pop off. That is exactly what we want to hear. Thank you so much for the interview. I'm so sorry that I can hear you. I'm sure the answers were absolutely incredible. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your trip to Istanbul. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Right. Does anyone want to like tell me what they were saying?
Mimi could have said anything and we would have been like, yes, Slay Queen, get them.
Yeah, imagine she's flaming and
it's
still
whatever.
giving hearts and we're like, yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thumbs up. Great. Slay. Either ways. Twisted Minds, though, was also a slay. Yes, I know they're going into that lower bracket, but I am assuming that when I asked about this, they just won. But the bracket update, in terms of who is in the lower bracket, Twisted Minds against GX. Winner of this one will be going to Turkey as well. Obviously, a lot on the line here, Billy, for GX, because they won that title, being second throughout the entire year, and also going to that LAN experience. But Twisted Minds, that's a story I can get behind.
Yeah, I love an underdog story, so I'd love to see Twisted Minds be able to make it there, especially because we have Giant X that's already qualified to GCC. Yes, it would be great for them to get a regional title before they go to GCC, but man, give me some stakes. Give me some stakes, Twisted Mind. I want to see you in that grand final in Istanbul.
Yes, absolutely, because that would make it just so much more exciting, Inami, considering the fact that if Twisted Mind does drop out tomorrow, that means that G2 goes and is locked, which it's still cool for that regional title, but if Twisted Mind goes to the final, then we don't know who's being sent until the final is won.
Yeah, we want to be like so close to the heart attacks coming from G2, like so close until the finals, because that would just make it even more enjoyable to watch. You want it to be even closer, and I heard that Twisted Minds are already in Istanbul, bootcamping there, so that would be so fitting. So yeah, if you want to meet them,
they're like ready
to get the
exactly. No, you just dox them. But anyways, for those of you at home who actually want to go and meet the teams, there is a QR code right under my camera that you can scan. You can buy your ticket. You can go get the tickets, do the event, bring your friends if you have some. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, really.
Bring your friends if you have some.
Well, yeah,
you're not having any. Why did you say
No,
it
I'm
like
just saying, if you have friends, you want to go to an event with your friends, right?
I agree. I think it'll be a great event. You know, it was amazing last year to see the GC EMEA community like come together. I loved it so much. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there and I had to work a desk remotely, but it was still so nice to see, familiar faces pop up on the stream. We had cute interviews with players, even players that weren't playing. So yeah, it's a really wholesome event.
It is, and I cannot agree more. But what else is on the line? You're asking, is it just going to Istanbul? No. There is also Seoul in South Korea from November 20th to November 30th, where you can also buy your tickets if you scan the QR code. And I knew the dates off heart. I'm so proud of myself. I only saw this once today. But Inami, now it's your turn to tell people to buy tickets.
Yeah, buy tickets because it's a cool, fun art, please. But yeah, it's just so good to be in events of Game Changers because the community is just super nice, and also Korea. So yeah, meet your favorite players there.
Listen, you can go watch Game Changers and you can shop for skincare. A win is a win.
Slay.
That's all I'm saying. A win is a win. Either ways, everybody, we're going to be done for tonight. That's it. We're going to be back tomorrow again, same time, same place, with the first best of 5 of stage 3. It is going to be the low bracket final. Remember, winner is going to Istanbul, loser goes home. So who's it going to be? We're going to have to find out. Take care. See you tomorrow.
sleep. I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance, dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to